This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Across the country, I'm Adrian Holmes. Ed Seaborn is my co-commentator. Always a great pleasure to have Ed here from BBC Bristol, BBC Gloucester, as the umpires Jack Chantry and Neil Bainton make their way out to the middle. Just a quick sound check around the ground to make sure that we can be. There we are. Hats waving in the top of the Spenkarma, which is lovely to see. So that makes my day when that happens, Ed, because I just know that at least the technicals are working. So thank you for waving. Jack next door is doing all the visuals. So thank you, Jack, and the lads in the media team were doing their work throughout today. The umpires are out. Good morning to you, Ed.
Morning, Adrian.
And it has to be said, I mean, Sussex have had some pretty dark days this season. Gloucestershire have had a poor season, haven't won in the Championship, and yesterday looked like a day when it just didn't go right for them at all.
No, there have been a lot of dark days this season for Gloucestershire, and I think yesterday was right up there because Gloucestershire were in with a chance of winning this game. They wanted a lead and they didn't get it with the bat, but Shaw and Taylor, that ninth wicket partnership, getting Gloucestershire close, made it basically a one-innings shootout, and who knows, the pitch may be flattening out, it may continue to flatten out, or it may not. I mean, we can only wait and see, but there was a chance to bowl Sussex out cheaply in this third innings of the match and give themselves a fairly easy chase in the final innings, but that's not happened. The reverse has happened. Sussex have got away from Gloucestershire, and I think really the most disheartening thing was just really the lack of chances that were being created. We saw plays and misses aplenty throughout the first two innings. Gloucestershire, I think, let positions slip in both the Sussex batting innings and their batting innings, when they had Sussex 117 for 8 in the first innings and let them get up to 202. That was the first one, and then when they had that Price Hammond partnership going, Gloucestershire were 103 for 3, so over half the runs knocked off and only 3 wickets lost in Gloucestershire's innings, and they've let those positions slip as well after one early wicket. Orr and Clark just got on top of Gloucestershire's bowling, and whilst both of them did fall for 67 and 72 respectively, it never felt as though there was going to be a real cascade of wickets that Gloucestershire needed, and Alsop and Coles really did, particularly Coles with a 39 ball 51, just absolutely dismantle I think, worn down Gloucestershire attack later on in the day. Not just worn down physically, but worn down mentally after the effects of the season, and it just seemed that whoever Graham van Buren turned to, really, they just couldn't quite make it happen. There were a couple of LBW shouts which were close in amongst all that, but there wasn't a kind of real series of chances being created. But they've got the opportunity first thing this morning to try and take some quick wickets, and they're going to need to if they have any hope of coming back in this game.
Well, it's going to be Matt Taylor who's going to get things underway. His figures are very respectable. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 26. He's bowled consistently well during the match, and he's going to be coming into bowl to James Coles, who batted beautifully late on yesterday. Cloudy, overcast morning here on the south coast. Better weather forecast throughout the day as Taylor is in, and that's down the lakeside, taken by Bracey, and there is no run. The forecast for tomorrow is good, so I don't think we're going to get any interruptions. Just a quick heads up for those of you listening around the ground and maybe online or via the Sussex stream. A couple of guests today. About 11:15, the Sussex chair, John Philby, is going to join us for half an hour or so. There was a members' forum here yesterday, and John wanted to get some of the messages out from the forum from those that weren't there. As in comes Taylor, and Bowles, and Coles picks up his first run of the morning, glides that down to fine leg. He moves to 52, Sussex to 2:57.3. So John Phil will be coming in for half an hour or so at around 11:15. So if you'd like to send some messages to John, please do so. The usual email address, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. Get those messages in for the chair, and probably the last chance we'll get to hear from him this season. Then over the lunch break, Paul Farbrace is going to come and join us for a chat as well. Similar theme, questions from me and hopefully questions from you as well. So if you're on the ground, you may be getting your lunch, but keep your earphones switched on, and any questions for Paul Farbrace will be joining us during the lunch break. As in comes Taylor, running away from us, in and Bowles, and up on his toes is also. That's a nice forcing shot off the back foot through the extra cover region. At least a couple here, and probably three, as Josh Shaw chases back towards the boundary to field. Three more to Tom Alsop, who goes to 49, Sussex 200. And I can't see those numbers at 260 for three. Can I hear a pneumatic drill somewhere?
I can hear something in my ears, which I'm hoping again isn't coming over on the stream.
That's going to be annoying, isn't it, over the...
Right, let's bring you up to date with the cricket now with Adrian Harm.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Sarah. Underway here, cloudy, overcast day in Hove, but the forecast is actually good both for today and tomorrow, the last 2 days of the cricket season. Sussex in a great position here. They're 260 for three in their second innings. James Coles on 52, skipper Tom Alsop on 49. It means that Sussex lead here by 267 runs, but all the action possibly could be down at the Ageas Bowl today, where Surrey could potentially win the county championship. Hampshire in their second innings, though, are one without loss. They lead Surrey by 13 runs.
Adrian, thank you. Do give us a call this morning. So we're talking about loneliness.
There's Taylor.
One thing that we picked up on during
talking about loneliness.
It can be being
Taylor makes his way. Well, in fact, he's now changed the field, and he's moving Zephyr Gohar out to a deepish mid-wicket or square leg, as in comes Taylor and Bowles, and forward comes Coles, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. So a couple of guests today. Sussex chair at about 11:15. The Sussex head coach Paul Farbrace during the lunch break, and it's not just for Sussex supporters. I know we get supporters from other clubs listening to us, other cricket fans as well. So Gloucestershire supporters, please feel free to join the conversation. It's not meant to be an exclusive Sussex chat. So, please feel free to join in and listen to two of the, the important people here at Hove, the chairman and the head coach. Here comes Taylor running in, and Bowles, and Coles flicks this down towards fine leg. In fact, a bit more than a flick, really. Got quite a bit on that. Needs to get a couple of runs, and now the fielder has hurt himself down at fine leg. Now, I don't know who that is. He came around the boundary, and he stayed down on his knees. Now, I don't know whether he caught it. He's hurt his shoulder.
Yeah, it was a really awkward
That looks really
slide.
Nasty, actually. It was.
It was not a smooth dive.
I think he's going to go off. Who is that?
He's so far in the distance. I think it might be Middleton. But
the applause is for the 100 partnership. I was distracted by that between Alsop and Coles, but he's hurt his left shoulder. Running around the boundary, he dived, and umpire Bainton is just having a word and saying, are you okay? And in fact, the 12th man, or the physio, is going to come running on, so we're going to have an immediate delay here.
His knee stuck in the ground.
Was it his knee?
I don't know whether it was his knee that was the issue.
He looks like he's holding his...
His shoulder was I think because when he slid, his knee stuck a bit. He then kind of pitched forward and sideways, and then I think, like you say, jammed his shoulder because of that. I don't think it was the knee that was the issue, but
think he's going off, actually. I think, this is sad. On the 12th man is coming running out. So that's unfortunate for Ed Middleton. Let's hope there's nothing too serious. We should also just mention today there are 104 overs in the day because we lost time yesterday. So lunch will be at 12:40, and Ed and I reckon that tea will be at 3:30. So, whether we'll get any chance whatsoever at this time of year of getting 104 overs in is open to debate. But to be fair, the umpires kept the players on a lot yesterday, and so that's an early blow for Middleton, for Gloucester, who he'd probably bowled some overs here today.
Yeah, I think it probably, if you were bowling a huge number of overs, then things haven't gone particularly well for Gloucestershire. That's not to do Middleton down, but just because of the situation we're in at the moment with regards to the fact that there's a new ball due in 15 overs. So Gloucestershire would want to have a burst, clearly with Taylor, and then it looks as if Zaffer's going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. So that will take up a few of those remaining overs until the second new ball. And then you would imagine Middleton wouldn't bowl until quite a long way into things. So that's the one piece of good news, I suppose, is that he wouldn't have bowled for quite a while anyway. So he's got time to go off and get whatever it was assessed, and hopefully it wasn't too bad. But yeah, it was just, it was a fully committed dive from Middleton, but he's paid a price. It's Allsop on strike on 49, and Zaffer was about to come in and bowl, but has aborted a refusal from Zaffer. But he's in now, over the wicket, bowling to Allsop, who turns it off his pads towards short, fine. Taylor does the fielding, it's a single, and that is another half-century in this innings for Sussex. Tom Allsop becoming the fourth half-centurion out of 5 Sussex batters. His innings has come from 101 deliveries, 6 fours, and just like Ali Orr, actually, struggled in the early part of his innings, perhaps a bit less obviously in terms of playing and missing as Orr did with the new ball, but Allsop just really seemed to struggle to find his timing through about his first 30-odd deliveries. But almost Cole's coming out and attacking has taken some of the pressure off. Maybe he started to find his touch, and this partnership with 101 as Coles gets the ball on his legs and clips it out to deep square, and that's going to be another single. 264 for 3. There's really contrasting spells of bowling in the first innings and the second innings for Zaffer. 3 for 38 with 6 maidens in 18.1 overs in the first innings. Zaffer bowls to Allsop. That's a better delivery. Draws Allsop forward. He can't really work it round that front pad and has to just play it in defence. But he got the ball to turn, he got the ball to bounce consistently in that first innings. This innings, they just really seem to have been able to milk him like it's a white ball game. Allsop comes down the pitch, turns into the onside, but finds mid-wicket. And I think that was the most really either disheartening or alarming, if you are Gloucestershire, thing about watching Zaffer bowl yesterday. Just the ease with which Sussex were playing him. As Allsop tickles that round the corner, but Taylor, that short fine leg, doesn't have to move other than to stoop down and pick it up. So just 2 off the overs so far. 1 slip, no short leg, and that's turned into the leg side. A scream of no from Coles as Taylor gets across again. And a tidy start from Zaffer, but still doesn't seem to be a huge amount happening for him out there with regards to turn. And yes, might be not the worst news as far as Gloucestershire go, given the fact they've got to bat last now, but equally they need to bowl Sussex out. And really, that second new ball, which is coming in 14 overs, would appear to be their best shot now at bowling Sussex out, and it's going to be a mammoth chase, which they're going to be second favourites in now, regardless of what happens. But if they're to have any hope, you feel they've got to pick up at least one, probably two before that second new ball, and then try and get things going with the new cherry.
You'd have thought so. What can Matt Taylor do about it? He's bowling with 2 slips, a point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square and a fine leg. A very good morning wherever you're listening. Myself, Adrian Harms and Ed Seaborn on this penultimate day of the season. Overcast, but I think the forecast try maybe the odd splash of rain, but nothing to worry about. And tomorrow's forecast is really very good indeed. As in comes Taylor round the wicket, bowls to Coles, who defends. Plays down the onside. I need to think of another way of describing deliveries to James Coles, because bowls to Coles just it rhymes, but it sounds horrible. So I need to think of something different. As I say, just a reminder: John Philby, Sussex chair, Paul Farbrace, head coach, coming in at different times today. So please get your questions in. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. All are welcome. You've got a county chair, asking some difficult questions, not just about Sussex, but about the game in general. In comes Taylor bowls, and a full shot from Coles. He plays that into the slip cordon, and there is no run. So, a cricket fan, and you think, well, hang on a minute, I want to talk about the scheduling of the game, or that sort of thing, or I want to talk about the fact that, Zach Crawley and Will Jacks are allowed to play in games when they played for England, and they can turn out for their counties, halfway through a match. Is that right?
The loan system, I think, would be something
brilliant
as well. That sort of thing.
Yeah, and he's very amenable. Is John Philby? So any questions? I think he likes difficult questions. So that would be a good one.
Better do coming in here with you, Adrian.
In comes Taylor bowls to Coles, who plays to mid-off. I'm going to write that one down. Actually, there is no run loan system.
Well, I think it's something I've seen talked about quite a lot, and I know there are a lot of people who feel that it's, in some instances, in fact, potentially being abused, a little bit like
brilliant.
The potential for these substitutes.
Well, when they come in, Ed, please feel free to join in. And you are, as I always say when I'm commentating with you, if you name a cricketer, and Ed Seaborn knows who he is, so you know an awful lot about the game. In comes Taylor and bowls. Coles has hit on the pad. That was going down the leg side. Coles with one of his favourite shots. He likes that clip through backward square, but the ball rattles into the pads, and there is no run.
There's just a couple of things worth noting already from what's happening elsewhere in the country, in that Kent have now reached 350. So that means, I think, unless I've made an error, which I may well have done, that Middlesex have to win now against Nottinghamshire. They would have known that overnight. I mean, Kent only had 5 runs to get with 6 wickets in hand.
In comes Taylor again, bowls. Coles defends on the onside. There is no run.
So, as far as Kent go, well, the pressure's a little bit off them as they look at the score at Trent Bridge and then work out what they've got to do. I think from Kent's point of view, if they can bat for 2 sessions, they'll lead by 200 odd, and Lancashire shouldn't be able to win from there with only 4 sessions left in the match. So
is there any chance, Ed, do you think, that they might conspire not to Middlesex for if it looks like it's drifting to a draw? Conspire's the wrong word, actually.
Yeah, I don't think they can do that, really.
In comes Taylor and bowls outside the off stump, taken by the keeper bracing. There is no runs. I mean, in some games towards the end of a season, when you're in a situation whereby you've lost some time to wear, then you think, well, let's make a game. We'll give you something to chase, that sort of thing. But I feel in a situation where another county could be affected by relegation.
I don't think Nottinghamshire.
That wouldn't be ethical.
If Nottinghamshire did that,
I mean, they're entitled to, of course.
Yes, they are.
There's nothing to say they can't. Nothing in the rules.
They're trying to win a game of cricket, but
where are Notts in the table?
Well, Notts are 7th.
Okay, so they can't. So they're probably out of any decent prize money.
They can't finish. Well, they could finish probably 5th, which would, top half versus bottom half would be something. But I think, yes, with a shoe on the other foot, then I don't think there's any way that would happen.
No.
So,
well, let's hope not.
I just think Middlesex have got to try and force the result their way. Nottinghamshire 100 for 2 at the moment, trailing by 266. So really, you'd feel Middlesex have got to probably get Notts following on, even if they only just avoided the follow-on. only just didn't avoid the follow-on. I think Middlesex might just have to keep bowling and hope that they can bowl Notts out twice and then see if they've got a chase in the final innings. But the onus is now on Middlesex to try and force something.
Well, they might have to. Well, yeah, absolutely. That's interesting, isn't it? Email has come in from Shane Lightly. Hello, Shane. Lovely to hear from you. Who's thanks us for the commentary. He's listening at home in Barcelona, where he says it's perfect weather for cricket. Follow-up question.
Yeah. Change of bowling from the Cromwell Road end. It's time for Zaman Akhtar to have a burst, and he's got a field which suggests he's going to bowl short again, but he bowls outside the off-stump first ball to Allsop, who leaves it alone.
It was a no ball as well, I think. I thought that's what was signalled. Well, maybe wide.
It was called a wide. Was it that wide? Gosh, well, must have been.
Shane also says, and this is a great question, just a quick question, you might know the answer, why does Division 1 have 10 counties and the Division 2 only 8? If only we knew. I mean, it is a nonsense, Shane, really. I mean, it's all about the schedule, and we'll talk about it as we go through the over.
Akhtar runs in round the wicket to bowl to Allsop, and Allsop in exaggerated fashion has left that one alone.
I mean, over the years, Shane, there's been many, many different attempts to try and juggle two divisions, but it is crackers when you have Division 1 of the county championship, and because counties only play 14 games, you get 10 sides in the first division. All sides don't play each other twice, so it's not really... Well, it isn't a fair competition.
Well, the main answer to the question, I think, is that it was felt by smaller counties, as Akhtar is in round the wicket bowling, and that's punched off the back foot by Allsop, but a tumbling effort from Hammond at cover will stop it from being even so much as a single. The smaller counties, I think, felt that there needed to be some mechanism for them to play Division 1 cricket. Otherwise, there was a feeling that things might get a little bit too stale, and I don't know, higher proportion of counties in Division 1 might benefit them more. Akhtar bowls, takes the shoulder of Allsop's bat, but there's no leg slip in place. In fact, it doesn't take the shoulder of his bat at all. It comes off his body. So it's a leg by down towards where short fine would be. 266 for 3. The lead is at 273. So I think that was why it ended up going to 10 and 8. And it was Gloucestershire who came up to make the 10 after the 2019 season when they were promoted. They finished 3rd in Division 2 that season, with Northamptonshire and Lancashire ahead of them. But I think that was the feeling. Akhtar is in bowls to James Coles. I see what you mean, and I didn't even really notice I was doing that yesterday, and this has worked out to deep backward square for 1.
I just noticed in Division 1 of the Championship, Hampshire 9 for 1 in their second innings, so leading Surrey by 21. Surrey, if they win that game, win the County Championship. If they lose that game, and Essex were to beat Northamptonshire and score 400 runs, Essex would win the Championship, but Essex need to score 400. Yes. That's the first. And win the game.
The best news for Surrey this morning is that Paul Walter's already out. Akhtar leaps in and bowls. Oh my goodness. Allsop has tried to leave that one alone, and he's inadvertently got some part of the bat on, and how that missed leg stump, I have no idea. And to add insult to injury for Zaman Akhtar, he's conceded a run for it as well.
That was unlucky, wasn't it? Yeah, you're right, Paul Walter out, Essex 136 for 5, so they've got to score another 260 odd runs.
And
or else it's all over.
It's not they've got Wesley still in holding the fort, but there's Rossington in there at the moment. Harmer, Yadav, Cook, Porter to come. This is way down the leg side from Akhtar, and Bracey manages to get across and take the ball. So 4 runs from the over in total, leg by, a wide and a couple of singles, but Akhtar rather unfortunate not to have picked up a wicket in that over, and Sussex 268 for 3, I think that says.
Yes, it does. Bob Pook has been in touch. Hello, Bob, and you're a regular contributor, and thank you very much for all your messages during the season. Hugely appreciated over east of here in Hastings. He says, firstly, thank you for the commentary throughout the season, which I listened to via the live stream, for which I'm most grateful, as I'm unable to get to any matches due to health issues. I'm sorry to hear that, Bob, and I hope that the winter is kind to you, and thank you for your continued support. And the stream is due to the club. It's nothing to do with our commentary here. I mean, we provide the commentary, but the club provide the stream. And I've said many times this season, well done to Jack and the boys in what is a pretty small media team here at Sussex. And I think the pictures and the coverage has improved considerably this season. So well done to all the guys there. Change of bowling here at the C end is Zafar Gohar, who's going to come in. 17 overs, 3 made, 0 for 69. He's in and bowls, and Allsop defends to mid-wicket. There is no run. So Bob says, with regard to this year's county championship, which many have described as woeful, if Sussex can win against Gloucestershire, then they should finish third, as it looks like both Leicestershire and Glamorgan are not going to win this week, says Bob. More to come. Zafar in again bowls, Allsop defends, but manages to get the ball through square leg and picks up a single. He goes to 52, 269 for 3. Had Sussex not had points deductions, they would only have been perhaps 8 or 9 points away from promotion. I would consider that the championship season has so far exceeded any expectations, certainly mine, as I thought Sussex would finish bottom of the table with no wins at all. So that's Bob's view. Thank you, Bob. Good to hear from you, and I'll certainly read that email to John Philby and Paul Farbrace when they come in. I'm sure they'll be pleased to hear your views. So thank you for that. And winter well, as they say. In comes Zafar bowls to James Coles, who plays a lovely sort of dab shot. I can't think of a better word, to be honest, down through the slip cordon, perfectly safe, and picks up a couple of runs. An audacious shot, really. He goes to 58, Sussex 271 for 3, add 7, and you get the lead, which is 278.
It did bounce, that one, but it was too wide, and it was also very slow in allowing Coles to play late.
Zafar in again bowls, and Coles plays without timing to mid-wicket, no run. Steve Williams in Exeter has been in touch. Hello, Steve. And he says, hi, Adrian and Ed. Notts have already gifted a championship win to Middlesex earlier in the season. So I don't know if that was a declaration.
Yes, well, yes, they did. It was at Lord's.
In comes Zafar again, bowls. Coles is forward, textbook forward defensive shot, plays to short extra, there is no run.
It was quite a friendly target that Notts set Middlesex, and I remember Stuart Broad was playing for Notts in that game. I was watching that on the way back from Worcester.
Zafar in bowls, Coles defends onto the onside, and there is no run. End of the over, 271 for 3, Allsop 52, Coles on 58. So thank you for that, Steve. Ed's going to have a look at that, but thank you very much for listening all the way down in Exeter. So we've had Exeter, Barcelona, and we've now got Dubai to add to our list, Ed, because Richard's been in touch. He says, I'm enjoying the commentary from my hotel in Dubai. I very much enjoyed listening over the season. Just a shame Sussex couldn't quite turn up all those draws into a couple of wins. Hopefully next season we will go up. Where do you feel we need to strengthen next year in order to improve? Do we expect Pujara to come back? An overseas bowler would certainly help, in my view. Winter well, says Richard. Thank you, Richard, and I will put those questions to Paul Farbrace when he joins us during the lunch break today.
Here's Axer starting his second over, and also works that one off his hip out to long leg, and then Phillips and Taylor almost fall over each other, which would have been rather disastrous, but they managed to avoid each other. It's single taken. He
says winter well, Richard. I mean, over in Dubai, I don't think they have a winter, do they? I mean, I think January, February can be a bit chillier, but generally it's glorious. And I think it's Dubai, isn't it, or that part of the world where aren't they able to sort of make rain?
Yes, they do, don't they?
Don't they?
Yeah,
they spray stuff into the air and it sort of makes rain.
I don't know exactly how it works, but
they can have some of ours if they like.
Condensation.
Yeah.
Actor bowls now, and James Coles, he'll tuck that one once again into the leg side, out to the fielder on the deep square boundary, Zafar Gohar, and that's another single. So Sussex continuing to tick this board along. Yeah, so Notts, that game, they set Middlesex 249 to win on the final day. Middlesex getting there with 4 wickets to spare.
Right, that's interesting.
But it did feel... It did feel on the friendlier end of things, around about 5 and over. I think it was 250 odd to win. Actor bowls, oh, that's a tasty delivery, which Allsop's played pretty well, actually. He kept his hands down underneath that one, but that has risen and taken off, actually, off a back of a length. Wasn't really absolutely dug into the pitch. But that was a really lively ball from Actor. And Allsop had to have his wits about him there. It would have been easy to have just followed that and got a little edge. Actor over the wicket, bowls to Allsop. It's cut away in the air, out towards deep backward point, and he's dropped it. It's Zafar Gohar out at deep backward point. And I think the previous delivery almost buying the error there from Allsop. It wasn't the greatest of deliveries from Actor. It was quite short and wide, but it was a loose shot from Allsop, who just really put the bat to the ball and helped it out to Zafar Gohar on the boundary. He seemed to get himself into a good position. He slid across, was well balanced at the point where he was trying to take the catch, and down it went. Actor bowls, and Coles outside the off stump lets it go through to Bracey. So yet more bad luck for Zaman Actor. I feel he has been a bit unfortunate to have been as, when you look at his figures, I think he's been a bit unfortunate to have been as expensive as he has been as well. He's not been helped by trying to bowl short to a short boundary either. A couple of sixes Coles hit him for into that short side. Actor is into Coles. That's a nice looking drive. He's not timed it to perfection, but he will pick up at least a couple of runs, might even get 3, because it's a long way out there, and yet a bit of relay fielding is needed to send the ball in. And so 3 more runs to Coles moves him on to 62. Sussex 277 for 3. And I'm afraid, really, once again, if it can go wrong, it does.
It was a poor drop, really, wasn't it? But at this level, I think, you know, if I'm being really unkind, you would say in a club match you'd expect that to be taken, really. I mean, he got in a good position. I mean, he did all the hard work, didn't he?
Yes, I think that's the thing.
That was the thing.
I thought he'd caught it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Tom Allsop probably thought he was out. But when it's not going, no one means to put a catch down. We always say that, but I think they should have been taken, really. Zafar in bowls, and James Coles is back on his stumps, plays that to backward point, and there is no run. A very good morning. If you just joined us this morning, welcome to Hove on an overcast morning. I can see the trestle tables are out in front of the museum, so the book sale looks like it's going on again today with the volunteers over there. In comes Zafar again, and Coles again plays that little deft shot through past the first slip and picks up a single to backward point. And there is just 1 more to Coles. He goes to 63, 270, 278 for 3, Ed.
I think that's what it says.
I'm told the scoreboard is being renovated in the winter, and I mean, there's a lot of information on there, and the club do work hard to get all the right information on it, but it's not a great angle from where we just be able to see the numbers. As Allsop plays to mid-wicket and picks up another single, he goes to 55, 279 for 3. So the museum is open today. If you're on the ground or coming to the ground, please go and have a look around. The volunteers do a terrific job over there, and lots of interesting cricket books to get you through the winter as well. Zafar in bowls. Coles is forward, and a little uncertainty on this occasion. He's going to get a single. Bracey races round from behind the stumps, takes off his glove, shies at the non-strikers in, where Coles was hurrying along to make his ground. In the end, he did it comfortably, and Bracey's throw did miss the stumps by a good way, but fortunately there was some backing up going on. I think that was Miles Hammond. And so no overthrows. Zafar comes over the wicket, left arm to Tom Allsop, and Allsop defends onto the onside and picks up a single. Need to get a bit of a shift on here. The throw came in, and that was, well, it was a well-judged signal in the end, but I think Tom Allsop turning around, I think James Coles wondered about his heart in his mouth momentarily, because it was played almost straight to the fielder at mid-wicket.
They seem to pick their fielder there, because Actor's in a position where it wouldn't always expect a fast bowler to be, as he's quick across the ground on the boundary, but I think it's a different thing when you've got a fast bowler on the infield.
Zafar in and bowls. Cole stretches forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, 281 for 3. Allsop 56, James Cole 64. Interesting questions coming from Mike in Hove, which I will pose to the Sussex chair about the future of streaming. Saying I really appreciate the live stream Sussex provide on the days I'm unable to attend in person. I see some of the counties, such as Somerset and Lancashire, seem to have invested a lot more in their streaming service, including close-ups and side cameras. He's just talking about the future of streaming. So that's a very good question, Mike, and thank you. And we'll put that to John Philby. If you're watching the stream, you will see that it is getting brighter and brighter by the minute. The high cloud, well, the low cloud that's been hanging around over is sort of burning back, and there's a glimmer of sunshine across the ground. And we all look set for a terrific day's play. The ground looks wonderful again. Barely a breath of wind. So hopefully we may get a good part of these 104 overs in today.
Actor continuing. He bowls to Allsop. It's short, wide, and cut towards the boundary, and that is a magnificent piece of fielding. And I'm sure there was it was a magnificent piece of fielding until the blind throw to the stumps and the backing up done by Phillips, who then hits the stumps with his effort backing up. But talk about undoing some of the good work. But it all happened so quickly, and Bracey actually wasn't at the stumps to take the throw, which was hurled in by Zafar. It was a marvellous piece of fielding to get across that quickly, one-handed, got straight up to his feet and threw the ball in. But the only problem was that it was a fairly comfortable single, and Bracey wasn't right up to the stumps yet. So they concede an overthrow. So again, if it can go wrong, it does. Actor bowls to Allsop, who goes onto the back foot and plays in defence out into the offside. And that's yet another run to Actor's figures, which just make them look an awful lot worse than I think he's bowled. He's been bowling to a plan, which I spoke to Graham Van Buren last night about it, and he said, well, it's not going to work every time. Sometimes you try and bowl quick and you try and bowl short, and you're going to go for runs. Actor bowls, standing tall in defences. Allsop for, I'm sure, a rather frustrated Zaman Actor to feel he's very mild-mannered man is Actor, but inside, I'm sure he will be seething.
Credit, actually, I don't know Graham Van Buren. I've never had the pleasure of speaking to him, but I thought fair play yesterday, Ed. We wandered over for the interviews. He was out very quickly to speak to you, and I like that. You do hear where sometimes people are hanging around for ages to get post-match reaction, but good on him. He fronted up. Hadn't been a great day for Gloucester, so credit to him. He will
always do that. Actor bowls outside the off stump and Allsop shoulders arms.
I mean, there are counties where you go and you hear from colleagues around the circuit of if it hasn't been a good day, and people hanging around for ages to speak to a particular player, and then they find out he's gone out the back door or whatever. So I was impressed by that.
Yeah, no, I'm lucky enough with Gloucestershire. They are genuinely a really good group, and I think whether it be Dale Benkenstein or somebody coming down the steps will always ask me who I'd like to speak to, as Allsop comes forward and plays back to the bowler. So it works quite easily that way. If they see me, they're not going to avoid fronting up for questions, and it was a rough day, and Van Buren, I think, it did have to acknowledge that their heads went down towards the end of it. Even somebody who is as relentlessly positive as Van Buren is, he really is the eternal optimist. As Actor reaches in and bowls, and this is tapped down to third man by Allsop, and that will be a single, which will mean he'll keep the strike. Sussex's lead continues to build towards 300. It's at 291. But yeah, I think even Van Buren was almost forced to admit, really, that as the Sussex batting really got on top, that the heads did drop, and it was difficult out there, really, to, I guess, I don't know what better way of putting it other than just to keep morale up, because it was a really tricky couple of sessions after they'd got themselves in a position where they felt they were in with a shout of a victory, and that seems to have been taken away from them.
Zafar comes in again, bowls, walks off, he's up on his toes and plays that backward square on the leg side. Sussex quite content here to pick up the ones and twos. These two will be well aware that the new ball is just around the corner, 8 overs away, and I'm sure they'll want to be there to see through that new ball. And we've seen wickets taken consistently in this match when the new ball has nice and hard. Not quite so much in this Sussex second innings. Zafar round the wicket, Inman bowls, and Coles plays the ball onto his pad, and the ball bounces out into the offside, fielded by Bracey, who's been nice and tidy behind the stumps for Gloucestershire in this match. He's bowling with a slip, a backward point, short extra cover, unorthodox extra cover, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, the deep backward square, and that's the fielder who's going to have to go charging around now, Josh Shaw, because it's just tucked away by Coles down towards fine leg with a little sweep shot, and he picks up 3 more ones. Classy shot from Coles, who does look a good cricketer. He goes to 67. He's already made 200s this season at Hove. As I say, for me, he's a young player. He's only 19. His 200s have both come here at Hove on pitches which were good batting tracks. His record isn't quite as good. If you look at his record at Durham this season and at Headingley against good attacks on wickets that are doing a bit. So he's very much a work in progress, but he looks a very fine player. As Zafar is in bowls and also clips this to mid-wicket and picks up another single. I don't mean this in any way as gloating, because I'm not that sort of a person, but it's a fact that Sussex are just picking up the runs quite comfortably.
Yeah, well, I was going to elaborate on that at the end of the over in terms of just the feeling out there at the moment.
As Zafar again is going to come into the right-handed James Coles, who's 67 not out of 66 balls. He's in and bowls, and Coles again plays that shot, and it means that Josh Shaw's got to come racing around from almost a deep square leg to field the ball, and Coles picks up another couple of runs. He goes to 69, 291 for 3. The Sussex leads extends to 298. John Philby, the Sussex chair, will be joining us in about 5 minutes' time. He's just come into our commentary box.
Well, I'll do one more over,
okay,
and then we can
lovely.
Switch.
That's very kind of you, Ed.
Work out.
Coles just surveys that leg side field, and now they have changed the field. Van Buren himself has gone to almost a short fine leg position. A slip is still in place, and Zafar is in again. Bowles, and James Coles this time just decides to take the easy option and plays it down the ground to mid-on, fielded by Matt Taylor. And James Coles goes to 70, Sussex to 292 for 3. It means the lead is 299. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio, Sussex, Bristol and Gloucestershire. And as I say, the chat we're going to have with John Philby is not exclusive to Sussex people. It's exclusive to anybody who's listening, watching on the stream, listening to our commentary. You may have questions about the structure of the game, questions about generally in cricket, and we're very lucky that John is happy to come up and answer those questions. So please get them in, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk via email, or you can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport, or my own Twitter handle, which is Adrian Harms, or your one, Ed, is Ed
Cricket 6.
Thank you. So any of those, just he's a county chairman, so please fire your questions in.
Here's Actor running into bowl, and Coles has worked that one into a gap on the leg side. 2 fielders running round. It's good work from Zafar, who this time gets the throw into the keeper's gloves, and thought they might be able to get a couple, but I think just again the shortness of that boundary defeating them. It would have easily been 2 to the other side, having picked the gap between deep backward square and fine leg. And Sussex to 200, he says, peering, I really can't read that. Is that 93? I haven't got a clue what that says.
Yeah, 293.
293.
Yes.
Here comes Actor and Bowles outside the off stump, rising delivery, and also lets it go through to the keeper. But no, I totally agree with what you're saying about Sussex just I mean, they're pretty much just manipulating the field, doing whatever they want with it. And it feels as though the only way that Gloucestershire are going to take wickets at the moment is if Sussex give them to Gloucestershire. And in fairness, it wasn't quite like that. I think the previous ball, which was a really sharp ball, bought the error from Allsop cutting the ball out to deep point. As Actor is into bowl again, there's great lift through to James Bracey there from Actor. Allsop doesn't offer a shot. I think, you could say, yes, it was an error from Allsop. He didn't have to hit that ball in the air out to deep point. He could have kept it down. But I think because of what happened the previous ball, he might have just been a little bit jumpy with the footwork, and that caused the ball to go in the air. But in general, it does feel as if Sussex don't take risks, they'll still score runs. As Actor is in, bowls, and again, Allsop watches that one go through to the keeper. If they just manage this situation, there's no hurry at this point. They lead by 300. There's going to be plenty of cricket today. There's no rain in the forecast for either today or tomorrow. Tomorrow looks as if it's going to be a belter, 20 degrees and bright sunshine.
And the last game here, Leicestershire came within 15 runs of chasing down 499 to win. So,
Actor is in bowls. This is cut away firmly by Allsop, but only for a single out to Zafar Gohart on the boundary, 294 for 3. So the lead at 301. One ball left in this Actor over, and then there's still 6 overs left before Gloucestershire can take a second new ball. So really, there's very little pressure on Sussex, and as long as they don't give wickets away, then should back Gloucestershire out of the game. Actor bowls to Coles, and this is pushed in defence to mid-off, and there is no run.
Thank you very much indeed, Ed. So Ed's going to have just a little break while we talk to John Philby, the Sussex cricket chair. Just very briefly elsewhere, to keep you right up to date in the county championship, Hampshire 17 for 1, leading Surrey by 29. Essex 151 for 5 at Northampton. So Surrey's still in pole position. As we were saying, Essex need to get to 400, and they need to win that game if they're going to win the county championship. Surrey very much in the box seat at the moment. And it's a very good morning to John Philby, who is the chair of Sussex Cricket. John, good to see you.
Hello, Adrian.
Yeah, great to see you. I mean, we never get much time to chat in between deliveries, particularly when Zafar is bowling. But I've got lots of questions, and people have sent in questions this morning as well. So we'll rattle through those. In comes Zafar, bowls, and also works that one to short extra cover, and there is no run. Once the new ball is taken, which I'd imagine Gloucestershire will, we'll get a bit more time to in between deliveries. But Zafar races through his overs a bit like James Coles, to be honest, and he's in again over the wicket and bowls, and also defends onto the onside as there is no run. I would just prefix our conversation by saying that we are very grateful you come up, John. Whenever you come up and do these chats with us, we get messages from other counties, people saying, I wish our chair would come and talk on air. So in comes Zafar, bowls, also plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So it is appreciated, and thank you very much. I know there was a members forum yesterday, and I know there's some points from that you'd like to get across to maybe some of the Sussex supporters who weren't there. But in comes Zafar, bowls. Allsop using his feet drives down the track and picks up a single too long on. Tom Allsop goes to 63, Sussex to 295 for 3. I know the scoreboard is being amended next season, so it just right on the angle here, it's sometimes a bit tricky to see, but add 7 to that and we get the Sussex lead, which is 302. And Zafar's already bowled 4 balls of this over, but just a brief pause because he's now going to bowl to the right-handed James Coles, who's batted beautifully for his 71 off just 70 deliveries. Zafar again just waits. He comes in off probably half a dozen short paces in and bowls. Coles stretches forward with a bend in his left knee and plays that defensively onto the leg side, and there is no run. Wanders back to his mark, cleaning the ball on his jumper. Zafar is ready to bowl again. Final ball of the over. It's got a little gloomy again as Zafar is in again and Coles drives firmly to mid-off. There is no run. End of the over, 2.95 for 3. Coles 71, also on 63. I've got a load of questions for you, John. Was there anything in particular from the forum yesterday that, for people who weren't there, that you wanted to get messages out about anything in particular?
Let's deal with the questions, and then if there are things that are outstanding, messages that came across from the forum that were not included, then I'll go back and cover those.
Okay, thank you.
I've also had a lengthy email from one of your listeners, Callum May, and he raised some questions. I wouldn't mind going through those with you if that's possible.
Of course it is, yeah, absolutely. We've got Paul Farbrace joining us at lunch, so we'll talk to Paul a bit about performance a bit, so we don't need to talk a huge amount about performance, but I think a question that a lot of people have asked, John, and it's a fairly direct question. Paul Farbrace has spoken very openly to us in the media about Sussex and about what needs to happen next season. He's spoken about new signings. He's spoken about people coming into the club. Can I ask, does Paul Farbrace enjoy the full support of you and the board here at Sussex?
100%, yes. Complete and absolute support, yes.
Okay.
Of course.
Because he's wanting to bring people in. There's been a policy here of youth, so that's going to be a change. I mean, the youth policy remains, but he's wanting to bring in more experienced players. So has that sort of slight change in kilter, does that get the full approval of the board?
No, I don't regard it as a change of kilter at all. Paul is making some recommendations about signings, and we had already signed two bowlers, Chris Wright and Danny Lamb, and with the retirement of Steve Finn, there's an opportunity there's money in the playing budget that can also be spent, and so there's no change of kilter of any type here.
Well, I would take issue with that, John, because I think that...
By all means do.
Okay, because Paul Farbrace has said he wants to bring in some, in his own words, a few gnarled old pros. He feels that he needs some experience around the side, and that's a route that Sussex haven't gone down. So it is a change in kilter, isn't it? They're going to be... what Paul wants is more experienced players out on the field, so that is a change.
No. We brought in Stuart Meeker, we brought in Mitchell Claydon, we brought in players in the past. That was exactly the thinking that was going into that, for those players to play alongside our experienced young cricketers. The fact is that this year the emphasis was placed exclusively on the experienced players being the overseas players.
Actor bowls taken by Bracey, no run.
The experience was overseas players. Steve Finn was brought in precisely to do that. What Paul Farbrace is going to do is replace Steve Finn with another experienced cricketer. That's not a change or a departure of any sort. If Steve Finn had been fit, he'd have played in every single game, and our team would have been stronger. Next year, we're looking for the new Steve Finn, and that's not going to be one of our young junior players. That's going to be an experienced cricketer. There's no change, Adrian.
In comes Akhtar running around the wicket, in and bowls to Alsop, who defends back down the track, and there is no run. Okay, so in terms of that recruitment, I mean, you mentioned Mitch Claydon, you mentioned Stuart Meeker, you mentioned Steve Finn. Some of the people listening to this might say, well, hang on a minute, none of those signings worked. I mean, people got injured, so I mean, it's all very well to mention those people, but I would say, without being in any way detrimental to those guys, they didn't really make a significant contribution here.
No, that's right.
So, the recruitment has to be better.
Yes, absolutely.
In comes Akhtar bowls and Alsop plays onto the onside, and there is no run. They picked up one, they're looking for two, but there isn't a second.
But Adrian, that's precisely why Paul has the full support of the board.
Okay.
He's been brought in to make recruitment better, and he will make recruitment better, and we're totally supportive of that. But it's not a departure.
Okay, so he's got the full backing. So when I don't know how your relationship is. If Paul comes knocking on your door and says, "Well, I want to sign X, Y, or Z," the board can say, "Yeah, that's fine. We trust you to sign the right people."
I think that is how it is. There's a cricket committee of the board which.
In comes Akhtar and bowls, and Coles is hit on the thigh pad. The ball dribbles out onto the onside. I wait for the signal from umpire Bainton. Yes, it is a leg by. 2.98 for 3. Coles remains on 72.
The people who will insist Paul with those decisions are the Cricket Committee, and the Cricket Committee includes Chris Adams and Ian Gould, who are two of the most respected people in the recent history of Sussex cricket, and they will be giving their views and opinions, and those will be it's not for me as the chairman to make opinions on who we should and shouldn't sign. It's for our trusted advisors to do that.
In comes Akhtar bowls wide of the off stump taken by Allsop. I'm glad you mentioned the Cricket Committee, John, because I was walking around the ground yesterday. I was approached by a member, and people do approach me all the time as if I know what's going on, and I don't necessarily. And I was asked that specific question about the Cricket Committee. Is it fit for purpose? Someone told me that someone had recently left the Cricket Committee. What's your response to that?
Well, there has always been a Cricket Committee. When I became chair, I appointed Fiona Richards to chair it.
In comes Akhtar bowls. Allsop plays firmly down to third man and picks up a single. Does Tom Allsop? He goes to 65, 298 for 3 at the end of the over.
And she's a highly experienced businesswoman who is able to manage robust conversations, and the intention is to create robust conversations between the executive for cricket, which is Paul Farbrace, and the non-executive, which is Chris Adams and Tony Cottee, and Chris Adams and Ian Gould. Tony Cottee was also on that group, but actually we didn't really need 3, and Tony found it wasn't really something that he particularly wanted to carry on doing. So the 2 former great cricket captains of Sussex, having them involved is all we need. You don't need my opinions on cricketers. You need their opinions, and that's what we get, and that's how the decisions are made.
In comes Zafar over the wicket, bowls to Allsop, plays to mid-wicket and picks up a single. No, he doesn't. They decide not to go through. So just to be clear, because people ask me all the time, John, would it be their decision? So Paul Farbrace says, I think I'd like to sign Joe Bloggs, and the committee say, well, we're not sure about Joe Bloggs. Would that be the final say? Zafar is about to bowl the next delivery. He's in over the wicket and bowls, and also driving down the pitch, fielded by Zafar off his own bowling, no run.
I mean, that's a very theoretical question.
Well, no, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
The question is, does Paul Farbrace have the say?
Yes, he does. He is accountable for signings and for the makeup of the squad. He has a budget which isn't changing. It doesn't have any extra money in it. He doesn't need any extra money because the players are going to be more productive. And obviously, this year we've had Steve
Zafar in again, bowls to Allsop, defends on the offside, no run.
This year, 2 of our main bowlers in that squad, Steve Finn and George Garton, have bowled 20 overs between them, and that undermines our ability to deliver results on the pitch, and Paul will make that more productive.
In comes Zafar, bowls, and Allsop again is forward. But with respect, John, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of the question. If Ian Gould and Chris Adams, who, as you say, the former captains and highly regarded at home, say, actually, we don't think Joe Bloggs is right for us, would it not happen? That's my question. In comes Zafar, bowls, Allsop's forward, clips to mid-wicket, and picks up a single, a well-taken single. Allsop goes to 66, 299 for 3 at the end of the over. 3 overs left to the new balls available.
Well, I think Paul Farbrace and Ian Gould and Chris Adams are 3 very mature adults who would work out whether it should or shouldn't happen, whether Farbrace's view that cricketer was exactly the right one, or whether Adams or Gould's view that they weren't quite the right one was the best view. And Fiona Richards is there as a highly experienced chair to enable those conversations to happen. That's exactly how it's designed to be.
Okay.
And I am completely competent in that process, Adrian. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why you would think that Paul Farbrace is likely to come up with cricketers that others of us think are not suitable.
Well, it's not necessarily what I think, it's what people say to me. And so I'm really asking questions on behalf of people who I bump into who do query this. And this gentleman said to me yesterday, I hear someone has left the cricket committee. Now, you've just confirmed that Tony Cottee is no longer on it. This member wasn't aware of that.
That was months ago.
Okay.
It's a subcommittee of the board. Ian Gould is the board member. Fiona is the chair and the other board member. And then Chris Adams is the advisor. And I honestly can't believe that anybody doesn't think that is an outstanding cricket committee.
Incomes, price. I don't think anyone is, but I think the question I was raised yesterday...
Well, you just asked me whether it's fit for purpose.
Well, because... And I was asked about Tony Cottee. I don't think this member was aware that Tony wasn't on it anymore. And I just think that raises an element of doubt. I think it's a fair question. As it's played down the offside of the track, fielded by Price, there is no run.
Well, I don't understand that at all.
OK, all right. Well, so Tony Cottee's no longer on the committee. Ian Gould and Chris Adams are. So that answers the question that I was raised by someone who was on the ground yesterday. It's clipped by Price to mid-on by Tom Alsop. He goes to 67, 300 and 300, exactly for three. The lead is 307 for Sussex, and a nice round of applause from those inside the ground here at Hove. So I'll get on to some of the other questions that have been asked. Gary's been in touch. I'd be grateful if you could ask John whether there are likely to be any changes to the coaching staff for next season. I've noticed that Steve Finn was assisting with the morning preparations yesterday. In comes Price Bowles. And he said on the pad, that's going to be close, but probably going down the leg side. And Neil Baton keeps his finger firmly in the pocket, no run. I noted that Steve Finn was assisting with the morning preparations yesterday. Would have thought someone with his experience would be invaluable, particularly with the bowlers. Gary goes on to say, other than that, I would like to thank John for his willingness to be available to let supporters know what's happening behind the scenes at the clubs. As in comes Price and Bowles, and Coles just plays this down to deep backward square and picks up a single 301 for three. Coles to 72. So changes in any coaching personnel?
The coaching squad is and the coaching team is the responsibility of Paul Farbrace. And you'll be able to ask him that question. As far as Steve Finn is concerned, we were really pleased that when Steve announced that he was retiring, he also said, I don't want to rush straight off from Sussex. I would like to stay around to the end of the season and help out where possible. So we're still paying his salary, until the end of the month, and he's rewarding us for his salary with some input. And as Gary rightly says, having somebody of Steve Finn's experience around to provide pro bono advice at this stage is fantastic. What that looks like going forward, and what Steve Finn's career after cricket looks like, that's a matter for Steve and for Paul. But I'm really delighted and very grateful for Steve that he has hung around and he is helping, and it was really noticeable in the last game that he was very active. During the Leicestershire game, he was very active in helping the young bowlers stay with the difficult task of bowling Leicester out on that game, and we got there, and Steve Finn played a small part in that.
Thank you for that. In comes Zafar around the wicket and bowls and played onto the onside. There is no run by James Coles. He's on 72. Bob Pook got in touch earlier on, and he said he was very pleased with the way Sussex have performed this season. They've won 2 matches. He said without the points deductions, Sussex would have been on the edge of promotion. So certainly I can see you wincing there, John, about points deductions, as James Coles just pulls away. And there is a little delay. Let me find some of these other questions. Let me just break off as in comes Zephyr and Bowles, and played by Coles back down the track, and there is no run. There's a question here about streaming I wanted to put to you, John, which I'll find in a moment's time. Zephyr is just, I don't know if he's hurt his hand or something in fielding that ball. Zafar, I think he hurt his left hand there, so he probably hit that more firmly than I thought did James Coles. He's in again. Bowles, and Coles plays firmly to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I have two questions for the chair. This is from James, who's been in touch. Thank you, James, for getting in touch with us. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Zafar again. Bowls and Coles plays this through square leg, back to the square actually, and picks up a single. He goes to 73, 303 for 3. My first is, why did Sussex for a while not disclose the length of contracts people have signed? We seem to be doing it less now, but occasionally still do. Not a biggie, but a bit annoying for fans. So that's a question about length of contracts. The second is about the free stream on YouTube. I'm worried that counties will follow Kent's example, which is actually what Sussex tried about 4 or 5 years ago. Paying per day would work out to be extremely expensive for a fan like me who lives a long way away and can rarely get to the ground. In comes Zafar Bowles, all stop down the track, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. End of the over 302 for 3. Could it be an option to pay... I can rarely get to the ground. Could it be an option to pay £80 to £100 once for the full year's streaming of every match? Despite some disappointments this season, I feel things are going in the right direction, thanks to the club and the comms team, winter well. So, really a question about streaming.
I'll answer the first question, which was about disclosing lengths of contracts. I agree with James, it's no biggie, but I think we are being a bit more open about that now. And I think that that's generally helpful, and I hope that we'll continue to share the length of times of the contracts, but as I say, not a particularly big issue. As far as streaming is concerned, thank you, James, for the positive comments about that. I think that the future of streaming, it's still pretty uncertain.
In comes Ollie Price. Final ball with which I think will be... Well, I think that turned, John. He's beaten Coles, not taken cleanly by Bracey. But I would have thought that Gloucestershire here will take the new ball.
The future of streaming is a little bit uncertain. At the moment, we haven't...
Price, sorry, this is one of the problems when a spinner's on Coles placed.
Yeah, it is. We haven't got plans to monetise it in the way that Kent have been doing. James's suggestion of an annual subscription may well turn out to be one of the possibilities and one of the answers, but it's something that is being considered on a game-wide basis. It is also connected with television rights and television deals, and those are also, there's a deal in place till 2028. What happens after that is extremely uncertain, and no doubt streaming will play a part in future deals.
Price tosses the ball from hand to hand and is in. Bowls to Allsop, stretches forward, played into the offside. There is no run. Richard is listening over in Dubai, John, in his hotel room, and he says, any news on whether we're expecting Cheteshwar Pujara to come back to the club? Price bowls, Allsop stretches forward, plays into the offside. Sorry for the blast of music there.
The Pujara, that is also a question for
Paul.
For Paul,
Okay.
But what I can say is.
In comes Price bowls, and Allsop plays down the ground, picks up a single. Does Tom Allsop? He goes to 68, 304 for 3 at the end of the over. And I'll be very surprised if the new ball isn't taken here by Gloucestershire.
What I can say is that in terms of next year, what Paul is looking for, and again, this is not a departure, but we're looking for a captain, we're looking for a batsman, a batter, and we're looking for a fast bowler. And those three need to go into 2. And whether Cheteshwar can fit into that is something that remains to be seen. So we'd love to have him back. He's an absolute gentleman, a fantastic cricketer, and a great role model for our young players. And time will tell on that.
Although the new ball hasn't been taken, let's talk cricket for this over. Are you surprised?
No, not particularly. As you said, in that last over, Price beat the bat, didn't he? He beat Coles on the outside edge, and
Zafar plays to Allsop, who plays the ball down the ground, picks up a single to long on.
They'll take the new ball at some time before lunch and have sort of 30 or 40 or 50 minutes with it before lunch, and then have another go with it after lunch. So maybe there's just a few more overs before that for them to use up. And these two are bowling perfectly well, aren't they? There's no desperate need for change.
Zafar in again bowls, and James Coles cuts nicely through backward point, picks up a single. He goes to 75, 306 for 3. Steve has been in touch. I could only read the email, John, so that's what I'm going to do. He says, please ask John if he's a little less angry today. I asked because of the way he said any criticism offered was, quote, condemning a player. So you're not angry today, are you? You're never angry, are you?
No, I'm not angry.
In comes Zafar bowls, and also that's a lovely shot through the covers for 4 runs. Beautifully played by Tom. Also, he goes to 73, 310 for 3.
I don't think I've said that today, have I?
No, you haven't. No, you didn't. I think that was the last time you came and visited
so I'm
us.
not angry today, no.
Okay. So here's some questions to Steve. He says, when is the release list being announced?
I think the release list is sort of thing of the past.
Okay.
So the players that are currently out of contract for next year, the players on the staff who don't have a contract for next year, are Brad Curry and Harrison Ward, and you can talk to Paul about their positions.
Thank you. Zafar in bowls to Alsop, uses his feet and gets a single.
Everybody else has a contract, so there won't be any release.
Thank you. Alsop to 74, 311 for 3. What changes are being made to the scoreboards? Because we understand there's going to be some changes, certainly to the clock tower scoreboard.
Yeah, I don't know. That the scoreboard, the main scoreboard, is becoming increasingly unreliable and is going to be replaced over the closed season.
Zafar in bowls, Coles forward, played to mid-wicket. There is.
And when people come back next year, it'll look broadly similar but slightly different.
Right. End of the over. 311 for 3. Coles 75, Alsop 74. If you just tuned in, listening to myself, Adrian Harms, in conversation with the Sussex chair, John Philby. Very pleased that John is here to answer your questions. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. One of the questions for John is, what's happening with the K seats in the Shark stand?
I don't know. They've been missing for a little while, haven't they? I can only think that they're being cleaned. There's quite a lot of seagulls around Hove, and I think that's what's happening. But they'll be back.
Right. Thank you for that. A couple more questions here have come in. As the spin continues, price bowls to Alsop, who plays down the track. There is no run. One here from Mike, who's a Gloucestershire fan, who grew up in Yate. He now lives in Lewes, currently sat in the Shark stand, using up the last days of annual leave. Thank you for getting in touch, Mike. In comes Price. He says, I'm interested to know what smaller counties like Sussex think of the 100 and what its long-term future might be. He says, annoyingly, I've got to be back in the office tomorrow, so hoping for a result today. So your views on the 100, John? Or maybe the Sussex view on the 100. Price, back to his mark. In and bowls Alsop forward and plays the ball to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Well, I've just been... yesterday I was invited to a consultation by the ECB on the future of the 100, and over the next few weeks, English cricket's collective view of the 100 is going to be worked on.
Price bowls Alsop back and slams this through the covers, and he's going to pick up a boundary. A good attempt to field the ball out on the cover boundary, but all to no avail, and Tom Alsop's batting himself into good form here. He had a sketchy start, but this partnership between these two is now worth 153, and it's come up in very quick time, just over a couple of hours, 130 minutes, and they batted really nicely. Good shot from Alsop. He goes to 78.
The 100 in itself has put on some fantastic cricket, but then cricket's a fantastic game, so that's not really surprising.
Price bowls also flicks this to backwards square. There is no run.
The impact on the women's game has been fantastic, and women have been playing cricket in front of full houses and been more fairly rewarded for that payment, for that play.
In comes Price bowls, Alsop again driving firmly, this time straight to the fielder on the cover boundary, but he picks up a single. He goes to 79, 316 for 3.
Counties like Sussex have received a payment of all counties, first-class counties, have received a payment of £1.3 million to compensate us for the lack of cricket in August, when our players are taken away to play in the 100. And all of that is really good. The thing that is less good about it is the unintended consequences, and the main unintended consequence is the very unbalanced fixture list that results from it. So there's not enough cricket for our members and supporters to come and watch during July and August, and the county championship is marginalised by being pushed to the extremes of the season. We've been really lucky with the weather for this game, so in this particular year the season's going to end well in the south of England. I think the north it's affected, isn't it, by the storms?
Yeah.
But here we're going to end with a lovely 4-day game, and everybody's going to go off into the winter with a smile on their face from a great 4-day game of cricket. But actually the impact on the county championship is unacceptable and needs to be worked through and sorted out. So I think it's more the unintended consequences that we need to work on, and that's what we're going to be talking about over the winter.
Thank you for that. And presumably meetings through the winter, John, you're going to be busy.
I'm going to be very busy, Adrian, yeah.
Okay.
But we won't be changing the strategy for Sussex cricket.
Oh, that was a bit of a dig.
I just want to make that clear to everybody.
Okay.
There's no change of direction.
Matt Taylor's into that. I'm assuming the new ball has been taken, but I actually didn't see the signal also placed a backward point and there is no run. Did they take the new ball? I don't know. Generally the umpire sort of waves them. I've got a massive thing, John, about communication in cricket. And, across cricket, actually, and things being put on scoreboards and things being clear to those who perhaps don't follow the game. I can only assume the new ball hasn't been taken, but someone might tell me differently. Neil has been in touch, who's listening in France.
That looks like the new ball to me.
Does it look quite shiny?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
So we've got listeners in Dubai, Barcelona, Exeter, and now France today, John.
Fantastic.
So you are getting people across the globe. Neil had a question on the 100, so I think we probably covered that, but he also says whether franchises are a threat to some or all of the counties in general. I mean, the ability of players to go off and play in franchise cricket. And I'll just read Neil's question in a moment, as in comes Taylor bowls and also digs out a ball that's well pitched up, filled up his own bowling no run. He says, perhaps I'm not well informed over here in France, but I don't understand how a player can be contracted to play for a county but then go and play for a franchise when there are county matches running concurrently that the player might be selected for. I fear there are an increasing number of players who want to just play white ball cricket if they can make a living doing so, which must make things difficult for a county who might want to select them for championship matches. In comes Taylor. In and bowls and driven by, also without timing to mid-on, no run.
I mean, that's a very, very good question and a good point. My overall feeling on this is that actually cricket's never been in a better place. Cricket's never been better than it is now. Anybody who thinks that the old days were better, I think, is... well, they're entitled to that view, but actually there are more people playing cricket now, more people playing recreational cricket. There are more women's cricket is growing exponentially fast. We're filling up grounds around the country to watch domestic cricket, whether that be the 100 or the Blast.
Taylor in bowls. Also, in fact, I thought he was going to let that go. In the end, he deflected the ball, trying to get his bat out of the way to second slip.
Team England has never had a better supply, a better pipeline of young cricketers to play cricket. The amount of money in the game has never been higher than it is now. And I think all of those things are making the game the challenges of running a traditional county more interesting. But we are determined that we can work with the national governing body, the ECB.
Taylor in bowls, also drives firmly to mid-on, fielded by Shaw, no run.
And with the county, with the with our fellow counties to create a compelling and exciting red ball competition, and to have plenty of fantastic evenings when we can fill Hove with crowds who want to come and watch great white ball cricket played by men or women. The ground at Hove is something that we are intensely proud of. It's a fantastic cricket facility, and it enables the development of these young cricketers. And again, the ground at Hove's never been better. This outfield's never been like this in the history of Sussex.
That's tremendous. In comes Taylor Bowles. Let go Bowles up outside the off stump. There is no run.
The pitches are fantastic. The nets at the back, the indoor school, and generally the bowl, the stadium bowl. It's never been as good as it is now, and that we will continue to improve that. And Sussex cricket is crucially important to English cricket. There's no doubt about that. In recent years, we have produced for England the likes of Jofra and Ollie Robinson, not to mention Phil Salt and Chris Jordan and Danny Briggs, who played for England, and Reece Topley, who came through and had a go. Then we've got 5 under-19s that played last year, and Haynes and Carson on top of that. Last winter we had 9 people away with England. That's how important Sussex cricket is. And then you add to that the exciting women cricketers that have developed through Sussex, and you can see why Sussex is so important to English cricket, and why I'm very confident that we have an exciting future ahead of us.
Thank you. If you're a Gloucestershire fan wondering where Ed Seaborn is, he's here with us, Ed, but we're just having a chat away to John Philby, the Sussex cricket chair, so I apologise if you're a Gloucester fan who aren't getting your daily intake of Ed at the moment, but he will be back, don't worry about that, he is here. So I hope you don't mind us just indulging ourselves a little with John Philby, who's the Sussex chair, and thank you again for John. Some other questions here, John, which I'm going to read, as in comes Josh Shaw. So the new ball has certainly been taken as the seamers are back in, and Coles plays the first ball through a wideish mid-wicket, picks up a single, he goes to 76, 317 for 3. Joe says, on-field leadership and discipline has been lacking all season, and ultimately it cost us promotion to Division 1. We had experienced leaders in our squad until a couple of years ago, the likes of Ben Brown and Luke Wells, to name just 2, both gritty season campaigners who were Sussex through and through. Letting those 2 players go has cost us dearly. It's painful to think where we might be if they were still around today. The board has never given a clear or satisfactory explanation as to why Brown and Wells were managed out of the club. So can John address this here and give us a lot of disappointed fans some long delayed closure? What I will say to that question, Joe, before John answers, is in comes Shaw and Bowles, and Allsop is caught. That's a tremendous catch at mid-wicket. It was clipped away by Tom Allsop, and that's a tremendous diving catch in at short mid-wicket, taken there by Josh Shaw. Was it Josh Shaw who took the catch? No, it wasn't. Sure, he was bowling. No, it was Josh Shaw. Either way, it's a tremendous catch, and Allsop was on his way for 79, and Sussex 317 for 4 as Tom Allsop makes his way off the field.
Actor.
Thank you. Shaw was bowling, Akhtar caught it. Good catch, low down.
Yeah, very good low catch. He did whip it away, as you rightly said.
He did. Good catch.
Hit it well, and it was caught low down.
So just to say, I think, Joe, in fairness to John, who's very open to the questions that we ask, as Tom Allsop gets a good round of applause as he leaves the ground. You know, John wasn't chair when some of these decisions were made, so in a sense it's a slightly unfair question to ask him, but he might have a view anyway on Ben Brown and Luke Wells.
The point about the lack of leadership is right, and again, the fact that Paul Farbrace has publicly stated in the forum yesterday that we're looking externally for a captain on the pitch is not a strategy departure. It's a result of his first few months looking at what we need, and one of the clear things, various people have been tried this year, and he's concluded that we need to appoint an external captain, and that will go some way towards filling that gap. I don't think it's very helpful for me to give my personal opinions on Ben Brown and Luke Wells, but I just would say that what has been clearly and publicly stated several times by my predecessor Bob Warren and by Rob Andrew, the chief executive, is that the reductions in the salary bill that resulted that were essential in order to enable Sussex to prosper led to the departure of players that we would otherwise wanted to have kept, and it was their departures were to do with that. As a result of that, cost savings of about £300,000 a year were made. If we had
break off income Shaw Bowles, let go by Carter outside the off stump, no run.
If we'd continued to pay that amount, £300,000, over the 3 years, we'd now have a debt of £1 million, and with a debt of £1 million and interest rates of 6-7%, we would be in deep financial difficulty. Instead, we're in a very strong, robust position, able to go forward with confidence, and that's why those decisions were taken.
Thank you, John. I hope that answers your question. Joe, Howard is a Sussex supporter, domiciled in Suffolk, as in comes Shaw Bowles to Carter, plays that to mid-wicket, there is no run. He says, I miss my trips to Hove from Horsham to catch up with the likes of John Philby. My question is this: is there any chance of a return to a more even season with regard to County Championship? Please give John my kind regards. Howard Holdsworth.
Lovely to hear from Howard. I knew Howard when he was the head of cricket at Christ Hospital School at Horsham.
There you go.
So, and we played a little bit of cricket together, and certainly chewed the fat over cricket a lot, so it's great to hear from him.
In comes Shaw Bowles, and forward comes Carter, plays to mid-off, no run.
Howard, you're absolutely right. That is what we need. We do need a more balanced season, and I will be spending the next 3 months in meetings with the ECB colleagues and county colleagues, working towards achieving a more balanced schedule. Whether it's possible is another matter. It's been a conversation since you and I were little boys watching cricket at the Oval in the 1960s, and so whether we can achieve it, we'll see.
Shaw Bowles to Carter, plays to backward point, no run.
But one thing's for sure, I don't believe it can be any worse than it is currently, and you couldn't have it couldn't be less balanced than it is at the moment. So I am optimistic, Howard and others, that we can achieve a more balanced schedule. Yes.
3:17 for 4 at the end of the over. Rattling through these questions. This particular person was asked to be anonymous. What do I think of that? Well, I think asked to be anonymous. I will ask John the question. A few months ago, Anish Kapil released a statement about his treatment as a trialist at Sussex in the past. I just wanted to know if anything had come of it. Thanks for your efforts on the live stream, and thanks for your efforts as always, John. So is there anything more to be said by the club on a statement that was released?
Nothing more to be said by the club. That's under investigation by the ECB. These matters are handled by the ECB, and we're awaiting to hear the outcome of that investigation.
Thank you, John, for answering that, and thank you for your question, Jordan. A question about a young player who's out in the middle at the moment is James Coles from Owen. I could ask full par basis as well, but I'll ask you it. John, do you think you could see James Coles in the England setup in the next few years? A question for both of us. James Coles.
Yes.
There we are. One word answer from John.
And I think not just in the next few years. I think I can expect to see him in the England setup over this coming winter.
In comes Bracey, Bowles, Coles. Let's go outside the off-stump. You're talking Lions?
By that I mean he's extremely likely to be part of the Lions schedule. It's not certain, but I would think extremely likely. And the way that he's batted today and the way that he's batted at times during the season has shown you exactly why he's a player of very high potential, very highly regarded. A 19-year-old scoring 180 in a county championship match is pretty unusual, and he's extreme talent. Yeah.
In comes Taylor Bowles to James Coles, who plays to mid-wicket and picks up a single. He goes to 77, 318 for 4. No, I would agree with you. 2 very good hundreds here. I would just caveat that by saying he is very young and still in the development stage. And actually, when you look at James's stats in the 2 away fixtures, the 2 innings he played at Durham, the 2 innings at Yorkshire and 1 innings at Worcester, against very good bowling attacks, against pitches that are doing a bit, it's perhaps not quite as easy. as perhaps
as it isn't for any batters.
Indeed. So I guess what I'm saying there is we don't want to overhype James. He's a very, very fine player.
Oh yeah.
But he's I'm not sure where the Lions are going this winter actually. But no, I think he's a very fine cricketer. A couple of other questions, and you had some questions on about an email you'd had. Can I ask you a question about something that came up in commentary yesterday with in comes Taylor coming into bowl to Ollie Carter. He's in the bowls. Carter placed firmly into the covers and there is no run. A situation yesterday where players were allowed to come back from England duty to join a county championship match, which they didn't start. So down at the Ageas Bowl, Will Jacks comes in and plays for Surrey, and Tom Laws, who started the game, gets taken out of the side. Can that be? I mean, it's obviously within the rules, but does something need it? That doesn't feel quite right to me, John.
I think it's brilliant.
Really?
Well, yeah, they're Surrey's players. They've been away playing for England and they've got the opportunity to come back and play for Surrey. If I was Surrey, I'd be absolutely delighted. If England were suddenly to parachute Jofra into this game, I'd be absolutely thrilled.
Really?
So would all of our members. And I think anything that enhances the quality of our competition, and that certainly does enhance the quality of the cricket played, bringing England players back in is a very good idea. So I really like it.
Okay, that's your view. Fine. That's not my view. I don't think it's right. I think if you start a game with 11 players, that's how it should be. I think I don't agree with that rule. But anyway, we can agree.
When W.G. Grace was playing, that is what they did. But we've moved on a bit from that, Adrian.
Well, I know I'm a bit of a. Well, I'm not that old. In comes Taylor bowls and Carter plays on the bounce into the gully.
We live in a multi-format cricket world, and I think the idea that the best players can be made available to play as much as possible. These guys couldn't have played when the game started because they were playing for England, so getting them in as soon as they can. It's a 4-day game. I don't see, you have substitutions in all other sports. I don't really at all see what the big issue about that is.
Okay, fair enough. What about the loan system? Are you happy with the loan system, John? A lot of people feel it's been subject to a fair amount of abuse this season. Would that be fair?
I'm not a big fan of loans.
In comes Taylor running in over the wicket, bowls to Carter, who defends onto the onside. There is no run. That is the end of the over. 3:18 for 4. Carter is yet to score. Coles on 77. Listening to BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucester and Bristol. Adrian Harms here in conversation with the Sussex chair, John Philby.
I think loans show that something's gone a bit. I mean, when Sussex had lots of loan players last year, that was because our team was a little bit broken, or very broken, and we had to go out and scrounge for players. I would prefer that counties have a strong, robust squad that they're able to put out on the pitch as often as possible without the recourse for loans. There's something to be said for players who are experienced top quality cricketers who can't quite get into the side, getting an opportunity to play some cricket. That there is something in that, but the idea of players playing for multiple clubs and coming in and out and stuff, I'm not so keen on that. No.
Okay, perhaps that might change.
Might do.
Right.
No, it's not really anything to do with me.
In comes Josh Shaw racing in down the hill to bowl to James Coles, who defends down the onside. There is no run. Just a quick question for Ed. I've had a message to say that someone can't hear the commentary going out. Could you just check the stream, Ed? Is that possible, just to make sure it's still going out on the live stream? I'm just making sure it's going out on the BBC website as well. If it is, that's fine. So maybe Steve, who got in touch from Exeter, if you could let us know. It may just be your computer, but Ed's just going to quickly check and make sure it is going out on the stream. As it comes Josh Shaw racing in down the hill and bowls, defended by Coles into the offside, no run. A message from Julian that I saw. He says, "Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for the commentary." He says, very informative and lots of laugh, including a classic commentator's curse moment. Yeah, I think that was me. Thank you, Julian. Earlier this season, picking up Ali Orr, and then he got out. He says, perhaps you'd be good enough to send messages to the former Brighton player, Jerry Ryan, who is very poorly in a Dublin hospital, who will be 68 next Wednesday. Yes, I'm sorry to hear that about Jerry Ryan, former Albion player. I know you're an Albion fan, John.
Big Albion fan. I'm very sorry to hear that about Jerry. I was unaware of it, and we send all of our best wishes from Sussex Cricket and around Sussex to Jerry, and hope that he is able to recover as soon as possible. He was a great player.
Did he play in the FA Cup final? I think he probably did.
He did, yeah.
Back in 1983. So, Joe has replied. We were asking about that. I'm going to have to break off in a minute, John, because I think we've got a problem with it going out on the BBC stream at the moment.
Okay.
But Joe has been back in touch. He says, thanks for reading the question, Adrian, and John, for your frank answer. That was about Ben Brown and Luke Wells. So Joe says, thank you for that. In comes Shaw bowls, Carter drives into the offside, no run. He says, fans would have sympathised with the financial reasoning if the board had explained it at the time. The lack of communication and transparency, though, made it feel like Brown and Wells were horribly mistreated and disrespected. Hopefully the board will take fans' perceptions into account more readily from here. The George Garton issue in particular has the potential to create similar bitterness if it's not communicated properly, which it hasn't been so far. Thanks, says Joe. And John has just nodded.
Yeah.
I'm going to just break off in a moment as in comes Shaw and Bowles and defended by Carter. Ed, could you just come in for a moment and do some commentary with John just for a couple of minutes while I just sort out this line, and then a couple more questions for John and I'll let him go.
Thank you.
You're all right for 5 minutes, John?
Yeah, I'm fine, yeah.
Hello, John. So, we have Josh Shaw in his 15th over, 3 for 42. And he's picked up 3 of the 4 wickets to fall. That's Shaw. Still with a relatively new ball, 3 slips in a gully as Shaw runs in and bowls to Carter, and Carter turns into the onside towards wide mid-on, and they'll pick up a single, and it's 320 for 4. So Carter is on 1, Cole's on 78. I mean, from a Gloucestershire point of view, of course, I can't claim to be across everything that's happening at Sussex Cricket, but it's been very interesting to listen from the back of the box and kind of compare and contrast with talking to Will Brown and what he's said as far as the situation at Gloucestershire, and particularly we always seem to end up talking about the 100 in this sort of situation. I seem to find.
About what situation?
Well, I mean, in terms of getting a chance to talk to somebody high up in a cricket sense, somebody either ends up asking or we just end up talking about the 100 because it is it's so much on the forefront of a lot of people's minds. And one of the things that has been interesting to hear about from Gloucestershire this season, as Taylor bowls, it's stroked into the offside, straight to cover for no run. In that this money that is 1.3 million that the counties are receiving, it's not linked to inflation, which I was quite surprised to hear. So how can clubs kind of make up the difference in what they're not getting?
That's a really important point, and it applies to it applies across the English game at the moment.
Here's Taylor running in, left arm over, bowls, and Carter head over the ball, plays to the leg side for no run.
The reason it's not linked to inflation is that the television deal's not linked to inflation. So there's a set amount of money coming into English cricket, and it's already been allocated. And so we will be allocated payments by the ECB, including the 1.3 million. Those are not set to increase. Meantime, our costs are increasing, and therefore we've got to do one of two things: either increase our revenues, and that's why we want more cricket, because that will enable us to increase our revenues. And the alternative, obviously, is to reduce our costs.
Here's Taylor in now to bowl. Carter pushes into the offside, no run.
And going back to the question that I was talking about with Adrian, when 3 or 4 years ago Sussex Cricket took the strategic decision to reduce the amount of money that we spend on players, that was precisely for that reason, because we didn't want to get into a situation where we had to incur debt. And actually, given the way that the economy has moved and interest rates are now getting higher, that's proving to be very important for Sussex. So we think we're in a strong position, despite
Taylor is in for defence again.
Despite the results on the pitch in the men's first team, we also, though, think we've got a talented group going forward, and I'm much more interested in talking about and thinking about how we're going to go forwards than I am on looking backwards.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the things was about, we hear a lot from Gloucestershire at the moment about kind of diversifying revenue streams.
Yes.
Is that something that Sussex are always looking to do as well?
Very, very much. And I don't know whether you ever came to the ground when the old Sussex Cricketers was there at the entrance.
Probably, but it's so much a part of it now that
This year you will have noticed that there's a spanking brand new entrance and that there's a 9-storey building there, and that is diversifying our revenue stream.
Taylor switches to round the wicket now to bowl to Carter, but it's the same result, just a defence into the offside.
There's a pub and 2 floors of commercial space which will bring in £400,000 to £500,000 a year of revenue into Sussex Cricket. In addition to that, we have what you would call non-cricket business, which we're seeking to grow, and we work with our catering and hospitality partners, Sodexo, and that business is growing. And then in addition to that, our other main diversification is through concerts, and we had the Who here, and that was a very successful, financially successful for us event. So yes, definitely diversification of revenue streams is crucial.
Last ball of the over, Taylor is into Carter, who plays off the back foot and defends away, and that was a maiden over from Taylor. 8 maidens now in his 17 overs. Sussex 320 for 4. I'm hoping that Adrian has managed to get us back on the BBC Sport website, so if you can now hear us on the BBC Sport website, then do let us know and get in touch with Adrian via the usual channels. And we know that we've been going out on the stream, so thankfully you haven't just been talking to absolutely nobody. But occasionally these things just drop out for whatever reason, unfortunately. Josh Shaw then to continue from the Cromwell Road end. And he's running into bowl to Coles. He's on 78. Coles takes a step down the pitch and then lets that one go through outside the off stump. Oh, sorry. I was getting some hand signals from behind. Fine, I will go back to the 100 because it all came from the question about the 1.3 million. So it's not that much of a departure, but. In terms of the original plan for the 100, of course, one of its great successes has been these double headers, as you mentioned, getting huge crowds in to watch women's games. Shaw bowls and Coles turns that one off his pads out to deep square for a single. The original intention was that the women's games were supposed to be held at other venues. Is that still something that you wish could have happened, despite what we've seen from the women's game in the 100 as it is now with the double headers?
Well, I think that the women involved are delighted that accident caused by COVID happened. But of course, we would absolutely love to have women's 100. We'd love to have 100 games here. You know, that is exactly what would help us diversify our revenue streams.
Shaw bowls, Carter angles it down into the gully for no run.
So I think quite how that future becomes clearer, I'm not absolutely certain, but there's a string of meetings going to happen over the next few weeks and months, and I think by the end of this winter, certainly by the start of next cricket season, there will be a clear view from cricket as to how we go forward and the future of the 100.
Shaw rounds at the end of his mark, 3 slips in place, and then Van Buren, who's fielding crouched fashion in the gully as Shaw bowls to Carter, who plays that one back up the surface, and there's no run. What do you make of the pyramid system, for want of a better word, which seems to have, as always seems to happen, things creep out in the media about various plans, or this is going to happen, that's going to happen. It invariably doesn't. But in terms of the idea of a pyramid structure for English cricket, and then the national counties potentially being involved, what's your view on that as an option? Shaw bowls, Carter plays into the offside, no run.
Well, as I understand that option, that pertains only to the 100. It's not a pyramid structure for English cricket. It's a pyramid structure for the 3 or 4 with 3.5 week period of the 100s. And certainly a viable solution, as far as Sussex are concerned, would be for us to be competing in a competition that was played at that time. And therefore, I'm interested in investigating and finding out exactly what the thinking is behind that. And that might be better for us than the existing offering.
Deep point has gone back, as has deep square. Shaw bowls to Carter and beats him outside the off stump. Well, not seen many deliveries beat the bat, if I'm honest, of late, but that one did. 321 for 4. I'll bring Adrian back in because Adrian can get to... try not to dismantle the commentary box, as Adrian can get to some of the questions posed by you rather than by me, which I think is preferable.
Thank you, Ed. Sorry about that. And everything is resolved back at base. So I know you haven't got long, John, so just a couple of other questions and we'll let you go. There was a question we asked about Anish Kapil, and the answer came back. Thank you very much for your honest answer, John. He says, hopefully an exciting finish here. So people are very grateful, John, that you're giving answers. So that's terrific.
Adrian, can you promise me one thing?
It depends what it is. In comes Taylor bowls, beats Coles outside the off stump. There is no run. Can I promise you one thing? Well, as long as it's reasonable.
That you don't start your opening remarks with Paul Farbrace about a change of direction and a change of strategy. So there isn't one.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
That's all right. Right, he's had the chairman's vote of confidence.
I've gone a long way to make sure that I don't do that.
Okay. No, you haven't. In comes Taylor running away from us. Comes in and bowls. We'll let you go in a minute, John, as in comes Taylor, plays into the onside by Coles. They're going to take one. They're going to think about coming back for 2, but the second isn't there. Going to be fielding by the 12th man Phillips, who gets in the throw. Steve says we're back online, which is great news, so thank you for that. So I think that is pretty much all. There's just one other one here. And again, this refers to someone who has left the club, so it's a bit of an unfair question for John. We've already spoken about Ben Brown and Luke Wells, which I think John has answered, honestly and very well. But Mark had a similar question about Chris Jordan.
Yeah, the same applies, really. That was all part of that cost saving.
He says, could Sussex have managed his career better?
Well, we helped him become one of the world's great one-day cricketers, and we also enabled him to play in 8 test matches, so I'm not sure that we could have done much better than that.
In comes Taylor, bowls driven firmly by Carter down the ground. That could well race away for 4 runs. There's a good chase down the hill by Josh Shaw, who pulls the ball up probably about 5 yards inside the boundary edge. 2 more to Ollie Carter. He goes to 5. Is the scoreboard quick today? Yes, it is. No, it's still showing 3. Well, maybe they put those 2 runs up very quickly. 3:24 for 4. So I think, John, now you had some questions.
Well, Callum May sent me an email just before the forum, and he may be listening now. And most of the questions that he asked were raised. He asked a question about Ollie Robinson. He said that when we played Gloucestershire, the high-quality seam bowler Ollie was carrying his girlfriend's golf bag around Wentworth. We're now told he has a finger injury. Who out of the ECB, Sussex and Ollie Robinson has been taking the mickey? Well, the answer to that is none of those. Ollie did have a finger injury. It was caused by him being in the gym, which is a bit ironic given his previous lack of a passion for going to the gym, but he has developed a passion for the gym over recent months, and he did get injured in the gym, so nobody was taking the mickey. The second question that Callum asked was about discipline in the team and whether the club considers itself responsible because the loss of senior professionals had an effect on team discipline. I think that's a perfectly fair point.
Just break off because Taylor comes into bowl to Ollie Carter, who hit the previous ball for 4. This one he plays out into the offside, no run.
It's a perfectly fair point, and it's why Paul Farbrace, when he comes on later, will be talking about the need for us to find some leadership out on the pitch. So that's right. It's a question about the third point was, does the chief executive feel at all responsible for a period of years in which we rid ourselves of a number of senior professionals? Does he realise how ridiculous it sounds when sources close to him then tell the players he's livid with the existing players? Of course he's responsible for the period of years in which we rid ourselves of those players, and yes, it did lead to some inexperience on the pitch. We are now addressing that, and we will continue to address it over the coming weeks and months. The next question he asked me was, why did Paul Farbrace tell the cricketer he was considering applying for a job at Kent? Well, the answer to that is that he was considering applying for a job at Kent. He no longer is, but that's why I'm not sure that he told the cricketer that. I think that somebody else told the cricketer that he was considering that, but Paul is no longer considering doing that, and we are really committed to working with him over the next few years to deliver the results that we want, which include getting back into the first division of the county championship and competing for that. And Paul said that he thought we had a good chance of getting promotion this year, and we're absolutely confident that we have a good chance of getting promoted next year.
Were you disappointed that Paul was looking at that job?
No, I wasn't disappointed because there are, he's a. People do it all the time. Everybody's always looking for roles and jobs and thinking about what they do next. And I'm sure it's been a job that's long been on his radar, Director of Cricket for Kent, and it came up slightly sooner than he was expecting, and it was absolutely reasonable that he would consider whether he did or didn't want to do it, and he's decided that he doesn't, which is fantastic for us. So I'm really pleased that he didn't. Was I disappointed? No, he's absolutely entitled to do that. So not at all.
Just to give the score, John, sorry, because it was the end of the over. 328 for 4, Coles 80, Carter on 7, Josh Shaw bowling from the Cromwell Road end. So I'll just try to, if you could answer your question just in between balls for those listening on the BBC website who can't see. No, it's my fault. I should have done it sooner. Shaw running in down the hill, bowls to James Coles, and Coles defends into the offside, and there is no run.
The fifth question that I was asked is about George Garton. If a rapidly spreading stomach virus took hold in Hove, rendering the entire bowling group unavailable, would he stand a chance of selection for the next fixture? No, he wouldn't, because he's just had an operation on his groin, and that's why he hasn't been playing.
Paul Farbrace has just arrived.
And then finally, do either of you feel like me, gnawing your own arm off in frustration at the ridiculous way that the club appears to be run? Well, no, I don't. In any sense, feel like gnawing my arm off. I'm very proud of the way that the club is running.
In comes Shaw, bowls, and Coles defends onto the onside. And
we're continuing to make a really huge contribution to English cricket, and we will continue to do that. And this group of young players will be augmented by senior cricketers brought in by Paul over the coming years, and we will get back into the first division of the county championship and continue to play a crucial part in that. Meantime, we will continue developing men and women cricketers for England, which we're doing, and we will continue to run our business in a way that enables us to be sustainable, and we will continue to develop this facility at Hove to be the world-class centre of excellence that it is. So thank you, Callum, for the questions, and I hope I've answered them all.
I think you have. 329 for 4. Carter is on 7. Coles is on 81. Paul Farbrace is going to join us in a few moments. So just tell you off for a moment, John, as in comes Josh Shaw running him down the hill. Carter up on his toes and plays that to backward point. And there is is no run. Paul Farbrace, can I just say thank you, because you come and talk to us. You don't have to do it. We ask some searching questions, and you always give good answers. And I know there's a lot of, I always say it, John, there's a lot of people who don't have their county chair who comes and talks. So, I'm very grateful for your time, and I sincerely mean that. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Adrian.
John Philby, the Sussex chair. He might not ever talk to me again. Never mind. He makes his way up the corridor. Ed's going to come back for a couple of moments' time, and then Paul Farbrace is going to come and join us on live commentary here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucester, and BBC Kent. Apologies for those of you who are listening when the line went down, but I think you're all back with us now. Sussex building a sizable lead here, Ed.
Yes.
Here comes Paul. I think he's just having a natter away to the chairman, so I'll be in a couple of moments' time.
Yeah, well, I will just say that Surrey are on the verge of winning the county championship.
Okay.
Because Essex are now 210 for 9.
Right.
So they're clearly not going to get to 400. And, well, it looks as though, basically, it's over.
You commentate on this over.
Here comes Shaw then bowling, and there's a forcing drive attempted by Carter, and the ball squirts out into the onside. Not where Carter was intending that ball to go, and 329 for 4 the score. I must admit, I didn't actually see the catch for the one wicket that was taken here, because it was sitting at the back of the box and I just couldn't quite peer around in time to see what had happened. But
yeah, it was a great catch.
So far, the only joy for Gloucestershire so far. And Shaw's figures, as do Matt Taylor's, actually. I mean, Taylor's 1 for 40 in 18 overs, so he's bowled very tightly. And Shaw 3 for 45 now. But unfortunately, as far as real incision has gone, those have been the two, though Actor should have had a wicket by now, caught on the boundary, but the catch was put down. And it has been probably so far, I must say, the morning that I kind of expected it to be, really, with hopes having been pretty much extinguished with what happened yesterday, the Orr and Clark partnerships, and then the particularly that Alsop-Coles partnership towards the end of the day just seemed to sap belief in the Gloucestershire side. Here's Taylor bowling round the wicket, and this is driven by Coles, but he won't get a run as Taylor fields in his follow-through, and then slight frustration, really, just tosses the ball away to mid-off. Gloucestershire trying to keep the noise up out in the middle. You can probably just about hear that over the FX microphone, but really they know already that they're going to be chasing whatever Sussex want them to chase. You would feel Taylor continuing to plug away, looking to add to his 6 wickets that he's taken in the match so far, and he bowls, and this is clipped down towards long leg by Coles. He's picked the gap, and he'll get 4 runs. Another tumbling effort down there on the boundary, but an unsuccessful one from Zaman Akhtar, right at the point where Ed Middleton did himself a mischief earlier this morning, and I don't think that Ed Middleton has returned to the field. We've got Luke Charlesworth on at mid-wicket. So I really do hope, from Ed Middleton's point of view, not only in his second first-class appearance, that everything's okay and that he will at least be able to bat. Sussex 333 for 4 and lead 340. Coles 85 to his name, 6 fours to go with 3 sixes. Taylor is in round the wicket bowling, standing tall to play that one into the onside is Coles, and there is no run. So as far as, just to bring you up to date with what's happening as far as the relegation battle goes, Division 1 wise, Kent have lost a few wickets. They're 432 for 8 now, with Joe Denley having made 136. There's another player actually coming in for Lancashire midway through that game. Tom Hartley is into the Lancashire side as Taylor bowls outside the off stump and Coles lets it go. So Kent lead by 105 against Lancashire, and it looks as though, well, things are going pretty well for Kent, whatever happens. They're not going to get maximum batting points, but they didn't need them. The key figure was the 350 to mean that Middlesex have to win, and Middlesex are 172 for 3 in reply to Middlesex's 366. Ben Slater, 78 not out, and Joe Clark has just been dismissed for 70. But Nottinghamshire look as if they're going to avoid the follow-on quite comfortably and make life very difficult for Middlesex. On drive from Coles, picks out Shaw at mid-on. So I think we might just be planning our trips to somewhere in or around London. Let's hope, from my point of view, that it's in London.
Yeah. Well, you've never commentated at Lord's, Ed, so
I haven't.
That'd be great.
And goodness knows, I have commentated at Radlett over the last couple of years enough times to last anybody a career. So, yes, fingers crossed. If that does happen, who knows? Maybe Middlesex can get a cascade of wickets going. Last ball of the over. Taylor runs in and bowls, and Coles is in behind that one. In defence, Matt Taylor fails with the football skills, and that completes the over. Sussex lead by 340, and I'll leave you in the hands of Adrian Harms.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Ed. So we've had the Sussex chair in this morning, and as I say, I apologise to Gloucestershire supporters if it feels a bit Sussexy, but Paul Farbrace, the Sussex head coach, is going to join us on commentary for half an hour or so here. So great to have a head coach, and it's not exclusive to Sussex supporters. You may be a Gloucestershire supporter or a supporter from elsewhere across the country want with the question for Paul Farbrace. So it's your opportunity to chat away to Paul. Sussex 3:34 for 4. Hello, Paul. Good afternoon.
Adrian, how are you? You okay?
I'm
All
very
good?
well. Yeah, good to see you.
Excellent.
And let's comment on the state of the match, because Sussex in a very strong position here.
Yeah, it's I think been a very good batting performance by all of the batters. I think this is probably one of our most complete batting performances and batting innings of the season, to be honest.
In comes Shaw and bowls. Carter, I think he pulled the bat inside the line, then the ball goes through to Bracey, no run.
Yeah, I thought the way that Alistair in particular, the way he played, having not played too much cricket in the last few months, having had a pretty sore knee injury during the T20, during the Blast, to play the way that he played was outstanding. I thought he really showed his class. I thought Tom Clark as well, very watchful. There's still enough happening in the pitch, so I thought they really set a good tone and set a good platform, and then Coles and Allsop are taking it on.
Shaw in again, bowls to Carter, who plays to mid-on. There is no run. Literally in the last couple of moments, Paul, Surrey have won the county championship because Essex have been bowled out at Northamptonshire. So Surrey have won the county championship. What's your immediate reaction to that?
Well, they're the best team. They deserve to win it. I think they've played excellent cricket. Essex obviously made a great chase of it. I mean, what they were in 6 on the bounce, which was fantastic. Warwickshire obviously started really well and have played some good cricket. Hampshire was going to be there or thereabouts. So there's some really good teams in that top division. But Surrey are the best team. They deserve to win it. Shaw
in bowls. Carter lets that go outside the off stump. Does Surrey get a bit of a bad rap in some ways, Paul? That a lot of people look at Surrey. They are a club with it would seem unlimited funds, but they do seem to grow some of their own as well.
Yeah, I think they've had a very bad rap in terms of they do sign some fantastic overseas players, and they've made some very good signings in terms of domestic players. But you have to look at the record over the last 7-8 years of producing homegrown talent, homegrown ability, absolutely as good as anyone. And it does get overshadowed because everyone thinks, they're made of money, they can sign who they want, but they've developed a lot of very good players.
Shaw in bowls. Carter hammers that one away to mid-wicket for 4 runs. Too short by Josh Shaw and belted away by Ollie Carter through mid-wicket for a boundary. He goes to 11. 3:37 for 4. And what's the secret of that, Paul? How are they able to bring these youngsters through? Is that about relationship with schools or scouting or facilities?
Yeah, look, I think theirs is a combination of that they've got some very good public schools within the Surrey area, but they've also got some fantastic relationships with state schools as well. The George Abbott School in Guildford, which I think you'll probably know reasonably well.
Yeah.
You know, that's been a long-standing relationship that they've had as a Surrey Cricket Centre at a comprehensive school. So it's not just about, you know, the best public schools.
In comes Shaw Bowles, and Carter glides that one down towards fine leg and picks up a single. He goes to 12, 338 for 4.
But their academy programme, their pathway programme of developing, you know, the best young talent that they can find is absolutely exceptional. And that's something that, you know, all of us, I think every county club, we have a responsibility to make sure that we're not missing players. And for too long, you know, in the game, you know, there's been a lot, the game has been under the microscope a lot for lots of reasons in the last couple of years. And, you know, where does the talent come from? Are there options? Are there routes for the best young players, regardless of the school or, you know, where you're from? Are there options to get into county cricket? And yes, there are. There's a lot of very good options, and it's great when players do come through from different ways.
Shaw in again, Bowles. Let go outside the off stump by Coles. There is no run. End of the over. 338 for 4. Coles 85. Carter is on 12.
One of my, I think over the last 4 years being up at Warwickshire, one of my best days was a young lad. In fact, the game was against Sussex, Warwickshire-Sussex in a 50-over game. A young lad from inner city Birmingham coming through a state school and to a college in central Birmingham, and opening the batting in the first team at the age of 16. Now that shows that equally we had another lad at the other end who'd come through the public school system, and the two of them walked out to bat together in a 50-over game. Now for me, that shows how far the game has come, because, you know, when I started playing back in 1986, there was a strong thing about, you know, if you didn't go to public school, it was tough to break into county cricket. Now I went to a state school in Canterbury. I'm from a council house background, so, you know, I was maybe not the norm in terms of young players getting to county cricket, and you know, we're still seeing that we need to do more, and I think clubs are doing a lot more. So, you know, in terms of Surrey, they do an awful lot of good work in and around South London. There's a lot of players. Also, the other thing that happens, which blurs the numbers a bit, is you get a lot of players who up to the age of 15, 16 are at comprehensive schools, and then public schools offer them scholarships to do their A-levels and play cricket, which is, you know, that's a great opportunity through the game of cricket.
Zafar Gohar is into the attack, bowling his left arm spin here from the C end of the ground, bowling to Ollie Carter, plays that into the offside, no run. You're listening to Paul Parr. Get my words out. What's the matter with me?
Is he coming as well? That
I don't know, but Paul Farbrace is here. Here on BBC Radio, Sussex, Bristol and Gloucester, also on the live stream. We don't get much chance to chat in between deliveries from Zafar because he gets through his overs very quickly, bowls to Carter, and Carter is back and plays a lovely shot. It just eases that through the covers for 4 runs. That was a nice shot, and Carter goes to 16, 342 for 4. Sussex adds 7 to that. The lead is 349. Without giving state secrets away, what's the Sussex tactic here, Paul, for the rest of the day, assuming for the rest of this match we're going to get decent weather?
Well, I think the plan will be to bat normally for at least another hour after the lunch interval and then see where we're placed.
Zafar in bowls. Carter is beaten outside the off stump, nicely taken by Bracey, who whips off the off bail, and there is no run. Because there have been some good run chases here. Was that slightly in the back of Tom Alsop's mind?
Well, there's been too many good run chases. We've had 3 outstanding 4-day games here, 2 that went into the last over with all results possible.
Zafar in again, bowls, and Carter defends out into the offside, and there is no run. And suddenly on the first morning, we were sitting here 118 for 8 or whatever, Sussex Worth, saying, well, this looks like a 3-dayer.
Yeah, it was never going to be, was it? It was never going to be. So it's far too good a picture, that.
Plenty of messages coming in for your questions for you, Paul. Some of them were quite direct, so
no surprise.
We'll ask some of those. If you want to send a message or a question for Paul, and we will be fair in the questions, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, but I will quickly scan and make sure there's nothing unreasonable. In comes Zafar, bowls, and Carter is back, and that's the second boundary of the over. It's a good shot, too loose really from Zafar, and Carter back and just hammer that away through backward point for a second boundary of the over. He goes goes to 20. Sussex 3. I can't see those numbers on that scoreboard, Paul. Is that 346 for 4?
346 for 4, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I need to get my eyes tested. The scoreboard's being changed, so that's good news. Joe Jeffries has been in touch, Paul. He says 2 questions for Paul. Does Paul accept that his interest in the Kent job had an unsettling effect on the team? If you're a young group of players with a fragile confidence, hearing your head coach is considering jumping ship, he's put halfway through the season, can only be damaging.
Look, it was, there was press speculation about me going to Kent. Look, Kent's my home. I live in Kent. I live 6 miles from the ground at Canterbury, and I'm a Kent supporter through and through, but I was never going back to Kent at any stage, so no, it didn't really have an effect.
Income Bowls. Apologies, you've got a presenter in your ear now, Paul, so I've got to give an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a couple of moments' time, and we can relay the news. We'll just have the weather, then it'll be me, and then we can chatter away again. We're going to hear the weather, and the good news is I think it's going to be dry over the next couple of days. Ollie Carter is on 20, James Cole's on 86, 347 for 4 are Sussex. Josh Shaw in his 19th over as well, very nicely, 3 for 51. And he's waiting at the end of his run. There are 2 slips and a gully, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep backward square, and a fine leg. As in comes Josh Shaw.
Adrian Harms has the latest.
Yes, and a good day for Sussex, who are building a sizable lead here. And there's another boundary to Ollie Carter, hammering the ball away down to third man. He goes to 24. James Coles is on 86. Sussex 351 for 4 here. That's a lead of 358. Just the 1 wicket to go down today, and that was Tom Alsop, the skipper in this game for Sussex. Tom Alsop was out for 79. So Sussex in a good position. But the story of the day, really, Sarah, is down at Southampton, where Surrey have won back-to-back county championships today. They're still playing against Hampshire, but the reason they've won the championship is because Essex have been bowled out at Northampton. So congratulations to everybody at Surrey. They've won the county championship. They've retained their title here at Hove. Sussex hopefully going through for their 3rd county championship win of the season. In comes Shaw, bowls, and Carter plays into the offside, and there is no run. Sorry, Paul, we were talking about Kent.
Yeah, no, look, it was almost inevitable that when Paul Downton announced he was leaving, that my name would be linked, which is nice, but there'll be a few Kent members that probably wouldn't have been that happy if I had gone back, because I had 2 years there as the head coach, and it wasn't a fantastic 2 years. I've worked at Kent as a player, as academy director and second team coach, and as head coach 3 times, and it wasn't right to go back. But look, everyone at Sussex knew what was going on.
Shaw in bowl, Carter beaten outside the off stump, no run.
There were no secrets. I was very open and honest with the club and said that my name would get linked, and it did. It was never really something that was going to distract from what we're trying to do here. I'm absolutely committed to doing the best I can for Sussex. That's why I came here, because I think this is a fantastic project. It's a great opportunity. It was going to be a tough job, and I've learned over the course of the summer that perhaps it's a little bit tougher than I thought it was going to be. But I don't think it distracted from the players. There might be 1 or 2 who were hoping I would go, but
I'm sure
I don't think it distracted in any way, shape, or form. I mean, it's our season has been an interesting one. That we started off brilliantly in the Championship, win the first game. We had games that Gloucester away, Leicester away, Worcester away that we could have won, and the rain didn't help us. We probably would have won 2 out of those 3, and then we had 2 games against Yorkshire that the rain saved us from losing, that we probably would have lost both the Yorkshire games. So the weather didn't help, but at the same time we've gone into a lot of games on day 4 in a great position to win games of cricket, which is what we set out to do at the start of the season.
Shaw racing in the bowls. Carter is almost caught and bowled. He was looking to play that away on the leg side. He got a leading edge, and the ball ballooned over the head of Josh Shaw. It went away for a fortunate single. Carter survives. He's on 25, 352 for 4. Cole's on 86. Lunch will will be in about 5 minutes' time. So and thank you for answering that question, Paul. Joe goes on to say, on-field discipline has been a problem all season. It ultimately cost us any lingering hope of promotion. Does Paul accept that the head coach is responsible for setting the emotional tone on the pitch? And if so, in addition to the suspension of Bajara, Haynes and Carson, does he recognise that he too must take responsibility for the lack of on-field discipline?
100% I do. Everything that happens in terms of the first team, I take full responsibility for. So, I think that there's been a bit of an undertone in our team all season about perhaps being a little bit petulant, perhaps not treating the umpires with respect that we could have done. But absolutely, it's my responsibility, and I don't shy away from that. And that's why we took the action that we took last week. And it also means that we have to keep working hard on that.
This is going to be the last over before lunch as Zaffa comes in, bowls, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Thank you for that, Paul. And thank you, Joe, for your question. More questions to come, and we will be chatting away through the lunch interval as well. I think there's a presentation being made at lunchtime as well.
There is.
That's all a bit of a surprise, but we're all in the surprise. In comes Zaffa Bowles, played into the offside, and there is no run. The clock says 12:38, and the way Zaffa gets through his overs, it's not inconceivable we might get another one. In fact, I don't think we are now, because I think Graham Van Buren has just realised. I think he's come up to Zaffa and said, just slow down a little bit.
I think he fancies getting off a bit of lunch.
I think he
Graham. I think he's decided that he's been out there long enough, and this is a very good use of a senior player and captain just slowing the process down, isn't it?
12:39, the clock has ticked over to. I think that was a timely intervention. We won't get another over, as in comes Zaffa Bowles and defended by Carter straight back down the track, and there is no run. Zaffa wanders back to his mark. 2 slips in place for Ollie Carter. 3 overs to go until the break. 104 overs we're going to get. Whether we'll get them all in today, who knows, but Carter plays the next ball out into the covers, and it is another dot ball. 352 for 4, so the Sussex lead is 359. James Cole's on 86, within sight of what will be his 3rd century of the season. All of those coming here at Hove. In comes Zaffa Bowles, and Carter is forward, played out into the offside, and there is no run. So 1 ball to go until the lunch break. Zaffa wanders back towards his mark, and then we'll ask some more questions to the Sussex head coach, Paul Farbrace. And as I say, this isn't exclusively a Sussex chat. It's not meant to be. In comes Zaffa Bowles, Carter forward, plays out into the offside. There is no run, and that is lunch. Ian says, hi Adrian and Paul. Firstly, would like to thank Paul for his honesty and realistic approach throughout the season. It's obviously very early, but can you tell us which overseas players are under consideration for next year? And he says, thanks very much to the club for the excellent live stream throughout the season. I guess the answer to that is no, but you have already...
I'll be very honest with that. We're looking for... We're looking for a batter and a bowler for Championship cricket, and ideally we want players who can play both forms of the game and not just one form of the game. That'd be our absolute ideal. And the one thing that is very obvious is that we need strong leadership on the field. We need a strong captain. Ideally, we would have one captain for all formats, and it may well be that one of the overseas players will be that all format captain across the board, and that's something we're definitely looking at, because as identified earlier with the previous question about behaviour on the field, we feel that we lack that good, strong senior captain, and that's not taking away from Tom Haynes or Tom Alsop, who have captained, Cheteshwar Pujara, who's captained. Obviously, we had Ravi Bopara captaining in the T20, but so we've had 4 captains across the season, and we feel that we probably need to have one good, strong leader who brings the playing side together, and that's something that we're talking a lot about. But then it's a case of finding the right person who will be available to fulfil that role. But we've been very fortunate this year that all of our overseas players, I think, have not only have been outstanding in terms of their on-field contribution, but equally they've been outstanding as people as well. And that was why we signed Steve Smith, because we wanted to gain and use his experience to help our young dressing room. And with Pujara the same, Nadev, who we've just had here as well, Unad the Cat. We've had some outstanding people around our team.
I'll just break off for a moment because there's a presentation being made out on the ground. The ground staff with their green and yellow buckets and brooms and brushes are out in the middle, but a presentation being made by the chairman, John Philby, which I think is his award, which is to the ground staff, Paul.
It is, yeah. It's the chairman's award. It's been made to Ben Gibson and the grounds team for the work that they do. And look, it's very well deserved. It's fantastic that they're receiving it. They knew nothing about it. They're a very unassuming, and excuse the pun, but down-to-earth group of people who do nothing but work exceptionally hard for Sussex cricket. We're really fortunate. I've worked with a lot of grounds teams, and these guys, they work a lot. The last 2 Sundays, there's been club finals here, youth finals, then senior finals, with the lights on, finishing at 10 o'clock the last 2 Sundays, been in at 8 o'clock in the morning. Every morning they're here at 7 o'clock, and they're here till late at night, and they do work incredibly hard. They produce fantastic pitches for us. They have a lot of games on the square. We have outstanding nets, and we've seen some brilliant games of cricket here this year based on the fact that the pitches are absolutely outstanding. So, whatever John Philby's saying at the moment will be very positive, and is absolutely endorsing the great work. The ironic thing that's going on, I don't know whether you can see, Adrian, but the ground staff are all stood around John Philby listening to him chat. So they're about 20 yards from the pitch. On the pitch, former captain, former international test umpire Ian Gould is sweeping up the ends and helping out. Now Gunnar Gould is on our board. He's on our cricket committee. He's been a great help to me over the course of these last 6 or 7 months, but he also liaises a lot with the grounds team, and he's a direct link with them as well, and does a great job supporting and helping them and using all his experience. But look, this is a thoroughly well-deserved award, and it's absolutely brilliant to see all of the players and coaching team out there as well, watching and recognising that this is a really thoroughly and well-deserved award.
Are you all right being here, Paul? Did you want to go out? Or
no, I will make sure that I go and see Ben on my way back. But I tell him and his team on a daily basis what a great job they do. This is a fantastic reward for all of them, and it's lovely to see.
It is, and he's getting a good round of applause from those at home. And as Paul says, the players out here as well. One thing I always notice, Paul, as I make my way over to, I think all the players, I think they're all getting a bottle of bubbly or something, so that'll be welcome for all the ground staff. When I walk across the outfield here, Paul, to do the interviews, I have to say, I think the outfield here is probably amongst the best in the country, if not the best.
I say this everywhere we go, and no disrespect to one or two of the other grounds who have had 1 or 2 issues with their outfields, but we are exceptionally fortunate. This would be, I reckon, in the top 2 or 3 outfields in county cricket, including the test grounds. It really is an outstanding outfield. They look after it brilliantly, and the great example of that, Adrian, was the women's international we had here, England versus Sri Lanka, and it rained all the previous night. It rained 3/4 of the day, and at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with the game due to start at 6 o'clock, the outfield was underwater, and all of the inspections that were taking place, there was water going over people's feet, and it was only the fact that the outfield is in such good nick and looked after so well that the game actually then took place, and it did. I think we played a 17 over game. I was here watching it, as quite a few other members of staff were as well, and it was only because the outfield was in such good nick that the 2 women's teams were able to play the game they played.
Ian Gould is getting shakes of hands there with Steve Finn amongst others. So a few more questions for you, Paul. You're okay for time?
Yeah, no problem at all.
Okay, Ian has been in touch. He says, I'm looking forward to seeing Paul at the Cricket Society in Edinburgh. I met him at Hove 2 weeks ago. What a nice man. He says,
very kind of him. Thanks for text in the post. Thank you, Ian.
A question is, a seasoned batsman coming in? ? We need one as the young talent is here. Thank you, says Ian. So I think what he's saying here, and I think Paul has kind of answered that, Ian, in terms of who you're looking to bring in. The chair, John Philby, was here earlier on chatting away, and I don't know if I sort of poked the wasp's nest a little bit. I might have done. And I said to Paul, was this a change in direction for Sussex? Because they've gone very much down the youth route. You've identified that you want to bring in your own words, some gnarled old pros. And I suggested that was a change in direction, and John was absolutely adamant it wasn't a change in direction. And so I just wonder what it just feels to me as if you've recognised the need for something something. And I'm not saying they're not going away from the youth policy, but it is a shift, isn't it?
Look, we however you address it, word it, the bottom line is we have got some very talented youngsters, and we very clearly need some experienced, solid people and cricketers on the field to help the players. And coaches can do so much. You know, coaching, you are facilitating players' improvement. Players learn from players, and there's nothing better than, you know, Tom Haynes or Tom Clark batting with Cheteshwar Pujara in the middle. They bat for 2 hours with them. They learn more in that 2 hours than they learn at any other time in a net situation, no matter how good your coaches are. And the best teams have the best young players surrounded by the best senior players. And what's happened here over the last 3 or 4 years is a lot of senior players have left the club, and I benefited at Warwickshire from, you know, signing Danny Briggs, who came and helped us win the county championship. Without him, we wouldn't have won the championship. So, you know, a lot of clubs, you know, you look at Salty, Wells, you know, there were so many players that have left the club over the last few years, and yes, you know, the club has invested in youth, and they've had a lot of good young players playing here. But what we haven't got is quality senior players who can help those best youngsters be the best they can be. And what we need to do, and it's all very well having, you know, a lot of young players, and I've said to you, Adrian, quite a few times this year, we have a squad of 21. We're picking from 14, really. We've got a lot of good young players in our second team who they could come into our team, but they're not going to enhance our team. They're not going to make us better, and they're going to keep us at the same level because they're young players. And we've got a lot of young players here who have played in the first team through necessity because that they need to play. You need to put a team out. That doesn't mean to say that necessarily they'd earned the right to play, and that's something we've got to make sure we address that. We don't want players playing thinking that they just got a right to play because they're on the staff. What we need is to identify who are our best, very best youngsters, and then we put them in their positions, and then we fill the gaps around the very best youngsters with some really good senior players. And I think, you know, we probably need to bring in 4 or 5 senior players who then we put our best youngsters around. You know, James Coles is a great example. You know, James Coles, I didn't know a great deal about Colesy when I came to the club, and I watched him in the pre-season, the indoor in the marquee, and he looked okay. We played a game here at Hove against Kent second team, and I watched all 3 days of the game. I watched a lot of second team cricket in the first 2 months of the season, and I watched Colesy play, and he got 100, and he played absolutely brilliantly. And I left here that night thinking, right, we've got to get that bloke in the team. 2 games in to the season, we went to, where did we go? Worcester, and we left Tom Clark out, and we put Coles in, and Coles hasn't gone out the side since, you know, because he showed that he is a high quality player. And so what you're looking to do is identify your best youngsters, you put them in the spots that you think they should be in at this time, not to say they're not going to finish up there later in their career, and then you put senior players around them. And that's what we've got to do now, is make sure that we recruit really well this winter, and it'll probably take us 2 winters of good recruitment, get some really good senior players, men, around some of these young lads, and then I think the team will grow very quickly from that point onwards. So whether it's a change of direction, what I would say is I've inherited a group of very talented young people. I think we've got some who really want to be the best they can be. I think we've got some who don't know how good they can be, and I think we've got some who perhaps feel that they've done all right because they're playing first class cricket, but their numbers don't suggest that they've done all right. So they've got a bit of learning to do, and they've got a bit of working out to do, but it will be very obvious very quickly next season, if we do manage to recruit the players we want, the ones that we're backing and the ones that perhaps have got to work a bit harder.
Let's talk about that recruitment, Paul. Brendan's been in touch. He said, I've been looking at the 11 out in this game, and I wondered if you agreed with me that along with 2 overseas players, Wright and Lamb, we'd still need 2 more players. Well, you said 5, Paul. He says, any interest in Nick Brown, Samit Patel, Kieran Carlson maybe? So there's a few names for you. Brendan goes on to say, thank you for your honesty in your interviews this season and for taking the time to answer emails today. It will make my day. He's painting a flat, I think is what he's saying at the minute, presumably listening to us. But
That's Brendan, isn't it? Now,
yeah.
look, Brendan's obviously a shrewd bloke, because some of those names he's talked about, I have chatted to them, and I don't mind, I don't mind sharing that, because Brendan's absolutely right. They are the sorts of people that we need to be looking at and should be looking at, because they're quality people, they're quality players, and they would definitely enhance our team. Interestingly, you mentioned Chris Wright there. Chris Wright isn't coming, sadly.
Wow.
So Chris Wright had signed a contract with us, but his family situation has changed, and he's not going to be able to fulfil the contract. Now, that's a shame, because even though he's 38, he's an unbelievably experienced cricketer. He's a fantastic person, and he does exceptionally well in county cricket, and he would have been a great signing for us and our dressing room, but it's not to be. And sometimes, if your family situation changes, they live in Leicester, or they live in the Midlands, and he plays for Leicester. So, it's a great shame that he's not going to be able to join us, because all the qualities and all of his experience and his skill that he'd have brought would have been fantastic. So, we are back in the market to find ourselves another experienced bowler, hopefully to replace Wrighty.
That's very much breaking news, Paul. And I can tell you, clearly disappointed. I mean, clearly personal situations, etc. aside, that was something you got nailed in a couple of months ago.
Yeah, we did. And I know that we beat quite a few counties to his signature, because as we were going around the country playing games, a few coaches saying to me, "Crikey, you did well getting Wrighty." And look, I've known Wrighty for a long time, and he was one that I identified very quickly, and I worked hard to persuade him to come to Sussex. But look, it's not going to work out for him and his family, and that's sometimes that's life. That's the way it works out. It's a shame, but look, he and I have had some very good, honest conversations, and it is where it is. Yeah, we haven't announced it, and it was one of those that we didn't really feel we needed to make a grand announcement. It was something that, as I say, the situation has changed for him and his family, and I fully respect that. I respect him as a person, as a cricketer, and I hope that he is able to carry on playing for another couple of years, and he's not lost to the county game, because he's an exceptional person and a fantastic cricketer.
A question here from Gary. He says, "Firstly, I'd like to thank Paul for his honesty and transparency throughout the season. In over 40 years of supporting Sussex, I can say that no other coach has come close to this approach. Paul kindly answered my question yesterday in the members' forum about the plans for bringing in an experienced captain from overseas, which he could have easily fudged." He goes on to say, "My question is whether he thinks that the effects of Bazball have had an impact on the way some of our batsmen have approached this season. I note the Northants coach said recently that he believed this to be the case."
Yeah, look, it's a really interesting question, that, and I read the article that John Sadler had obviously been interviewed about Bazball. Durham would say, and Durham have been the best team in our division, Durham would say that Bazball style has helped them to dominate. Now, in Ryan Campbell, their coach, that's how he played the game. When he played for WA, and Ryan played a very positive, aggressive way. Trevor Bayliss, it's interesting, because I chat to Trevor Bayliss still a lot, and Trevor Bayliss gets frustrated by Bazball, because when he was England Test coach and talked about he wanted England to play positive cricket and two of the top three batters to be positive, aggressive batters, a lot of people said, that's the wrong way to play. And he's saying what Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes are doing is only what he talked about doing from 2015 when he became the coach. Positive, a lot of Australian cricket teams are set up to play positive, aggressive cricket, and Brendan McCullum was a fantastic appointment by Rob Key, it really was. Ben Stokes, I had the responsibility for the England team for a short period in 2015 before Trevor came, and I moved Ben to number 6, and everyone said at the time, and he got 190 in the same game against New Zealand at Lords. Everyone said, why did you do that? And I said, well, it's pretty obvious, the more responsibility you give Ben Stokes, the better he plays. And when Trevor Bayliss was asked in 2017 in Bangladesh, apart from Joe Root, who else could captain England, he said Ben Stokes, and the entire English press corps all burst out laughing, and he said, I'm absolutely serious, and he's been proved right. And Stokesy and Brendan McCullum have done a fantastic job for the England Test team. I absolutely love watching England play Test cricket at the moment. It's been brilliant to watch, and it's really easy to talk about playing without fear, and It's very different to actually doing it, because I don't care what anybody says, you're under massive scrutiny playing international cricket. And international cricket is about winning. It's not about development, it's about winning. And England, the way they played and won, and to win in Pakistan last year was absolutely fantastic. And the way they played, and the Ashes this summer was enthralling. It was sensational. I mean, I'm a proper cricket lover. I love the game of cricket. And to watch England play in that way and to be competing the way they did, I got so frustrated at Lords, though, when they threw wickets away when Lyon had gone off, and I'm shouting at my TV, but that's how they play. And look, at the end of it, it was an unbelievable series. So in terms of county cricket, we're all really clear. There's never been a better time to be a county cricketer in terms of England test match or one-day selection. If you want to play for England, you have to play the way that they're playing. And so as county teams, it's all very well us. We could say, look, we're going to play baseball. We're going to play this exciting, fast-forward game. The attitude to it is one thing, but you've also got to have the confidence as players to be out and go and play it. Now, Northants are saying that it's messed up their season because a few of their players that want to play have got caught up and they haven't quite known how to play. Durham would tell you that Alex Lees, Ollie Robinson, their keeper batter they signed from Kent last year, Beddingham, Graham Clark, they've all gone out and played that very positive, natural, aggressive way, and it's worked for them, and they've been brilliant. They've dominated the division. Apart from losing to us first game of the season, they've been the best team in the division, and they've played brilliant cricket. They thoroughly deserve to go up. Worcestershire, I think Worcestershire are the second best team, and they've played good, positive attacking cricket, and they deserve to go up as well. And so the best two teams have got that. It's a bit like the Surrey question earlier. Surrey are the best team. Over the course of the season, the best teams finish at the top, and the worst teams finish at the bottom. That's the nature of the game. Look, we haven't really talked about baseball or being really aggressive in the way we play. Ali Orr naturally plays a pretty aggressive way. Tom Haynes naturally plays a very positive way. Tom Alsop, when he gets in, plays positive. James Coles plays very positively. So I haven't needed to talk to people about baseball or the way they play. I come from I love to play positive, aggressive cricket. I was involved in the white ball stuff with England, the shift from 2015 through to 2019, and for me it was just common sense. We can't keep playing the way we've been playing 50 over cricket. We've got to change the way we play. Now, I would like to think that if we can get some good senior players in around some of our best youngsters who play that way, then we could kick our game on and develop our game. Because if you want to play for England, and Tom Haynes is an example of someone who's been on the Lions tour last winter. If you want to play for England, he's got to play that way. There's no grey area. There's never been a clearer message sent out from Rob Key, Brendan McCullum and Matthew Mott about how you get picked to play for England. The white ball team, you've got to be a fantastic player to get in there. And in test match cricket, you've got to play a positive, aggressive way. And if you can, there's spaces available. And they've shown that they'll pick players from any team. You haven't got to be in the first division. You can be picked from the second division. But there's no grey area about selection.
Thank you for your answer to that. Thank you for your question, Gary. A couple of earlier questions I had today. I was asked a question, and I'll find it in a moment, a question about Steve Finn and your coaching staff for next year. A few people have noticed that Steve has been around the squad. Is it likely that Steve is going to come in? Does that mean some might be leaving or moving on? Or what's your setup going to be for next season?
Our coaching squad is, in terms of James Kirtley is our bowling coach, Grant Flowers batting coach, Ash Wright started the season as the second team coach and has finished it as assistant coach, and Sarah Taylor, who is fielding and wicket-keeping coach. And we're an evolving group. That group will be the same group for next season. There's no question. So that group is an excellent group of people. There's a lot of experience in there, and a bit like I've had to do with the players and learn about the players. I've also had to learn about the coaches as well. Sarah and I worked together 2 years ago at T10. She was with me with Team Abu Dhabi. Grant and I worked together last year with Team Abu Dhabi in the T10. James and I had never worked together. Ash and I had never worked together. So, I came into the coaching and the support staff setup with lots of, great new ideas and, lots of meetings and whatever. And, that they were also, as well as the players were sussing me out, they were sussing me out as well. And, I'm a very passionate, heart on my sleeve sort of person. And, as I said earlier about, jokingly about one or two of the players, well, partly jokingly, I might have been serious about one or two players would have been glad to see the back of me. But, my job this year was to ruffle a few feathers. And, I think it's been a bit comfortable and a bit safe. And I think my job was to come in and ruffle some feathers, poke a few ribs, get some reactions and see how people reacted to me. And that's what I've done, and there will be one or two that will be a bit, annoyed at the way that I do things. There might be one or two that I've, ruffled their comfort zone. And, that's something that, as both players and coaches, that we've had to get to know one another. And you do get to know one. You spend a lot of time together across the course of the summer. But Stephen Finn, the reason that he's been involved over the last few weeks on a coaching capacity is he's got so much to offer. He's quite unusual, and I have to be careful I don't upset too many fast bowlers out there, but he's an intelligent, articulate fast bowler. You don't meet many of them. And so his workings with our young players has been really important. And all he's doing is supporting the work that James Kirtley's doing, and he's complementing that work. And having someone of Finney's experience around, because we don't have too many senior players, because he's not been able to get on the field, which is a great shame, he's actually been able to help us off the field, and he's done that, and he's been a great help and support to all of us. Now, depending on what Finney decides to do. I mean, he's obviously got a long and hopefully successful media career in front of him. But I'd like to think that, we could tap into him from time to time and use his experience around our team. And not just with our bowlers, but he's just a good bloke to have around your dressing room. He's a good, solid person to have involved in the club.
A few things that made a few people's ears prick up, Paul. An interview that we did a couple of weeks ago, you spoke about players' fitness. I was speaking to someone around the ground yesterday. They said, Crumble, what does Farbrace mean, fitness? These lads are all 19, 20, 21. They should be as fit as fiddles. So why aren't they? And clearly you're doing something about it. But I think that was a concern to some people, that some of the players, in your words, weren't fit.
They're not. And there were 8 or 9 players at the start of the year. One of their pre-season tests was that they have to run 2Ks in under 8 minutes. It's an ECB set standard. And again, in terms of selection to play for England, England Lions, basically England Young Lions, under 19s, Lions and senior team, in terms of the Young Lions and the Lions, you have to meet certain fitness criteria to get selected. And we had 8 players who didn't hit the time in the 2K. Now, wow. That's quite a lot in a squad of 21, 22 players. That's quite a lot. So our general levels of fitness were not where they needed to be. Some of that is that because we've got so many young players, learning to be a professional cricketer, it's all very well being a fantastic young schoolboy cricketer coming through and, you score your runs, you take your wickets. But actually, one of the things that you need to be able to do to play professional cricket at the highest level and be successful is you need to be as fit as you possibly can, because it affects concentration, it affects your fielding standards, and I think we're a pretty average fielding team. In T20 cricket, it wasn't until Brad Curry came in, Harrison Ward came into the side, that we actually started to look like a half-decent fielding team in T20 cricket. So, the standards of fitness are, and this isn't by any means a dig at our fitness coaches, because we've got a very good group of staff. What it is a dig at is some of our young players who perhaps, as I said, have had first team cricket, they've been professional cricketers, and they don't quite know how to be professional cricketers. It takes time. There's a learning to that, and James Coles is a really good example. James Coles, as I said, has come into the team. He has played far more first team cricket than he thought he would play at the start of the year. He started the team in the second team. He's now on the verge of his 3rd first class 100. He's played pretty much every game. He's had a couple of breaks where we've looked after him. Certainly during the T20, we took him out of the side, just to give him a bit of a break. It's a big ask, because as a young player, every fielding drill in the morning, every team meeting, every day in the field, it's exhausting, it's draining, and it's tiring. And what it's shown some of them is that they can be better with their fitness, they can improve their fitness. And fitness is, for me, fitness and commitment to your team, they're a given. You don't get pats on the back for being fit, you don't get pats on the back for being committed to your team and diving. And because we've highlighted and talked about it, there was an incident yesterday when we were fielding, 4 of our players chased the ball. We're sitting down here at the south end of the ground, the bottom end of the ground. 4 of our players chased the ball to the right of the scorebox to stop the ball going over the line. Now, at the start of the season, there would have been one, but there were 4 yesterday. And you will have noticed also more players doing laps that aren't in the squad. You know, the intensity has gone up. And that's all you can try and do, is to keep raising standards. And, you know, the techniques you want to improve. You want to improve people's tactical awareness. You want to improve people's fitness. You know, the game just isn't about batting and bowling. It's much more than that. And you look at, you know, technical, tactical, physical, lifestyle, mental. We have a fantastic performance psychologist, Rebecca Levitt, who joined us about 2 months into the time that I was here. She was someone that I spent a lot of time researching and finding, and someone that the Brighton and Hove Albion football fans would know in Dan Ashworth. When he was director of football here, he worked with me at Warwickshire on our cricket committee, and he recommended Rebecca to me. He was someone that he'd employed before. He'd employed her at the FA, and she'd worked with England under-21 side with Adrian Boothroyd when he was the manager and coach. And we've got Rebecca in, and she works brilliantly with our young players, because again, the mental side of the game is a huge challenge. You know, this is a hugely mental game. So look, you know, I'm not being critical of the fitness. I'm saying it's an area that we've got to keep improving. And if we really want to be the best team we can be, it's not just about batting and bowling. It's about fielding. It's about fitness. It's about the mental aspect. And that's something that's coming into the game more and more.
A question, and all of this might depend, Paul, on who you bring in, and you've spoken about a captain who might be an overseas. A few people have asked about Cheteshwar Pujara, the likelihood of his coming back. I guess that might depend on who you bring in, Paul.
Yeah, look, Cheteshwar is an outstanding man. That's the first thing. He's an absolutely outstanding man. I tried to sign him 3 years ago at Warwickshire, and we did sign him, and we signed him for the first 10 games of the season, and then for the first time in 7 years he got picked to go to the IPL, and so he couldn't come and play in the first championship games for us at Warwickshire. So to end up here with him at Sussex has been fantastic. He is one of the greatest people you will ever come across. He's an unbelievable professional, and obviously a sensational run scorer. And I'll give you an example. Early in the season, we have this thing, Championship cricket, breakfast on 8:30 in the morning, nets available from 9:15, team time is 10:15, and then the game starts at 11, Championship cricket. And so the deal is, as long as you're here by 10:15 for team time, what you do in the morning is entirely up to you. If you want breakfast, there's breakfast available. If you want to have your breakfast at home and come in at 9 o'clock, that's entirely up to you. And most of our players are in by 8:15 having a bit of breakfast. Some have been in the gym, then breakfast, or whatever it might be, but they're in for breakfast, and then the nets are available. Grant's always in the nets throwing balls, Ash Wright, Sarah, James, me, whoever, and then we crack on with team time at 10:15. Pudge many mornings will message me and say, is it okay if I come at 8:45 this morning? Now there's a bloke who's played 100 test matches. He's unbelievably respectful. It is absolutely brilliant around the team and the setup, and he's a fantastic player. So, you know, in terms of whether he comes back next year or not, that's something we need to work out. But, you know, he's a great man, and, as I say, fantastic player. So why wouldn't you want him in your team?
Jofra Archer and Ollie Robinson. We know Jofra has signed an extension to his contract. You said last week, Paul, that Ollie is hopefully on the verge of signing extensions as well. I guess a lot of members say, well, that's all well and good, but we never see him playing for Sussex. They are England's players after all. However, looking at a couple of questions actually. Looking at the test schedule for next year, there's no test match cricket from India in March until I think they play the West Indies in July. So there's a lot of cricket there, Paul. So early season, fitness permitting, and England permitting, can you nudge and say, actually, we kind of quite like Ollie, and I mean Jofra fitness is a whole other issue, but can you sort of say, actually, we'd like these guys to play?
Look, we have good conversations with Rob Key and the England medical team. I mean, we have regular conversations with them, and, you know, I said to you earlier, Rob Key told me in July that Oliver would be available for the last 2 championship games of the season. Unfortunately, he got injured in the gym 3 weeks ago, and unfortunately he's not been available. So, you know, that they saw August as a really good opportunity to get a really good month of fitness work into him. Then the plan was the end of August, start bowling, and then be ready for the last 2 championship games. So it didn't work out that way. But look, England are the central contract system has been the best thing that's happened to the England Test team, because they have far more control. They can actually look after their players better, and they can manage the overs that they bowl. There'll be a lot of people that would say, well, and I was chatting to a guy yesterday who was saying, Fred Truman told me the best way to get fit was to bowl overs, and Fred Truman bowled 400 overs a year. Well, that times have changed, and there's a lot of people that work hard to make sure that the England players are at the peak of their fitness, they can play for longer, and we have to be respectful that the ECB pay Oliver and Jofra's salaries, and when they're available they try and make them available to come and play for us. So it's been unfortunate that we've not had Oliver play, and obviously Jofra's had his challenges, but it's great to see him. He's been back bowling and practicing, and again, he's a great man to have around our setup. So let's hope that we do have some availability early part of next season.
There's been a bit of doom and gloom around. Sussex have won a couple of championship matches. It's better than they've done the last couple of seasons. They might even win 3 if they win this game. And there's some coaches and some high-profile coaches who haven't won a game in the second division. I'm talking about Mickey Arthur up at Derbyshire, Dale Benkinson, who's in charge of Gloucester at the moment. This is a tough division, Division 2, isn't it, Paul? I mean, it's tough to get into Division 1, but this is a tough division to get out of, and it will be next year as well, when you've got Northamptonshire coming down, and it looks like probably Middlesex as well.
Yeah, look, whoever's in this division, there's always going to be good teams, and look, I think this year Durham, have been the runaway. They've been the main team, but then underneath that, I think there's been probably 3-4 teams who could quite easily go on up, and I think we have made progress. And I can't talk about what's gone before, because out of respect to the previous coaches, they were trying to win games. They weren't setting up not to win games. They were trying to win games, and it takes time. And with young players, it does take time. So look, what I would say is, and I said it earlier, we probably would have won 2 other games already. The Gloucester, Leicester, Worcester games, we probably would have won 2 out of those 3, maybe all 3, if the rain had not intervened and we lost a whole day. Equally, the Yorkshire games, we'd have lost probably both of them, if we're honest. So look, we might be, and we've had 12 points deducted. We've lost 5 because of overrate, 4 in the Yorkshire game, 1 in the Durham game. So actually, what was that, 17 points that we've lost. If we'd won a couple of other games, we'd be there or thereabouts. I mean, today and tomorrow would be very different in terms of the championship table, and we would have a chance of being promoted, which is what I talked about at the start of the year. Our goal was promotion. Our goal next season will be promotion, and that's something we've got to work hard to. If we'd have been promoted this year, would have been good enough to stay up next year? I think it would have been really tough, if I'm really honest. I think it'd been really tough, and it's not easy staying in that top division, and there's a lot of good teams in that. But I think county cricket gets a lot of stick, but I actually think there's a lot of good teams in this division, there's a lot of good players in this division, and there's been a lot of good pitches that we've played on that have made for good cricket. So, second division of the county championship, there's some very good teams and good players in it.
I think a general theme, the teams are coming out, Paul, I know we've got to let you go, but we had a lot of messages of people saying how frank and open and honest you've been, and people genuinely appreciate that. We heard Gary Knight saying in 40 years following Sussex, he hasn't known anyone as open as you. So, first of all, thank you for your interviews, and thank you for coming up today. Bob Pook here, over in Hastings, says, I consider that the championship season has far exceeded his expectations. So thank you very much for Bob, and he makes the point about the deducted points as well, that Sussex might have been up in the promotion rates had that not happened. The winter's coming. Yep. Sussex supporters probably need a note of cheer to go into the winter months. I guess there's going to be a fair amount of hard work going on down here. Some players going away, I guess. Ali Orr said in an interview last night he's off to Australia, yep. And so people are going a little bit far and wide.
Yeah, we've had our winter planned for quite some time. So, I think I said to you a couple of weeks ago, the players will be off after this weekend, and they'll basically, October will be their downtime. They'll start their fitness work sort of 3rd week of October, and it'll be a gentle build back up, and then 13th of November all the players and staff are back in. My plan is to work through October, have a couple of weeks off at the start of November, and then 13th of November we hit the ground running, and we're going to focus 13th of November to the 20th of December. Our focus will be on fitness and fielding. They're going to be our 2 big focuses, and then 8th of January we start back, and we'll do Mondays and Tuesdays Fridays will be red ball cricket, Thursdays and Fridays will be white ball cricket, and we've got a lot of work to do in both of those. That will take us through till about the 10th of March, and that will be our programme. And then we're hoping to go to Bangalore for 11, 12 days around the 11th of March, and then come back and we've already penciled in 2 pre-season games. We'll have Hampshire and Surrey here at Hove, and then we think that we're looking at about the 5th of April as the first county championship game. So, our winter's well planned. Each player has had a report that they've got, which covers all areas: technical, tactical, physical, mental, lifestyle, which will help them to, really work to a specific programme over the course of the winter. All of the coaches have contributed to that. So we're well ahead of our plans of where we need to be. And, look, it's a unique game, isn't it, county cricket, that you have 6 months of solid cricket and then you have 6 months of real opportunity to work hard. What we will do is we'll use the next few weeks with the coaches and the medical team to review our summer and really review it. Our analyst will be making sure, Luke will be making sure that everything is forensically down on a bit of paper for us to look at our stats, and it's not just on a gut feel, but we'll look at the stats, we'll compare our stats, we'll look at how other teams have done, what do we need to do, how many games we need to win, how many points we need, both in Championship cricket and T20 cricket, and obviously 50 overs as well. And then, as I say, the recruitment, we've been working hard on all summer. That will continue. That doesn't stop, and that's why October for me is quite an important month. And hopefully get in front of a few players, sell them the vision. It's not difficult selling people, come and live in Hove, come and play at this fantastic cricket ground, but you're trying to make sure you get the right people who have also got that same drive and passion to be the best they can be, and add to our exciting young players that we've got in our dressing room.
Just one other question, Paul, and I had not a terse exchange with the chairman, but it was an honest exchange of views. He was talking about the cricket committee, and I understand that Ian Gould is on that committee, that Chris Adams is on it, that Tony Cotty was, but is no more. If you come along with a player who you reckon, I think we need to sign that player, you go to that committee, and John was saying it's a committee decision, how that decision is made. I mean, there are committees, some people say you can't have a committee making that sort of decision. Is that, that...
What actually happens is the cricket committee, we've had 2 or 3 meetings since I've been here. We have a chair of the cricket committee. And I make sure that I keep them involved with everything that's thinking. I mean, the idea is they've entrusted with me the opportunity to be, the head coach, head of cricket, whatever it is. And I hope that they trust my experience and knowledge that, my job is to make sure that, I'm presented a strategy to them, which I have presented to them, and I'll get to review that in the next couple of weeks with the cricket committee and the board. But that they've got to trust in me that we will make sure we bring in the right people. So the coaching team and I will be the ones that will be chatting about who do we need, where do we need them. Then I'll crack on and get on with the recruitment, and then make sure that the cricket committee are up to date with what we're doing.
Paul Farbrace, thank you so much for coming and talking to us today. Really appreciate it. Thank you for talking throughout the season. It's been great to see you. I wish you well for the winter.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you very much indeed. Great chatting to you.
Wonderful stuff. Paul Farbrace, the Sussex head coach, who's going to make his way back over to the pavilion. The players are back out on the field. We're about to get underway. Sussex in a very strong position here. 352 for 4, 86 to James Coles, 25 to Ollie Carter. We're about to get underway. It looks like it's going to be Akhtar who's going to open the bowling from the far end. Ed Seaborn has been off the microphone far too much today. But I thank you very much, Gloucestershire supporters, first of all, for your patience while we spoke to the chair and then to Paul Farbrace. And we're very, very lucky here at Sussex that we get 2 high-profile people in the club prepared to answer some pretty honest questions, to be honest. So thank you very much, and thank you, Ed, for your patience.
No, not at all. I mean, goodness knows it's far more interesting to sit and listen to than what I would have been saying. So it's been really eye-opening, I think, in terms of... And I think it's always what's really nice is that when you do this and you cover one county and you get one quite focused perspective on how things are. Here's Akhtar bowling the first ball of the afternoon session, bowling to James Coles, who stands tall in defence. He's got 86, Carter has 25. But there's a danger that you kind of, blinkered isn't quite the right word, but it's just nice to to hear what's maybe similar going on at different clubs, or the differences, and realising actually in so many ways, I'm sure that Sussex and Gloucestershire are quite similar at the moment, as Actor leaps in, bowls and beats the bat of James Coles. Through it goes to James Bracey. In that, I think you would probably talk to Dale Benkenstein, and he would also be saying, recruitment is, if funds allow, which I think that's probably the key difference. It sounds as if Sussex do very much have the ability to go out and make the recruitments that they want from a coaching point of view. I'm not sure that that's the case from a Gloucestershire perspective. Actor bowls, it's worked into the onside for a single by Coles, who moves to 87, and Sussex's lead takes up to 360. But I think you look at the Gloucestershire squad and talking to senior figures around Gloucestershire, and for example, the overs and the experience that David Payne has been sorely missed on the field this season, and I'm sure they would dearly love to add an experienced seamer in particular. Actor is there now, bowls, Carter plays in defence back up the pitch. So those conversations, trying to recruit the players that you want in order to try and boost your team is I think the same with Sussex and with Gloucestershire, and similar frustrations over what might have been at various points in the season. I think is another tie-in as Actor bowls, clipped away and well stopped at mid-on. Josh Shaw diving away to his right and saves what would have been at least, I would think, well, I say at least 2, but could easily have been 3, could easily have been 4. Nicely timed by Ollie Carter. But I think, just getting the opportunity to sit and listen to their views on the county game, just as a lover of county cricket, as this is helped away, short ball from Actor, but not absolutely banged in, and it's been pulled towards the boundary, but well stopped by Joe Phillips, who's been on the field a lot, one of the substitute fielders. Single taken, Carter onto 26. I don't see Middleton out there at the moment, so fingers crossed. As you said earlier, if you missed that, very early on in the day, Ed Middleton diving away down at long leg, dived awkwardly and seemed to do some damage maybe to his shoulder. Hopefully he's going to be fit to bat, and that it's just precautionary as to why he's off the field at the moment, but obviously not amazingly encouraging that he's not out there after the lunch break. We've got Zafar Gohar bowling from the C end, and Zafar yet to pick up a wicket in this second innings. It's been another tricky innings for him. Batters seem to have pretty much been able to manoeuvre him wherever they've liked. Zafar bowls, turned into the onside by Carter. They'll get 1, and sprinting in from the boundary is Shaw, able to prevent the second run. 355 for 4. But yeah, I will be having, I should say, a conversation with Dale Benkenstein at the end of this game, which is going to be a review of the season. It will go out at some point on Radio Bristol, as this is pushed into the leg side for a single. Hammond slides, picks up and throws, but Coles was home anyway. Athletic work from Hammond, but they get the single, and Sussex move on to 356 for 4. So you will get that, and I will do my best to try and let you know when that goes out. I suspect it'll probably go out on some of the sports programming at some point on Radio Bristol as Zaffer bowls and Carter lets that one go through to the keeper. So you will get something from a Gloucestershire point of view, but it won't be during the game. Hopefully we'll get an idea of what plans are for the winter. As forward goes Carter to defend, and maybe what changes might be in the offing, because you do rather feel that if, as looks almost certain now, Gloucestershire are to have just the second winless season in the county championship in their history, as that's left by Carter. It's hard to imagine that things are going to stay the same. Steve Snell, of course, departing the club in July. And Zaffer bowls. Carter goes on the back foot to defend. Doesn't seem as though at the moment there's any indication that the club are going to fill that role again. So the responsibilities of the performance director seem to now be being shared by Dale Benkenstein and the Gloucestershire coaching staff as a whole. But in terms of what other changes might be being made, ideas of what types of players Gloucestershire might be after recruitment-wise, it'd be good to get some sort of an indication on that. Actor starts a new over. It's clipped down to long leg by Coles, who's just ticking his way up through the 80s onto 89. And I guess really the main question this afternoon in terms of the here and now is, how long does Sussex want to bat for? Many, do they want to set Gloucestershire 500? Might be a number. I mean, they managed to defend 500 against a batting lineup with far more confidence than Gloucestershire's at the moment, as Carter tries to turn that one into the onside. Doesn't get a huge amount of bat on it. In fact, doesn't get any bat on it. There was a bit of an inside edge, but there wasn't. Just off the pad. So a leg by, 358 for 4. So, yeah. In terms of how long that might take, well, we've got an extended afternoon session, of course, with the overs lost yesterday. Actor bowls down the leg side. There's a strangled shout from behind the stumps, but nothing from the bowler. Coles can't get anything on it. Had an opportunity to flick that away. So, I mean, what, 137 more runs Sussex would need now to set Gloucestershire 500. There are still, theoretically, 70 overs left in the day. So a huge proportion of the day still left. Actor bowls, and it's attempted to be driven by Coles back up the surface. There's no run. And so you would feel that Sussex have an opportunity to have 500 on the board for Gloucestershire to chase, and potentially 4 sessions in which to take the wickets. I mean, much depends on what the forecast is going to be in terms of cloud cover later on, as to how many of those 70 overs we get in. As Actor bowls, it's short and wide and cut by Coles, but there's protection out on the boundary. Hammond does the fielding, and Coles moves on to 90. At the moment, the forecast I'm looking at suggests that it might be quite cloudy again, so exactly how much play we'll get after around about 5 o'clock, I'm not sure. We have now got the base reading from yesterday, so we're just going to be comparing light levels to that. There's the subjective call, as it were, has already happened now. Actor bowls, it's turned into the onside by Carter, just calmly nudging it to deep backward square and picking up 1. So another over goes by where Sussex have, with no risk whatsoever, picked up 4 runs. And so if you feel they're scoring at 4 runs and over with that amount of ease, then, well, really, scoring at 5s and 6s would appear to be in the offing, and maybe it will be more than the 4 sessions that they'll have at Gloucestershire. Here's Zaffert continuing in bowling. Carter's forward and defending. Events at Northampton, which now no longer bear any significance, that's the word I'm after, on the county championship title, with that having already gone to Surrey, as Carter works towards mid-wickets. And again, Hammond is going to have a shot at the stumps and manages to hit them, but Carter was already past them by the time that happened. But in terms of a side, I mean, we talked about the fact that Gloucestershire's couple of wins at the end of the 2022 season in Division 1 didn't seem to have much bearing on what happened in the Championship this year. But there's still every chance it might for Northamptonshire, their finish to this season, as Coles pushes forward to extra cover. In terms of how Northamptonshire have played to finish the season against a Surrey side who had the Championship title to play for, and Essex likewise, as Coles turns to mid-wicket for no run. Well, Northamptonshire deciding to enforce the follow-on against Essex after having bowled them out for 211 first time around, and you'd imagine there's a certain amount of disappointment in Essex's ranks as to how that game is gone, as Coles drives into the ground back to the bowler. But at the same time, Northamptonshire do have Essex 7 for 3 following on, trailing by 151. They've lost Brown without scoring, Cook potentially, Sir Alistair in his last first-class innings out for 6, as Coles works another run out to deep square leg and moves on to 91, end of another over, 2 off it. And Sussex's lead sits at 369. Tom Westley also dismissed for 1, 2 for Sanderson, 1 for White. And that's going to be, I mean, yes, they're losing Tom Taylor, but I'm sure that Northamptonshire will manage some form of recruitment as well. Northamptonshire are going to be tough. We've said it many a time. It's going to be a competitive Division 2 next season.
Oh, absolutely.
Actor bowling, and Coles cuts away in front of square on the offside. They'll think about 2 runs here, but they're not going to get it. Good work on the boundary from Hammond, I think that is.
We did ask, I did ask Paul Farbrace during the interview, sort of the Sussex plan, and he said, well, I think we'll certainly want to go an hour or so after lunch. My feeling is, there's been some big run chases here. As I say, Leicestershire nearly chasing down 499, but the Sussex lead, they'll want to give themselves enough time to bowl Gloucestershire out here.
Yeah, with light coming into play potentially, particularly today, although tomorrow it's a bit brighter.
Yeah, and it is the last game of the season.
Actor runs in, bowls, and touched to mid-wicket by Carter, no run.
And while Sussex won't want to lose from a position of dominance here, by the same token, they'd like to win, really. And Paul was talking about how he likes to play aggressive cricket. So I don't think we're going to see Sussex sort of, bat out the day and just give them a day to bowl out Gloucester. I think that after tea, maybe even slightly before, we may see a declaration. I think we might see Sussex stepping on the accelerator here.
Well, I think in some ways you've got a side here in Gloucestershire as Actor bowls. Carter plays late in defence, back to the bowler. That really, this is, I mean, if you don't think you can defend even 400, never mind 450, I know the pitch is potentially flattening out, although it's hard to know, because at the moment you've got a side that are fairly flat out there, and it's not necessarily a fair indication of how it will go when Sussex bowl on it. Actor in bowls and played to mid-off by Carter softly for no addition to the score. But you've got a side that haven't won a game, and batting lineup that there are so many players in it who are short of runs. I'm not sugarcoating it. So even chasing 400 would be a mile off. So, get in and get bowling, really. As Carter drives towards mid-on, there's a quick single here. And Shaw will miss the stumps with his throw, but again, it wouldn't have had Carter. He's quick. And it's 364 for 4. So, yeah, I mean, I would imagine that, you know, I'd be very surprised if Sussex batted on past T. And T will be fixed, I believe, at 3:30. So we could still have a lot of overs left for the evening session as Actor bowls to Coles, and that is pushed in defence again, and 2 runs have come from that over. So Sussex ahead by 371. And I mean, I don't know what else Graham Van Buren didn't try yesterday evening. He tried all his bowlers, he tried some different plans, and it just doesn't seem to have worked. And now, well, you don't say going through the motions, but at the same time, I'm not really sure what else Gloucestershire feel they can gain here.
Yeah. Sorry, do you mind keep going, Ed?
Sure,
I've
yes,
got some
will do.
messages coming in from base.
Zaffer to Carter, and the first ball's cover driven for 1 out to the offside sweeper. I noticed they're actually now back out up at Chestley Street. Zaffer bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Coles. So if Leicestershire were to lose that game, I'm right in saying that Sussex have a great chance to at least finish third.
Third, yeah, absolutely.
In the
Yeah,
table.
absolutely. Yeah.
It looks very much as though Leicestershire will only draw at least. Zaffer bowls cut shot from Coles on the bounce to backward point, well fielded.
I was waiting for an update, but it hasn't come. Are you okay for 10 minutes, Ed?
Yes.
I just need to use the facilities, having done quite a lot on air today, haven't we?
Yes, we don't have any break for lunch, so. Here's Zaffer bowling and turn 2 short mid-wicket. Hammond comes in, can't pick the ball up. But again, wouldn't have mattered. Smart running by this pair. 366 for 4. Gloucestershire's over rate also is -2. I mean, it's not going to have... I don't know, maybe it will have some sort of bearing on where things finish, but I would imagine if Yorkshire manage at least to draw, which you'd imagine they will against Worcestershire with so much time taken out of the game, that the bottom of the table looms. Anyway, Zaffer bowls driving is Carter for a single again. Out into the offside. And things just continue to drift along under fairly grey skies at the moment. A couple of small breaks in the cloud, but it's a fair blanket of cloud that we've got as Zaffer bowls wide of off stump, and that's let go through to Bracey. So the partnership of 50 coming up with that single out to the offside sweeper. So yet another 50 partnership in this innings, and Ollie Carter on 32 has got the chance to become the 5th half-centurion of the innings, or 67, Clark 72, Allsop 79, and Coles on 93, but not on strike, as we've got Zaman Akhtar running in and bowling, and Carter turns down towards long leg. Zafar Gohar fields a single is taken. 368 for 4. Just seeing what's going on in terms of the continuation of that relegation battle. Well, Kent are still batting against Lancashire with Loney, Aaron Nijar and Matt Quinn, one former, one current Essex player at the crease for Kent. The Battle of the Bridges still alive and well, as that's down the leg side from Akhtar and missed by Coles. But Kent now leading by 144. really every chance that not only will Kent survive with the draw that they probably now need, but they may well even go on to win the match for good measure. In comes Actor, bowls, and that's flicked away in the air down to long leg, and can you believe it? It's been dropped again. Zafar Gohar coming off the boundary, and he's put 2 catches down now off the bowling of Saman Akhtar today, and it is really a forlorn sight watching Akhtar trudging back to his mark. He's not picked up a wicket yet in this innings. He's bent his back. He's banged balls in short. He's paid the price in terms of going for runs at times. And he's now had 2 catches put down today. Allsop when he was on 53 and Coles there on 93 and a single was taken. This is down leg side and a marvellous one-handed take by James Bracey. Doing that one-handed across his body move there, I think, and saves 4 byes. I would imagine a good deal of frustration in that delivery from Akhtar. Spearing it down leg, and now Akhtar's trying to run in and bowl, and they've decided that Hammond should go out to backward point. So Akhtar has got to abort, turn tail and go again. That will not improve his mood, as he's in now to bowl, a little over pitched and driven and knocked down by extra cover, but that will allow a single. 370 for 4. I mean, I said it was tricky to watch yesterday. It's been even tougher to watch today. Gloucestershire appear to be falling apart out there in the field.
Just to say, Ed, have you got some lunch?
I've got some nourishment I can have, but
okay.
Yes.
Just the cafe's about to shut, and I just said that if you want something, you need to get around there.
Well, no, that's fine. I took the decision I would rather stay and listen to what
that's fine.
Paul Farbrace had to say as Akhtar bowls. It's punched into the offside by Coles, past cover, and that will be a single. Coles keeps the strike. He's got 95 and Sussex 371 for 4. And there have been quite a few points this season. I've wondered, is this the low point? And something has tended to come along, particularly in Championship cricket. I mean, forget the One Day Cup, which was absolutely fantastic from Gloucestershire's point of view, and so many records broken during that campaign. But in terms of Championship cricket, there have been a lot of lows this season, but really it feels as if the low point really is coming right at the end here.
Well, if James Coles could go to 100 with a 6 here, or is he going to get caught? No. He goes to 96. He came down the track there, didn't he? So if he was going to try and hit it for 6.
Why do batters always like to do that?
Yeah.
Just can't seem to help themselves.
No.
Try and get there in one blow.
Yeah. I guess it's a relatively short boundary at this end, Ed, isn't it? And maybe you thought, oh, quite fancy this.
Well, I've never been there, so I don't know. Perhaps if I ever did get there, I would understand.
Nor have I. Zafar bowls to Carter, who plays that into the offside. And there is no run. No, I mean, I think I got to 50 on 3 occasions, that was all. Never beyond that. And not in a great standard either.
Good grief, Essex are 11 for 4 now.
Zafar in again bowls, Carter forward, plays into the offside, no run. It looks like there's going to be no declaration. Trent Middlesex look like they're almost doomed, doesn't it?
They do, yeah. Once Nottinghamshire they've at least avoided the follow-on, and at the moment it looks like they might go past Middlesex's 366 at 235 for 3.
Yeah. Paired to the offside by Carter, and there is no run.
Slater 85, Montgomery's got a half century as well, and they just can't seem to get the wickets that they need, Middlesex, and so it's obviously going to be an enormous disappointment for them.
Zafar forward, comes in, bowls, Carter plays out to the offside, no run.
In terms of a big club, and the smaller club in Kent have managed to get the better of them and survive, but when you pick up more batting points in one game than you've picked up for the rest of the season, I think it's fair to say you probably deserve to go down.
Zephyr bowls to Carter, who defends that into the offside. So James Coles will be on strike, needing a boundary to go through to his third 100 of the season. No, absolutely. And we had that very good email earlier on, didn't we, saying about the fact that Nottinghamshire gave a very generous declaration to Middlesex earlier on this season.
Yes, exactly.
Enabled Middlesex to win.
Yeah, and Nottinghamshire at that stage, early in the season, I think felt they had to do that in order to... they had ambitions for the title, and they took the decision to be aggressive there, and it backfired because Middlesex ended up chasing that total down. But yes, you're right. I mean, it shows you also that you always need some fortune in terms of your season, whatever happens, just happen to be in the right place at the right time, as it were, to get that declaration. You don't mind if I do this delivery? Of course not. Cole's looking to swipe that one away for a boundary, but the ball goes through to the gloves of Bracey. There is no... Richard in Dubai has been in touch again. He must be out there working, Richard, because he says, I'm back to Hove tomorrow, hoping to get to the match after tea if my wife lets me off the school pickup duties. That sounds like an overnight flight then for you, Richard. He said, fantastic to hear from both John and Paul. Brilliant interviews on honesty. I may have missed it, but did Paul mention which format Sussex will prioritise next year? He didn't, and I have to confess, Richard, I didn't ask him that question, not because I didn't want to, just because I don't think I quite saw it. In comes Akhtar again, bowls. Coles is forward, there is no run. He says, thanks for the commentary. Hope you get a well-earned pint in the cricketer tomorrow. Well, that'd be nice. Yeah, well, I mean, he mentioned that he wants an all-formats captain, so that I mean, I think, I don't know, but I'm not sure of any county coach now, really, who would definitely come out and say we are prioritising any format. It used to happen, but I'm not sure it does now.
Akhtar in the bowls, and Coles glides that one down to find. They could just pick up a single. This is going to happen is he goes towards his 100 in singles. He picks up one. He goes to 97, 373
I think,
for four.
Yes.
Lots of people over in the players' club over there shaking hands. I don't know if they're older players or. By the way, lots of people sort of patting on the back. Looks like they haven't seen each other for a long time. Just the one slip in place. So you just get the feeling here Sussex are just making their way towards when the declaration will be. I think it's a little way off. Akhtar bowls to Coles, who hammers that one away down to third man, fielded by Taylor. Or more to the total. I think they'll feel, though, that the way this pitch plays, that I know Gloucestershire haven't been in great form this season, but if someone gets in, I mean, the pitch looks as if there's it's now a good batting deck. I don't know, Chris Dent or someone gets in, or a Bracey, Hammond. I know they haven't so far this season, but I think Sussex will just feel they'll want a few more runs in the bank.
Well, I mean, I think they've got enough time that they would feel they can do that. I mean, even 20 overs, even if it was as little as that. Akhtar
in bowls to James Coles, and that's another single played out into the offside, back to the square on the offside, fielded by Charlesworth. Coles goes to 98. He's certainly not getting too flustered here, is he, James Coles?
I wonder if maybe Carter just had a quiet word with him after he tried to smack Zafar out of the ground for his 100 and just say, look, just make sure you get there. You've worked too hard to give it away on the brink of the milestone.
Could I, just if Richard is listening, actually, I was wondering if I could forward that email you've sent on to John Philby and Paul Parrace. I'm sure they'd be very pleased to know that you enjoyed the interviews. As in comes, and it's pulled away from Akhtar, and Ollie Carter's in a 6. Down over fine leg. It was short, he pulled it away. I think he got a bit of top edge on that. I don't think that was right out the meat of the bat. It's a relatively short leg side boundary, and it's sailed over fine leg for a 6. Carter goes to 41, and Sussex to 381 for 4. I wonder whether James Coles will get his 100 in this over.
Yeah, and again, another indication of what can happen. You put in so much effort to generate chances when you bowl like this, and I even 2 for 90 odd wouldn't look magnificent, but it would be an awful lot better. And he's deserved better than he's got as Zaman Akhtar, and you'll get times when you bang it in short and it's going to fly all the way like that.
Safar in bowls, Coles defends into the offside, no run.
So yeah, I feel for him, because I think at times in this innings and in the first innings as well, I think it looked threatening. It looked as if it was going to create something when nothing else was happening.
Safar in bowl. Coles is going to get runs in. Now, this may be the 2 he needs for his 100. He's played it down to third man, and indeed he will come back for a couple of runs, will James Coles. And he goes through to his third 100 of the season. The 19-year-old takes off his helmet. I can see all the Sussex players on the balcony are standing and applauding. People standing and applauding around the ground as well. It's been another wonderful exhibition from James Coles. 101 in 134 balls, 6 fours, 3 sixes. Certainly Sussex feel this is a young man who go all the way to international cricket. And on the evidence of this season, he's certainly made a very good start to his Sussex career. 101 not out, James Coles, and Sussex in a commanding position, 384 for 4.
Here comes Safar Bowles, and Carter, I think he actually unintentionally hit that one twice as he played into the ground, and it ricocheted back up and hit his bat again, but not a deliberate attempt. Well batted to James Coles. I think his innings really was the stamp of the foot on the accelerator, which really hammered home Sussex's advantage in the match, as a forward defence comes out from Carter again. And he's dialed it back a bit, actually, after being 50 odd off. I can't remember exactly what it was overnight, but it felt like about 50 something off 36 deliveries, something like that, as this turned away towards short fine for a single. Carter moves to 42, and that's what you need if you're going to be a ruthless championship unit. Then you need those sorts of players who are going to come in the middle order after the top order have done their job. They've set the platform of 132 for 1 when Orr was out, and you want those attacking players in the middle order to go out and ram home advantages in matches. This is worked leg side quietly by Coles, and quietly enough that it allows a single. Van Buren coming up from short fine leg, 5 runs from that over, and it's 386. I think that's a 6 rather than a 5 for 4. So lead up to 393, so very close to that 400 mark now. But as we've been saying, no obligation to pull out. It looks as though we're going to have a change of bowling from the Cromwell Road end, and it's Matt Taylor who's trotting to the end of his mark. Excellent figures for him, 1 for 44 from 19 overs. They've struggled really to get Taylor away this inning. Same with Josh Shaw. Both of them have bowled tightly. And it seems a very long time ago now that Matt Taylor was running through Sussex's top order in the first innings, back when it felt as though Gloucestershire were well on top. 5 for 24 Taylor in the first innings. His best match figures are 9 for 59, so he'll need 5 for if he's going to beat those. Taylor runs in, taking a step down the pitches, Coles, and drives to mid-off. Got the toe end of the bat, and sort of wringing out that right hand now is James Coles. It does make you feel slightly better when you see a professional do that. I was watching, at the same time as listening intently, I was watching a little bit of that Northamptonshire versus Essex game when you were chatting away earlier. I noticed that happening to Tom Westley as well when he defended the ball. And you think, well, if that can happen to somebody who's the second leading run scorer in Division 1 this year, with over 1,100 runs for the championship season, then it does make you feel a little bit better when the ball doesn't come out of the middle of your bat. We've got an extended delay here. I think James Coles wants a new bat because of Ball hitting the toe for James Coles's bat. I was actually having a look again at the leading scorers in the Championship and on 1,000-run watch. But it unfortunately looks as though, and I was really hoping he would get there, it looks as though Matt Critchley has fallen just 10 runs short of 1,000 runs. And the way that he's batted this season, well, obviously he had to go out and score the runs in this innings and didn't, but you feel he was deserving of 1,000 runs for what he'd achieved this season. Again, you go back to scoring tough runs, as he has to quite often at Chelmsford. Not an easy place to ply your trade as a specialist batter, or in
I have a feeling.
In Critchley's case, as an all-rounder.
Yeah, I have a feeling there was a game a couple of years ago when Matt Critchley was at Derbyshire, last game of the season. He came out early on and got some runs in the second innings, and he went through to 1,000 runs in that season. So he's been a very solid performer.
I had a feeling he had done it for Derbyshire before. But another thing to do it in a title chase in Division 1. Here's Taylor bowls and beats James Coles on the outside edge. Notice Kent have just been bowled out for 494. And so a lead of 167 on first innings over Lancashire. And Lancashire with, well, very little to play for, really. So we'll see what Kent can get going there. Middlesex have just taken a 4th wicket at Trent Bridge. As running into bowl is Taylor down the pitch and flicking the ball away over mid-wicket is Coles. It's plugged somewhat, though, having got it over the infield. And 2 runs is the output. Certainly was targeting that short boundary there, was Coles. A pick-up of his pads attempted. And Coles to 104, Sussex to 388 for 4. Wicket at Trent Bridge, Matt Montgomery, who was out for 52, stumped off the bowling of Josh De Carey's. Ben Slater approaching 100, and Notts trailing Middlesex by 127. As playing with the inside edge there, I think, onto pad there is Coles. It almost threatened to squeak through off the inside edge onto the stumps, and then just caught a bit of Coles's pad and trickles wide of the stumps. But in some ways, I think it's actually quite encouraging to see this now from Taylor. He's come on and beaten the bat and caught the inside edge. And I think the bowling figures would show that there is enough potentially in this surface still, certainly with the number of runs Sussex have on the board, and they'll add another one to that here with Coles moving on to 105, and the lead ticking up to 396. Hampshire 108 for 4 against Surrey, looking to finish their season off on a high, and Surrey looking to celebrate their back-to-back Championship win in style. Taylor bowls, Carter taps into the offside, there's nobody at point, the fielder back on the boundary, and so that's a single to end the over. 4 from it. 390 for 4, lead 397. A couple of wickets falling there, so Will Jacks has got a couple of wickets for Surrey, somebody who be intrigued to see what England do within the winter, given going out to India. He was part of the tour to Pakistan. I seem to remember came into that after Livingston was originally selected, and then Livingston got hit on the helmet, I think, and he ended up getting replaced in the game, I think, by Will Jacks in that first test at Rawalpindi last winter. So Jacks is somebody who you'd feel would be right in line to play in India as well. So from an England point of view, probably encouraging to see him getting the opportunity for what looks like an extended bowl there, and a pitch that's probably beginning to turn, given that you can see that the majority now of the overs that have been bowled in that Hampshire second innings were bowled by Jacks and Cameron Steele, the leg spinner, with Dawson having taken a 5-wicket haul in Surrey's first innings. So keep an eye on Will Jacks and what he's able to do in that innings.
Here comes Zafar over the wicket bowl, reverse swept by Ollie Carter. He's going to be caught on the boundary. Oh, he's not. He's gone all the way for 6. A reverse sweep for 6. That shows how short the boundary is, but it's a very skillful shot from Ollie Carter. And what a fine way to go to win the one of your half century. I thought for a moment he was going to be caught on that. Well, it's the deep cover boundary for the right-hander, but it became sort of deep mid-wicket for the reverse sweep, if you get my drift. 6 runs to Carter. He's on 49. Good partnership. 396 for 4. He's going to try again, and he's going to get caught on this occasion. Yes, he is. Well, he tried to repeat the performance, and he's got himself out within one of a half century, which seems a bit of a shame, really, having batted really nicely. He's rather given his wicket away.
I think that's it.
Do you think that's a declaration?
I think that might be. I don't know. I mean, all of a sudden... I don't know.
Well, James Coles looked as if he was what?
I thought he was wandering off, and then the Gloucestershire players seemed to be coming together. And I was going to say, I didn't think they would declare, but I thought sorry about that. It just looked as if everything was sort of ending, but Coles was obviously just wandering off to go and get a drink. What an extraordinary way to get out.
Yeah,
what an extraordinary way to hit a 6 on the previous ball.
Do you know, in the level of cricket that I played, that was village cricket, that would be called jug evasion, because if you got to a 50, you had to buy a jug for everyone. So that's what you did. You bought a jug and you take it around the pavilion and everyone has a drink out the jug, drink of beer. Okay. So if people were to get out on 49, that is jug evasion.
Right. I've never come across that.
So Ollie Carter, I'm sure he didn't mean to get out, but he's on his way for 49. But Sussex continuing on their way, and the new man in is Finn Hudson-Prentice, who got his county cap in this game, so well done to Finn. He'll be disappointed that he was out first ball out for a duck in the first innings. Is that 396 for 5, Ed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Matt Taylor with the catch. Did we mention that?
We didn't.
Couldn't remember whether
I didn't.
Said that already.
I wondered who it was. I thought for a moment it was... Well, it could have been Middleton because he's not on the ground, but thank you very much for that, Ed.
Yeah, well, at last, Gloucestershire have held on to a catch today after Zafar put one down in fairly similar spot, actually, earlier on in the day off Allsop going for a cut shot, and then Coles dropped on 93, flicking in the air down to long leg. And I mean, in all, Gloucestershire dropped 2 catches in both innings here. Sussex put down 4 catches, albeit I think I have to say Sussex's chances were harder than the ones that have gone down from Gloucestershire, but the catching in this match hasn't been an especial highlight.
Hugh Johnson has been in touch with an email just saying how much he enjoyed listening to Paul Farbrace. Thank you very much for your email. I'll read some of the rest of it in a minute as we go through. In comes Zafar bowls. Oh, Hudson-Prentice defends into the offside, and there is now just a glimmer of sunshine, I think, across the ground. 1 or 2 shadows I can see, but in general it's been an overcast day. Zafar comes in again around the wicket bowls, and Hudson-Prentice picks up his first run as he sweeps the ball down to deep backward square and picks up a single. So Sussex to 397 for 5. The lead is 404.
They must have been on at Chesley Street for about 15 minutes. They're off a bad light.
Oh dear, yeah, that's well. In comes Zafar bowls and reverse swept by James Coles, and that's gone all the way for 4 runs. Well, Ollie Carter did it earlier in the over. He hit a 6 and then holed out. But James Cole's clearly showing he can play that shot as well, but that went all along the floor. He goes to 109, Sussex 401 for 5, and that's the applause around the ground. Zafar again. I think the sun might break out, you know. There's a few blue patches just appearing above the ground. Zafar in bowls. And Coles, well, he took a chance then, and he's got a thick edge. Well, let's see if he did edge out, whether that's a bye. It's a bye. So what if that was a mis-stumping?
Yeah.
From James Bracey, because he took a step down the pitch, did Coles. In which case...
I think it might have been.
I don't know if it turned, but... he certainly looked as if he'd taken a step down the pitch. Did James mis-stumping?
Yeah. It's very close. It's not bowled him actually, but
yeah.
It might have. Maybe Bracey was feeling it was going to bowl him, but
so missed on 109.
Goodness me! I mean, unfortunately, you can't there even really. I don't think make the excuse of the fact that it was coming out of Coles's body, because he cleared everything out of the way. He'd moved down the pitch and then moved to the leg side. So,
yes.
Yeah, I can only assume Bracey thought it was going to hit the stumps. Taylor bowls forced away off the back foot by Coles out towards deep cover. They'll get one, they'll come back for two, with Hammond launching the throw in that goes over the head of Bracey. It's backed up. 404 for 5. I mean, you run out of words, really. It's ragged. It's tricky to watch. It sort of varies from listless to just unimpressive. Taylor in now bowls. It's turned into the leg side by Coles for one more run out towards deep forward square. Coles moves on to 112. You know, I don't enjoy saying those words, but you know, when as many chances go down, when things look as ragged and as flat as well. I mean, it's tricky to watch a cricket team in under those circumstances, and it's not as though they're not trying, but I think it's not just this season, it's the effects of last season as well. The mental scars, I think, are just coming out. As there's a shout for leg before wicket here, which is not upheld by Neil Bainton. Coming down the pitch there, Hudson Prentice looking to access that tempting leg side boundary. And again, can we go back to, yes, it's easy to sit here. We're not out there, but again, I think that the proof's been in the pudding as far as the events that have happened out there. It's not been good. Taylor is in. This is pushed into the onside by Hudson Prentice. It goes to mid-wicket. Charlesworth does the fielding. Just the one slip. Ollie Price at sort of floating between first and second slip. Ring field, deep square, long leg. Still tried to make some sort of noise out there in the field, but
Bechtold's getting some treatment, isn't he, down here from the physio?
Yeah. To swing into the leg side is Hudson Prentice. He really looked to try and wallop that one over the pavilion, and
I think the charge is
there
on
might have been
here.
an inside edge there. Might have saved him.
I mean, we've still got 60 overs to be. We're not going to get another 60 overs in today, but I mean, what do you reckon, Sussex? Another 50 runs they're going for here?
Well, maybe, yeah, something like that. It does look as if it's maybe it's sort of right shoulder, right upper side. I don't really know, I'm afraid, the name of all the muscles up there. This is full and wide from Hudson Prentice, driven away out towards deep backward point. Hammond gets to the ball quickly and sends the throw in, keeps it down to a single. 406 for 5. He did miss the last championship game, did Actor, with an injury, so unfortunately wouldn't be a surprise given what we've seen this season if he were suffering from some sort of injury. I mean, that last match against Derbyshire, 7 bowlers on the sidelines. Actor was one of them, and coming off the sidelines for this game.
Just to say, Notts have lost another wicket now. They're 248 for 5. They're still trailing Middlesex by 118. It's not quite all over at Trent Bridge, but
No.
It's going to take something pretty dramatic for Middlesex to win that game, which they're going to need to do.
Well,
and if they win, Kent will need to win.
They're going to have to throw caution to the wind, aren't they? In some respect, at some point, with the need to win Middlesex, they might as well just go out and attack, and even if they only set Notts a friendly target of 250 or something like that, give themselves a chance.
Yeah. Zafar is in bowls to Hudson Prentice, who turns that down to 5 leg. It was a sweep. You generally think with sweeping and it goes fairly square, but that went quite fine, and Hudson Prentice picks up a boundary. He goes to 6, 410 for 5, and you just, as I say, Sussex have been in this position, Ed, over the last couple of years, where you're thinking, crumbs, where's the wicket going to come from?
But the difference is, and this is the frustration, the difference is that Sussex had a group of extremely young players.
Zafar in again, bowls, and reverse swept by Hudson Prentice. He gets a single down to deep backward point.
There's seniority in this Gloucestershire side. You've got two former skippers two former skippers. You've got a former skipper, and you've got a couple of current skippers, Hammond of the T20 side, Van Buren of the Championship side, of course. There are other, senior players out there in Taylor and Shaw.
He comes Zafar again, and I don't know whether Coles has got anything on that. Yes, he probably has. Indeed, he has. The ball went very fine down towards the long leg boundaries. Another boundary, and runs are coming here at a fair old rate of knots. Coles goes to 116. That's 9 off the over so far.
Because I think people would understand it more if there were... And I think throughout the T20, I don't know. I'm probably speaking for myself rather than others, but Gloucestershire had a much younger side in the T20. There were always going to be occasions when things didn't look great.
Zafar in bowls to Coles, who steps away to the leg side and just dabs the ball through backward point and picks up another single. He goes 117 for 16 for 5 are Sussex.
And yes, Gloucestershire are missing some senior players who should be playing in this game. Yes, I'm not denying that. But at the same time, if you'd have told me that this side would look like not taking a wicket...
Zafar in bowls and pulled away or swept away by Hudson Prentice down to deep backward square, picks up another single.
In the beginning of last season, optimism high, and Gloucestershire pushed very hard for an opening victory in their 2022 County Championship campaign. If you told me after that game where this side would be, not even 2 years on from that, I would just had one word: how.
In comes Zafar bowls to Coles, who just flicks that one back to the square on the leg side and picks up a single. So actually, they picked up 12 runs in that over, Sussex, without really taking any undue risks. Coles 118, Hudson Prentice's 8. Live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, Bristol and Gloucester. Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn. The lead is 418? So the lead is 425. I reckon 450, and maybe Sussex will pull out, because we're not going to get all the overs in, and Sussex will want to give themselves time to win the game. I mean, you say Gloucester have obviously had a very, very difficult... I guess it depends how up for the fight they are here. You know, it's the last game of the season. They may think, come on, lads, we can do this. Get heads down. I mean, Leicestershire nearly chased down 499, so...
But I think at least to put in a decent batting performance, even if it doesn't get them there. Here's Taylor, left arm over bowling, width on offer. It's been cut by Coles towards deep backward point. Again, it's really athletic work from Hammond to get to the ball, runs around it and launches the throw in. No lack of commitment from Hammond, that's for sure. It's 419 for 5. And don't get me wrong, it hasn't... If it came across that way, then I apologise, but I haven't been questioning the commitment in the field by Gloucestershire. They've been committed, but at the same time, when you get the chances, you've got to take them.
Absolutely.
Taylor in bowls, forced off the back foot. That's a lovely shot from Hudson Prentice. They brought the field up because Hudson Prentice was new to the crease, and he's just played a really dismissive back foot cover drive through the offside for 4. So Hudson Prentice is now on to 12. Not really a man that you particularly want to be bowling at in this sort of situation.
No, for sure. And he's had a good summer with the bat as Finn. His bowling he's been a little disappointed with, but he's certainly bowled very well. Batted very well, I should say.
Yeah, sort of attacking player who can just continue to pile on the hurt for Gloucestershire out there in the field. Here's Taylor now bowling, and this is sliced down to third man by Hudson Prentice. He wasn't looking to hit it there, but even if there had been anybody in the cordon, which there now isn't, there's not anybody in the slips. Would have flashed over their heads anyway. And that's a single taken, 424 for 5. So Coles 119. It was 180 he got, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yes.
As Taylor bowls to him. Oh, goodness me. What on earth has happened there? Has that come off bat or has it come off pad? It's gone incredibly fine. It's gone for 4.
I thought it bowled him, actually.
I thought it had as well. But he must have got an incredibly fine inside edge on that, and it's gone for 4. So Taylor continues to try his best to probe away. And I'll just have a look at that again, because... Oh. Okay, well, looking at the replay, I thought it's hard to see. He must have got a toe end and then it went onto his pad, because it seems to be mostly pad. Anyway, it somehow managed to go away incredibly fine. It's another 4 runs. No matter how they come at this point, as Cole steps across his stumps and goes for a big slog sweep off the seamer, aiming for the leg side. And that didn't come off. So he swung at it, and he got himself actually a long way outside the line of off stump, moving across his stumps to try and access that leg side, and went through on the bounce to James Bracey. I don't think there was any contact from Coles, but well, you see what's happening now. They are just looking to score quickly now as Sussex. Having said that, he's decided to leave that ball alone after going for some rather expansive shots. He then watches the ball go through to the keeper. So end of the over, and 10 runs have come off that one after 12 runs in the previous over. 428 for 5, lead 435. And if you're a Gloucestershire fan, you're watching or listening at the moment, then, well, you must be a diehard, I think, is all I've got to say.
Yeah. Well, it's a lovely afternoon now, Ed. We'll be in a couple of days' time, when the cricket season is all finished, we'll be thinking, oh dear, how much we're missing it.
Yes, I don't think I should be missing it perhaps as much as you at this point.
It's going to be Ollie Price who's back into the attack. He's going to be bowling from the C end of the ground. The Sussex lead is now 435, as Ed was saying. Price is in bowls, and Hudson Prentice just nudges that almost, well, contemptuously, really, down to fine leg, or down to third man. It became fine leg for the reverse sweep, and it really does feel like a matter of time before Sussex call it a day. Hudson Prentice to 17, 432 for 5. Sussex have probably got I reckon 450.
Yeah, I mean, I reckon, to be honest, Gloucestershire are at a point where if you said, well, just walk off the field and we lead by 500, you'd say, well, okay, just want to get batting, don't they?
Price in again. Hudson Prentice is hit on the pad. There's an appeal, a lone appeal from James Bracey behind the stumps. For an LBW, Ollie Price was not interested. Well, the Sussex bowlers have had their feet up for a while. They'll be ready to become racing in, I'm sure. Price in bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays that to mid-wicket. Well, that's a good sprawling stop. Who's that in there? Is that the skipper?
Dent.
Oh, it was Chris. Yeah, well, that was good. He's been around a long time, Chris Dent, and he's going to keep going. Price. And again, bowls Hudson Prentice, sweeps down to deep backward square, picks up another single. Hudson Prentice goes to 18. Really, it's difficult to see the scoreboard from this angle. I'm pretty certain that's saying 435 for 5.
I think it's 433.
Right, okay. There we are, that's the difficulty. James Coles adjusts his batting gloves. I wonder whether we might see James Coles running down the wicket and hitting one straight back down the ground. He's just looking at that leg side field, isn't he? He's done his job. He's got his 3rd century, prices in bowls, and he does exactly the opposite of what I thought he might do, and he plays a shot to backward point, and there is no run.
I guess the longer side,
yes,
to the leg side, so that's why they've been playing those reverses and late cuts.
In he comes bowls. Coles drills that one to short extra cover, and there is no run. It is the end of the over from Ollie Price. Tidy enough, actually, just the 5 runs coming off of it. He has bowled 15 overs, 1 maiden, taken 0 for 53. Sussex 433 for 5. I think it's right. 123 to Coles, 18 to Finn Hudson Prentice. Add 7 to that total, you get the Sussex total, or the Sussex lead, I should say. Barring well, you'd think that probably we're going to go into tomorrow. I mean, it's a pretty flat deck now. There's a little bit in it for the bowlers. We did wonder on the first day whether we would get to day 4, but I think we probably ought to.
The thing that surprised me most, as I've said before, is the fact that the spin seems to have gone out of it. I thought that we might get quite a quick game because Gloucestershire had plenty of spin options, and then Sussex would have been quite content for the chance for Carson to out-bowl opposition spinner, and a bit of James Coles as well, potentially. Change of bowling with Josh Shaw returning and bowling short. It's been pulled, muscular fashion, and pulled for 6.
Wow.
And again, trying to search for the ball, which I think has gone potentially out towards where that book sale's taking place. And the second time that we've seen a ball go through there, and I think immediately the fielder out at deep backward square was signalling to the umpires that you need to go and get a new ball, because I don't know whether that's gone right into the trees or whether it's got lost somewhere else, but immediately umpires Bainton and Chantry are heading off to select a replacement ball. 4 sixes now to Coles. Has he played much T20 cricket yet?
Not a huge. I mean, I'll have to look through and see. Let's have a look at what he's done this season. I mean, he hasn't been prolific. I mean, off the top of my head, I can't remember how many games he played in the competition this year. But he's a powerful striker of the ball. There's no question about that.
Well, there's certainly no reason why he would be restricted to one format.
Yeah. Let's look at his stats for the season, actually.
So the lead is 4-4-6 as Shaw bowls wide of the off stump and Coles leaves it alone.
Oh, sorry, that was Hudson Prentice. I do apologise if that's 6. My apologies.
Oh, sorry, that's my fault.
We could blame each other.
Sorry, no, it's my fault. I was the one that called it. Hudson Prentice with his first 6. Apologies for that.
Well, James,
in my defence, it looked like him, but it wasn't.
Well, it looks like Hudson and Prentice and Coles are vying here to be the leading Sussex run scorer this season. I think the Cricinfo website pretty much does it as you go along, and I think Coles has just got his nose in front now.
Running in his short to Hudson Prentice. That's another very wide delivery outside the off stump. Hudson Prentice wants a wide, but I think Neil Bainton must be saying, well, it's championship cricket, mate, not limited overs stuff. We're not in a great position to judge how wide it was.
No.
My guess is it was very wide, but in the normal course of championship cricket, it seems as if sometimes the ball almost has to be off the pitch, but I mean, that's a wide. Just look at it again, that is a wide.
He's played 11 games in T20 cricket, James Coles, 10 innings, high score of 35.
Sure. Bowls the very wide delivery, which is slapped out to cover. There's a pick up and throw from Dent, which is going to go out towards the boundary, but the backing up is done by Joe Phillips. still out on the field as a sub.
Average of 17, so he hasn't been prolific in.
No, well, it's tricky. Presumably he'd been batting down the order as well.
Well, that's right. You bat down the order, you're coming in maybe number 6, 7 with sort of 4 overs to go, that sort of thing. So it's not really a fair reflection of where he is.
Here is Shaw, definitely bowling it to Coles, who steps across his stumps and tries to pick this one up over the leg side and comes so far across. Shaw saw him coming and tried to target leg stump and missed leg stump. Needless to say, Coles misses the ball by a long way and is still down on one knee, thinking about that manoeuvre. Shaw, he's got 3 to his name. I mean, in this situation with Sussex on the attack, there is a 5-wicket haul for Josh Shaw.
Yes, there is.
Out there for the taking if he can get it right. Shaw bowls, he's not got that one right though, and that's been clipped firmly off a full toss between long leg and backward square, and that's 4 runs. Just using the pace of the ball there, Coles, but I mean, the shortness of the boundary helps a little bit because the fielders can't get across, but he's picked that gap superbly, surgically, and Sussex on the lesser spotted quadruple Nelson for 5, and that boundary takes the lead to 450, and it looks as though they're going to just keep on going. Maybe if they were to lose 1 wicket, I don't know, or perhaps they do think we do want 500. We've got the time to get 500,
maybe.
so we'll go for it.
Yeah.
Or we got still
another 49 they would need.
56 overs left.
Yeah.
Am I reading that right?
We'd lose 2 for a change of innings. I can't believe Sussex are going to bat till tea. It's going to be Price who's going to carry on bowling to Hudson Prentice down the wicket, driving straight down the ground. And well, it's more than a drive; it's a beautifully played shot down the ground. It's gone for 6. He hardly looked as if he hit that, Finn Hudson Prentice.
Yeah,
that was timed beautifully.
He's just chipped it, hasn't he? He's chipped it for 6.
And the 50 partnership has come up in 35 balls in 25 minutes between these two. So this is an exhibition of batting that the Sussex members can carry into the winter months. Lovely shot by Hudson Prentice. Ollie Price back to his mark. Waite is going to come over the wicket now to Hudson Prentice. The charge is really on. In and bowls, and Hudson Prentice pulls into the leg side. That's going to be 4 more. I think it's going to go between those 2 fielders. I have to say it's a good placement by Finn Hudson Prentice. They've got 2 men back on that deep leg side boundary, and the ball completely bisected the 2. He probably couldn't have placed that better, Hudson Prentice. So back-to-back boundaries. He goes to 35. 54 for 5?
Yes. Well, this is a bit of revenge after what Sussex copped in the 50-over tournament now.
Right, and again, Hudson Prentice is going to get another boundary. This time it's a reverse sweep, and that's gone for 4 as well. So 12 off the first 3 balls, and Hudson Prentice is racing along here. He's on 39 of just 22 balls. Yeah, and the Gloucestershire lads are lots of hands on hips, and I think just waiting for when Tom Alsop decides the declaration is going to come. If they are going for a 500 lead, they're getting there pretty quickly. 458 for 5. Price wants his field to change. He's bowling Miles Hammond just a little squarer, but at the minute the runs are coming all around the ground. Hudson Prentice drives beautifully. Was that been fielded? No, it's a lovely shot. It's beaten Van Buren. Lovely extra cover drive. 4 more. That's 4 consecutive boundaries in the over, and Hudson Prentice is on to 43. 43 off 23 balls, 16 off the over, 462 for 5. It makes the lead 469. I think a lot of the Sussex lads are still in tracksuits up on the balcony, so it doesn't look as if a declaration is absolutely imminent. So maybe 500 is what they want to go for.
They'll get there in 4 overs at this rate.
In comes Price again, and Hudson Prentice just plays that firmly through the onside and picks up a single, followed there by Miles Hammond. To just a single off this delivery, rather weary. Ollie Price picks up the ball and goes back to his mark. And down below us, I can see Akhtar is just sort of putting his hands out, saying, "What do we do?" She's just struggling here at the minute. In comes Price, bowls, and Coles turns that to mid-wicket. So, and over the cost
20.
20. Is that right?
Yeah.
4 fours. Is that right? 4 fours and 2
4
singles?
fours, a 6 and 2
Oh, I'm
singles.
sorry. Yes, you're right. So, is there a declaration coming? No, there's not. We're going to update to listeners on BBC Radio Sussex coming in a moment.
Maybe they've decided rather than, it could be rather than going for a target in terms of runs, perhaps they're thinking in terms of overs
Time. Yeah,
left
maybe.
in
Yes.
either the match or the day.
Yes, that's a good point,
Or
actually.
time,
So
you know.
96 overs tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Gloucestershire batted through, you might think if Gloucestershire scored at 3.5 an over, they would get there. So, so maybe that comes into the rack. But I think last game of the season, I'm not saying there's nothing on it because it's a first-class game of cricket, so of course there's something on it. But, from this position, Sussex, well, clearly both sides will want to win the game, but they want to give themselves enough time. And if Gloucestershire were to chase it down, well, sort of good on them, really. But in comes Shaw, he's racing in full of energy. Bowls to Coles, who absolutely slaps that to mid-off. And there is no run. Mid-off is set a fair way back, to be honest. I pinched your over. We've got an update to come, which is probably why
I think
my brain is feeling a bit befuddled.
We've had our 2-minute warning, and that was about a minute ago, so I think it's probably better if you keep going.
We've had a busy day. So 464 for 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was just still updating on the website. Comes Shaw again. Bowls to Coles, who hammers that down. He's going to be caught at mid-on. There we are. That's the end of James Cole's innings, but what a wonderful innings it's been. I wonder whether that might prompt the declaration. No, it's not. And James Coles is out. Well, he was looking to play some shots, and he has just gone for a wonderful innings of 128. Caught at mid-on, off the bowling of Josh Shaw, and that's his 4th wicket. A wonderful innings, that is.
To Surrey in a second. First of all, the action that's going on in Sussex. Adrian Hums watching Sussex at the county ground at home.
Yeah, you just joined us, actually, and you can listen to the ovation for young 19-year-old James Coles, who's making his way off the ground. I'll just hesitate for a minute and you can hear the applause. And that is well-deserved applause, Danny. He's just 19 years of age, out for 128 in innings that included 10 fours and 3 sixes. It's his 3rd century of the season, and he is a name to watch out for. Remember the name, James Coles. Sussex are 464 for 6 in their second innings. That's a massive lead here of 471, and we're expecting a declaration here anytime soon. If Sussex can then bowl Gloucestershire out, they'll record their 3rd championship win of the season. But talking about the county championship, it's all about Surrey today, Danny. They're still playing down at Hampshire, but because of the result or the failure of Essex to win their game against Northamptonshire, it means that Surrey have won the county championship. In their game at the Aegeus Bowl, Hampshire are actually 146 for 5 in their second innings, leading Surrey by 158. It's kind of immaterial, really. Surrey are the county champions. I must have been talking too much, Danny, because the bed has run out.
Not at all. We've got time to talk more about Surrey, is the beautiful thing. So, I mean, it's a complicated mathematical equation to get there, because Essex didn't get the points they needed to challenge Surrey. Still, Surrey are champions. They're still playing their game, which is kind of weird anyway. But sum up then this second county championship in a row for us and the success of that team.
Well, I think often they say that retaining a title or a championship is the test of true champions. And I spoke to Paul Farbrace, the Sussex coach, here at lunchtime, and he said, well, there is no question they are the best team in the county championship. And there is a bit of a feeling around that Sussex get a bit of a that Surrey get a bit of a bad rap because they have the ability and the finances to bring in the big players. But that being said, they also do produce their own players, and they've done that consistently, Danny, over the last few seasons. They've got the Surrey Cricket School up at the Oval, and also at George Abbott School in Guildford, where a lot of young players really do learn their trade. The likes of Ollie Pope, Rory Burns, Tom Laws, Will Jacks, Jamie Smith. I mean, the list is endless, really. So this is a county that does produce a lot of homegrown players. And to be honest, they are the envy of a lot of counties as well. So it's a wonderful achievement to retain the title. Hasn't been done since 2015 when Yorkshire retained their title. So it really is a tremendous performance, and well done to Alex Stewart and everyone at the Oval.
Yeah, but see other sports for details, like football. You can spend £1 billion on players and still not really improve your side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that can happen. And so you've got to be shrewd in your recruitment. I mean, that's been one of the criticisms here at Sussex, that they haven't been very shrewd with their recruitment, and hopefully that'll change. But I think, Surrey are very good when they bring in an overseas player and they play the big money. They perform. So they brought in Kemar Roach, the West Indian, into their side for the last couple of games. He comes into the side and he gets wickets. And that's what it's all about. You want overseas players who, when they come in, they produce the goods and do the business. And that's what Surrey have got absolutely down to a T.
Yeah, and Sussex had their county championships back in the 2000s.
Yeah.
So Surrey's turn now.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Surrey are highly successful. And, talking to Paul Palrace here at lunchtime, he was saying, that it's not the model club, but the way they do things at Surrey is absolutely right. And I think when you're led by someone like Alex Stewart, who's got just such a fantastic reputation in the game, no-nonsense coach, the club is run really well and properly. And who knows? I mean, they will be the county who will take all the beating next year, Danny, if they're not to make it 3 county championships in a row.
Thanks for now, Adrian. Just looking out your window, what are you looking at the moment at the county ground?
Well, the sun has gone in, sadly, just as I speak. But just one thing to mention here. They have a chairman's award here, Danny, every year. And John Philby presented that this year to the ground staff here at Hove. Because I have to say, Hove has looked magnificent all season. And honestly, there is no better outfield in the country than this one at Hove. It's absolutely splendid. And it looks great now at the end of September. One more day to go of the county championship. It's always sad when it finishes. But let's hope Sussex can finish with a win.
Back with you later on. Adrian Harms at the county ground watching Sussex playing.
467 for 6.
Yes, I think so.
That's a lead of 474.
Well, you certainly got their money's worth out of you there.
They did, yeah. Yeah, they do. Yeah. Actually, when you finish doing something, I think, Crumbs, I wasn't talking complete gibberish.
No.
Well, you're a nice bloke, Ed, and you would say that. But you do sometimes think, what are you talking? I was trying to think of the Surrey players who have come through the ranks, and there's been a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot Gus Atkinson.
Well, exactly. There are 2. I mean, Tom Laws. Just keep going.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's true. They have that enviable depth, don't they? In terms of the fact that they seem to be able to put out a side every round that bats down to about number 9, sometimes number 10, and yet can have about 4 or 5 seam options plus maybe a spinner as well. Actually, they have won these 2 titles really without a specialist spinner.
That's very true.
But as Actor has come back into the attack and he's bowling and has absolutely swatted by Jack Carson, a straight pull, almost like the old tennis forehand from Carson that goes towards a straight long on and goes for 4. So he certainly had plenty of time to line that one up. That was a bit like watching Harry Brook in the winter out in New Zealand.
Poor old Graham Van Buren, the skippy. I mean, it looks like he's limping a bit as well, does Graham down below us?
Hopefully that knee hasn't flared up again. 471 for 6 Actor bowls. That's another very short delivery and it goes through to the keeper. And I think there might have been a bit of mercy shown there by Neil Bainton, because it's been signalled as 1 for the over, maybe just feeling that Carson charged at Actor, so he was within his rights to bang it in. But yeah, I mean, they've done it without a specialist spinner, but they've had Jacks, Cameron Steele, who, I mean, nobody made any fanfare about that signing. And this is my thing with Surrey's recruitment recently. They've spoilt it a bit with the Dan Lawrence signing, as this is swatted again in the air by Carson. He skewed it down towards long leg. I think I have to say, at that time, it looks as if he was just trying to hit the ball hard and didn't really care too much about where he hit it. But
no, I would agree.
Skewed off down for a single. He's just having a bit of fun, is Carson, really. He's on to 6. The lead is 479. But, you know, even somebody like a Jordan Clark, I don't think that he was somebody that, I mean, I'm sure Lancashire were sorry to lose him, but he wasn't doing for Lancashire what he's done for Surrey. Such a huge part of these title wins. This is short, pulled in the air, out towards the long boundary and over Hammond's head at long leg, and it's gone for 6. That is a long hit from Hudson Prentice, and it brings up his 50 from only 26 deliveries. Third 6 to go with 6 fours. It's been a brutal assault, this, from Hudson Prentice, and no shot more emphatic than that, because that's one of the longer boundaries that you'll see out there. That long leg boundary with the right-hander hitting from the C end, and that is some connection.
Yeah, that's gone a long way. Yeah, that has gone a long way. James Cole's finished with 849 runs in the season. Hudson Prentice has overtaken him. He's 852.
Oh, speaking of milestones, Jack Carson has gone past his first 1,000 first-class runs. Short again from Actor and swatted by Hudson Prentice out to deep mid-wicket. And that is
good spot.
A single 53 to Hudson Prentice. Yes, how did you get to your first 1,000 runs in first-class cricket, Jack? Well, I played a beautiful cover drive, actually, through the covers for... No, I went for a
big edge,
an absolutely enormous heave and...
Didn't time it right.
Skewed it down to long leg.
Yeah.
Poor Zaman Actor. I mean, he's come back in for some more treatment, and that perhaps being the word after he clearly was in some discomfort with Chris Powell, the physio, having a word with him earlier on. The figures of 0 for 109 now, but I can only feel for him. He's coming round the wicket now and bowls short, wide, smacked out towards long off. He didn't actually connect with that one as well as I thought he had initially. And it's 1 run to end another enormous over. 13 have come from that.
Here comes a message from the dressing room, I reckon. Chris from Lancing has been in touch. He says, thanks to you and Ed for your commentary this week. That's very kind of you, Chris. It's always sad to say goodbye to cricket at the county ground at the end of the season, but Lee says the Cricket World Cup, etc., to keep us in touch. Only 187 days, or just over 4,500 hours until the next match, assuming we finish at 5:30 tomorrow and start on the 4th of April. Not that I'm counting, says Chris. Less if you include the warm-ups. Winter well. And yourself, Chris, thank you very much for listening. Thank you for your support and your emails throughout the season. Well, who says this might go to 5:30 tomorrow? But still, Ed's not quite sure.
Well, I only because.
Well, every game here this...
Well, yeah, you know, I just think, is the mental resolve going to be there to do that?
Becomes Shaw, bowls to Carson, who sort of heaves that around the legs. I think Sussex are going for a 500 lead here. They nearly got caught out defending 499 the other day. I mean, that chase would have been, I think, the 3rd highest run chase ever in county championship history if Leicestershire had got there. And I think if a side is down 500 to win a game, I think you deserve to win. Well,
it's nothing to do with the batting, then, is it? Really? I think even on a flat one, if you can't defend 500, then it's not anything to do with your batting lineup.
Shaw in bowls, pulled away by Hudson Prentice, and he's going to get a single. Not where he intended it to go at all. Picks up 1 to log off. I wonder if that was a message that came out to one of the Sussex lads. Look at that scoreboard.
82.
82. Thank you. So add 7, 489. I just thought another 11 runs, 500, and give Sussex. They'll have 50 overs today. Then a new ball available at lunch tomorrow. That would seem to make sense. Get through those 50 overs tonight, if they get through them, of course. But you would have a second new ball, which is important. Shaw in bowls. Carson hammers that down the ground to mid-on, fielded there by Van Buren,
yes.
And there is no run.
So, I mean, well, slim pickings, but I'm sure if Josh Shaw could get a 5-wicket haul, that would be something that would be of a massive boost for him. It doesn't really matter how they come. I mean, his first 3 wickets were
well, actually, in a total like this,
was a bit of a smash to mid on, but still.
I mean, 22 overs he's bowled after this one, 4 for 72. That's a good effort.
Yeah,
that is a good effort. And he's running in hard now, so full credit to it. Shaw is in and bowls, and Carson steps away to the leg side, and Shaw bowls it outside the off stump, perfectly legitimately to do that. And there is no run taken by James Bracey.
Curiously enough, Shaw has claimed, I think I'm right in saying, 2 first-class fifers before this, and they actually both came in the last home games of seasons? I think not necessarily in the last games of seasons.
He's in and bowls and clubbed away by Carson again to long off and picks up a single. Does Carson? He goes to 9. Total advances by 1, 483 for 6.
One of them came in a game where Cameron Bancroft scored heavily for Gloucestershire to help them survive. I think that was... I'm trying to find out which year that was in. And it was definitely the last home game of the season. Here we go. To it in a moment.
Shaw in bright sunshine. In and bowls and hammered away by Hudson Prentice. Well, didn't quite time that, in fairness, and he picks up a single. That's pretty tidy from Josh Shaw. I mean, considering that the charge has been on, just 4 singles coming in that over. So 484 for 6. Hudson Prentice. I can't quite. I think it's 55. It says it's in white lettering, and you can't quite make it out from the angle we're at. Jack Carson is on 9, so the lead is 491, and the two, Carson and Hudson Prentice, have a natter in the middle of the pitch. Email from Chris Burns, which I'll read after the next over from Ed.
Yeah, just that last 5 first. So two 5-wicket hauls. The first one actually came against Sussex at Bristol in 2016.
Wow.
5 for 79. Those are career best figures off 24 overs. So that was in the last game of the 2016 season. Actually, that was the game where we first met, when Middlesex won the title in dramatic fashion on the final day, and I'm afraid our game ended up in a fairly dull draw, but Shaw bowled very well in the first innings of that game. And the other one was 2017, so not the last game of the 2017 season, but the last home game against Kent, also at Bristol. As Actor bowls full and wide, and Hudson Prentice tries to flog it into the offside and gets a bottom edge, and it goes up on the onside for Actor to field. And in that game, that was Cameron Bancroft's, I think, his only century in his time Gloucestershire. He made 206 not out in the first innings, and then Kent had more or less achieved parity. Bancroft scored 206 out of 385, and then Kent made 386 in reply, and Bancroft made 72 off 182 balls in the second innings. This is a short ball from Actor. It's been pulled away, and he's done it again. Hudson Prentice has cleared the long boundary over Longleg's head. And Sussex up to 490 for 6. He made that look so easy as Hudson Prentice. You wouldn't have believed that was clearing the long boundary. You might have thought, short boundary, he's not really tried to hit that very hard, just helping it round the corner. But no, he absolutely middled that to the millimetre he must have done to clear that boundary.
The way he's going here, Hudson Prentice, I'm sure they'll declare, but
could he? Yes. Actor bowls. Hudson Prentice charges down the pitch and hits this one over wide mid-off this time. And it is 6 more. 67 off 32 balls. I wonder what the fastest century for Sussex is in first-class cricket.
Well, good question.
We're a little way off that.
We are a little way. But I just wonder whether the way he's going, I wonder whether they might think, well, let's keep him going for another 4 overs or so, because he's absolutely decimating this bowling, isn't he, at the moment?
That's the 500 lead at 6, 503. Actor runs in over the wicket, bowls to Hudson Prentice. It's full and wide, and it's been driven out to deep cover for a single.
His top score for Hudson Prentice, despite scoring the best part of 900 runs now, his top score this season is still 73.
Well, he doesn't have a first-class 100.
No, he doesn't. And he... Well, I wonder if that is just... top score of 91, I think. That was for Derbyshire.
99.
99 for Derbyshire, was it? Oh, good
Dave
spot.
Fletcher was talking about that, and I can't remember, I'm afraid, now what he was saying. This is Actor bowling round the wicket to Carson. It backs away and looks to drive and misses outside the off stump. I can't remember how he was out on 99, but I seem to we were discussing people out for 99 in general, because there have been a couple of them that last round, and then he was talking about Hudson Prentice's innings of 99.
Well, this is the 9th time this season that he's been past 50. Top scorer 73.
Last ball of the over. Actor bowls, bowled him. Carson's off stump, I think that is, has been flattened by Zaman Akhtar.
I think it's his leg stump.
It's his leg stump?
No, I reckon they're going to keep Hudson Prentice going here because they're sending out another player. Who's this is coming out? Looks like it might be Sean Hunt is making his way out.
Yeah, off stump it was, which has been uprooted by Zaman Akhtar for his first wicket, and absolutely no celebration whatsoever. In fact, Akhtar's reaction after that wicket reminded me of George Scrimshaw after he got his first international wicket. You know, he bowled, what was it, 6 no-balls, something like that in his first 2 overs. Then he took a wicket and actually didn't end up with that bad figures. I think he took 3 for in the end. But all Akhtar did was just turn round and actually look more disconsolate than he had before. But he has now got a wicket. Carson just backing away and trying to smash the ball off into the sea and missing.
I probably need some help here from the Sussex media lads, because we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but we don't want to miss a real landmark here. So Hudson Prentice 68 in 33 balls. I wonder what the fastest Sussex 100 is in county championship cricket. I mean, it is a way off, but I don't want to jinx Finn, but if it is such a landmark, we don't want to miss it, really. Particularly with that short boundary, because the way he's playing...
it's not happening.
Right, okay.
Oh, hang on, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong... sorry about that.
Punched by Hudson Prentice out to deep extra cover. He picks up a single. He goes to 69 for 98 for 7.
Sorry, I was looking at the first result that came up, but unfortunately it was by minutes rather than by balls. So I thought it was a done deal already. But
you are a whiz at looking up stats and things, Ed, but I just... I don't know if they have the fastest in the handbook, which I've got in front of me. I don't think they do.
Let me look up this innings by Murray Goodwin in 2006.
Well, he's the sort of player who would have scored a very quick 100. I can have a quick word next door in a moment. I mean, Sussex may not let it go that far, because you could use up, all of a sudden you could use up half an hour of time here. Shaw in bowls, and Crocombe steps away to the leg side, and actually all Henry needs to do here really is probably put bat on ball and run. Easy to say from here.
Yeah. Where are we? 32 balls, Murray Goodwin's century.
Wow.
2006 came at Southgate in a game that...
In the Championship?
In the Championship, which Middlesex just about avoided losing by 1 wicket at the end. But Goodwin, I'll come back to his innings.
Shaw in bowls. Crocombe plays that to back. Boy, Hudson Prentice doesn't want to know about a single there.
Goodwin's innings 156 off 50 balls. Wow. It wasn't his 150.
What year was that?
156, 2006.
Okay.
156 in 50 balls, 19 fours and 11 sixes.
Right, and without doing any disrespect to Murray, that was against proper bowling?
I don't think it was, no.
Right, okay.
But there we go. That's records are records.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was setting up a declaration.
Ed Joyce for Middlesex bowled 4 overs for 60.
Right, so, okay. But I think you'd have to say, right, okay. I mean, it stands in the record book. Shaw in bowls to Crocombe, who hammers that down the ground. It's going to go for 4 runs. Just stood and belted the ball down the ground. Good shot by Crocombe. Good way to get off the mark. Sussex 500 is up, 502 for 7. So, yeah, so it stands in the records, and that's where it stands. And it's not being in any way disrespectful to Murray, but that was clearly against bowling of a questionable quality. Is that fair to say?
Wouldn't surprise me if he might not still, as you say, might not still have one of the fastest anyway. But yeah, I guess though what I can't see is exactly who was bowling at what point. He might have started off against.
Yeah.
But
Shaw involves to Crocombe, who makes room for himself and swings down the ground. They're shy at the stumps from Van Buren, misses. Crocombe picks up a single, and probably rather irritatingly for Hudson Prentice. There's only 1 more ball left in the over.
I think that Shaw got a hand on that.
Right.
I think he was wringing out his hand, and I thought he deflected it to mid-on. Again, I'll have a look at that again. I mean, you can't call that a drop, but yeah, he's got fingertips to it. Wow. It would have been an absolutely sensational catch because of how hard it was hit. It was a one-handed attempt, but that would have been the fifer. I'm not even going to write that down as a
You're
drop.
brilliant at getting these stats. You get off Cricket Archive or some such.
Association of Cricket Statisticians, which I think they use the same thing.
Shaw pulled onto the leg side by Hudson Prentice. He's going to come back for the second. Croker will have to hurry running to the non-strikers end. Shaw collects the ball. He makes it to throw at the stumps. He looks frustrated, and that is the declaration. Tom Alsop waves Sussex in. So Finn Hudson Prentice's highest score of the season will still remain 71, and Sussex have declared on 505 for 7. Add 7 to that score, which will mean a lead of 512, and Sussex will need Gloucester will need 513 to win. And applause for Finn Hudson Prentice as the crowd stands and applaud him off. We've had a pretty busy hour or so, Ed and I here, so if you don't mind, we're just going to take a time out for 10 minutes, and then we'll be back as Gloucestershire resume their chase for this mammoth 512. Well, welcome back to Hove. We are kind of suitably refreshed. Brad Curry is going to get things underway from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Gloucestershire with this enormous total they need. I can see it on the scoreboard now at 513 to win. So that's a long, long way away. They've got to face 48 overs today as in comes Curry and bowls to Charlesworth that go outside of the off stump. So we will have, I think tea is set today for 3:30. Because we're going to play 104 overs today after losing overs yesterday because of a combination of bad light and rain. So if Gloucestershire were to score, so 48 overs today, 96 tomorrow, what's that? 48, that's about 150 overs. They can score at 3.5 and over, they'll win.
Easy as that.
Yeah. In comes Curry. The sun has gone in and bowls to Charlesworth. He lets that go through, taken by Carter. There is no run. As you would expect, Sussex with an attacking field, 3 slips in a gully. Backward point, extra cover mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. See Tom Haynes out there. He's the one who rather missed out for Sussex, making just 4. Seems a long time ago that he was out when Sussex were 12 for 1, we have to remember. And at that stage we were thinking, crumbs, the way wickets are falling in this game, this could all be over by the 3rd day. Curry makes his way down the hill. In and bowls, and Charlesworth for the ball in the over. Lets that go outside the off stump. That'll be a little frustrating for Brad Curry because you want to make Charlesworth play in these opening overs, and Sussex will want to make the most of the new ball here.
I suppose I should point out, though, that there are still enough overs left in the day that it could still be all over today.
It could.
And we've seen what's happened down at Wantage Road, where Northamptonshire are on the verge of victory. They've almost bowled Essex out within 25 overs.
Right.
Second time round.
Yeah, maybe Essex are feeling a little deflated. Curry in again, bowls, and Charlesworth does have to play this, and indeed gets his first run as the ball skews away through backward point. And Ben Charlesworth, the tall left-hander, is on his way. 1 without loss, Gloucestershire. Sean Hunt fielding down below us. I suspect will probably take the new ball from this, the C end of the ground. He took 3 for 52 in the first innings.
It was the 2 left-armers did the bulk of the damage. Carson ended up with 3 for with 2 of the wickets. But I'm not to take anything away from those wickets, but they were the last 2 wickets, and they needed taking because Shaw and Taylor had a partnership going. But in terms of the top order damage, it was Curry and Hunt.
Curry in again bowls, and Dent is also on his way as he just plays that defensively onto the onside. But the field is such there was a comfortable single because Henry Crocombe needed to move from mid-wicket to backward square leg to field. The sun has been intermittent today. There's quite a lot of cloud around Hove, some patches of blue sky, and every now and again the ground has been bathed in sunshine. But predominantly it's been a cloudy day, but not a cold day by any manner of means, and a really good day to be sit out watching cricket if you're coming up or thinking of coming along after tea. Then comes Curry bowls, and Charlesworth just eases that one down to fine leg, literally down in front of us. Sean Hunt comes trotting into field. So 3 singles off of the opening over, and Gloucestershire, unsurprisingly, therefore 3 without loss. But if you are listening locally to Hove and you think, I quite fancy a bit of cricket, well, entry is free after tea. So I think that's a good deal actually, because today, you provided the light holes, you could see maybe the best bowler sort of 40 overs, something like that. After tea for nothing.
Yeah, it's something Gloucestershire do as well, both at really good. Bristol and at Cheltenham for their championship cricket, getting free after tea. And it's, I think it's a really good initiative. I mean, why? It's not as though you're bringing in billions through the turnstiles in terms of numbers and money. So anything you can do to spread the game, it's got to be a good thing. Here's Sean Hunt bowling to Charlesworth, who stands tall and defends out towards backward point. It's intercepted by 4th slip before it gets there.
Hudson Prentice innings, Ed, was 71 not out in 35 balls with 6 4s and 5 6s. So it was pretty destructive stuff. But he told me the other day, I interviewed Finn, so it's his 9th half century of the season. He said, but his top score's only 73, and it still is, so he's finished the season on that.
Here's Hunt bowling down the leg side, and a tumbling effort from Carter to try to bring it in, but he can't do so. And that will go down as 4 byes. Gloucestershire 7, without loss. Yeah, there were only 2 centuries, by the way, quicker than Murray Goodwin's that we were talking about in the history of first-class cricket. Both 27-ball efforts, and both in this country as well. Mark Bettini, same year, 2006, Essex versus Leicestershire, and then Glenn Chappell in 1993. That must have been pretty early on in his long career. Hunt bowls. Charlesworth stands again up to his pretty much his full height and plays in defence to mid-off.
So Finn Hudson-Prentice finishes as the highest Sussex run scorer this season, 879 runs, followed by James Coles with 849. Finn Hudson-Prentice an average of 48. I mean, you'd take that for a number 7. And then Tom Alsop, the other one, making 820 runs at 39. James Coles averaging 42.
Hunt bowls. Charlesworth turns off his pads but finds mid-on.
So I think it's a good effort by Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Yeah, well, I mean, I said before, really, what a useful cricketer. I mean, every side needs that kind of attacking all-rounder to come in at 7 or 8 or something like that. And
he's probably slightly disappointed with his bowling return. 19 wickets at 49 each. That's a lot, and he has been disappointed with his bowling. So that'll be an area he'll be working on, I'm sure, in the winter. Hunt
is into bowl, and Charlesworth lets that one go through to the keeper. I would say it's getting harder and harder to bowl. I mean, Hudson-Prentice, you probably say, is just fast of medium, but it's getting harder and harder to take wickets bowling either medium or fast of medium when, as I would guess, Hudson-Prentice has taken the new ball a couple of times this season, hasn't he? But he wouldn't generally take the new ball. So no, it's tricky. Like it's getting trickier on these pitches that are, in general, are produced now. Maiden over to start with from Hunt as Charlesworth plays back up the pitch. There were those 4 byes from the over, and after 2 overs, Gloucestershire are 7 without loss and in need of some sort of a statement at the end of this, in their own words, disappointing season. I don't think they can really imagine that they're going to go on and win this game, and they will have that tag go down in history books for the wrong reasons as just the second side in the history of this club not to win a game in the county championship.
Here goes Brad Curry, bowls to Chris Dent, who plays that very calmly, backward a square on the leg side, picks up a single, fielded by Henry Croker. If you've just joined us today, a very good afternoon. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio, Sussex, Gloucester and Bristol. Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn, your commentary team here today. We're very lucky. We've had John Philby, the Sussex chair, and Paul Farbrace have come up and had a natter throughout the day. It's been good to hear from both of them, so thank both for their efforts today. Looks like the Sussex Cricket Museum is still over. The book sale's still going on, so plenty to do around the ground as in comes Curry over the wicket bowls and defended by Charlesworth back down the track. And again, there is no run, fielded by Curry. Loud clapping from Ollie Carter. He's got these wicket-keeping gloves, Ollie Carter. They always look like they're too big for him, really. And when he claps his hands together, it's like a seal. You watch. And he might do it in a minute, and we'll hear him thumping his gloves together. Much chat going on in the slips. Alsop at first, Clark second, Coles at third, Carson in the gully. Curry in bowls, and Charlesworth just covers up and plays down the offside of the track. There is no run.
I see what you mean. His palms look enormous.
Yeah, they do.
And you think about some keepers, and you think of their gloves, and they almost look like just a very thin very covering. Tight. But
the Carters are huge.
Carters do look huge, don't they? It was only when he put his hands behind his back there and just had his palms facing. But perhaps he's just got very large hands.
I don't know, but he certainly makes a noise when he claps those gloves together. Anyway, in comes Curry, running in down the hill bowls, and Charlesworth turns that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. One thing about this pitch, it has it has flattened out, and pitches have flattened out here all season, and that's why we've had some really good run chase. We had a good run chase here with Derbyshire and Worcestershire chasing best part of 400 on occasions. Those games ended in draws. Leicestershire nearly chasing down that fight, that 499 to win here a couple of weeks ago. So I know it's a hugely daunting total for Gloucestershire, but I don't think there's much in this pitch now. Carrying bowls, and they're going to be leg byes, I think. Yes, indeed. Signalled by umpire Baton. The ball clatters into the advertising board. You may have heard it down below us. And the total advances by 4. I guess the big question mark might be, Ed, fourth day pitch, whether it's going to spin. We know this was the pitch used on the opening day, or the opening match of the season against Durham. So tomorrow will be the 8th day it's been used. So maybe there'll be some turn for Carson and co.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the curiosities, I suppose, of the innings, and it certainly didn't seem to turn very much for either Zafar Gohar or Ollie Price.
Curry in bowls to Charlesworth, who defends to mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over, and 3 very safely negotiated overs by the Gloucestershire openers. Charlesworth and Dent both are on 2, and Gloucestershire are 12 without loss. Just a quick rattle around elsewhere. We know Surrey have won the county championship. It's all about who gets relegated. It looks like the game at Canterbury is drifting towards a draw, which is all Kent need to do, provided that Middlesex don't beat Nottinghamshire, and Nottinghamshire have kind of stabilised after losing a couple of wickets. 309 for 6 they are now. Ben Slater's still there, 114 not out. So it very much looks as if that game, well, there's still a day to go, but that looks like it's got draw probably written all over it, and Middlesex will go down.
Here's Sean Hunt bowling to Dent, who had a think about playing at that one and then decides to let it go. Yeah, and until Middlesex take those final 4 Nottinghamshire wickets, they can't do anything, really, because they could, as we've said earlier, they could put their foot to the floor and think, OK, we'll try and score 250 as quickly as we can and then just get Nottinghamshire batting, try and force a win that way. But until they can take Nottinghamshire's final 4 wickets, they can't do anything about that. And Nottinghamshire have absolutely no obligation to make that easy for them. And if you're Kent, you would hope that that would be the case. Yes. Hunt bowls as a close strap for leg before it's given. I think that's the first LBW of the match, and it's Dent who's gone LBW to Hunt for 2. I wondered whether he might have got an inside edge on it to start with. I think that was the only thing that could ever have saved him. It looked full, it looked straight, it looked pretty good from here. And Sean Hunt, well, Gloucestershire have had difficulties with him this season. 3 wickets he took at Bristol in the second innings there, 3 for in the first innings. He's already got 1 here, and really, like I say, if he'd not nicked that, that was stone dead. It struck him on the back pad in front of, by the looks of things, about middle and off, and there's no way that is going on to miss the stumps. And the decision given fairly quickly by umpire Jack Chantry, and Chris Dent walking straight off. So he's gone for 2, and for Dent that will make his season average drop further after being dismissed for 2. There's danger it might even fall underneath 30. Just the 1 century this season that came against Glamorgan at Cheltenham, an innings that you felt he desperately needed at the time, but since then just the 1 half century. And it's been a tricky season for Chris Dent, who didn't play a part in the back end of either Gloucestershire's T20 or 50 over campaigns for personal reasons, and out for 2 here, and it brings James Bracey out to the middle, another man in absolutely desperate need of some runs. Coming out under pressure, 12 for 1, chasing what really looks to be only a nominal target. 4 slips in place. Hunt bowls to Bracey. It's down the leg side, and it's going to go down to the boundary. 4 leg byes. It wasn't bat or glove. It was on Bracey's hip. And for a moment, I thought he might just have gloved that. Carter diving after it, couldn't get there. And now a spectator quite helpfully ventures the ball out from the area between the advertising boards and the sight screen. And it goes down as 4 runs onto the Gloucestershire total, but we've only had 4 runs off the bat so far. I think 4 runs out of the 16.
Yeah, I thought that when I said before, 12 for no wicket and 2 to either player.
Hunt runs in now, he bowls to Bracey. Oh, goodness me, he's tried to leave that one as James Bracey and has inadvertently deflected it down into the slip cordon. Bounce there from Hunt. And clearly, it was straighter than Bracey initially thought. He's judging the line of that, and I think, judging by the way that it came off, that has caught Bracey, sort of thigh pad maybe on the hip. Hunt bowls, Bracey gets bat on ball this time and plays out towards backward point. Things have got a little bit gloomier of late, but that is certainly no reason to mitigate any potential Gloucestershire collapse. As you say, the pitch looks as if it has flattened out. There was carry for Actor.
Yes, there was.
So there's going to be carry for Hunt if he bends his back, and that's what we've seen so far. But in terms of the movement in the pitch, as Hunt bowls, Bracey comes forward and plays solidly enough to mid-off. And that ends what will go down as a wicket maiden. In fact, Hunt's not gone for a run off his 2 overs so far. And Gloucestershire 16 for 1 after 4 overs. And I think, well, if you want my bets, we might make it to tomorrow, but I don't think we're going to make it too far into tomorrow. And I think that might be a minor blessing for Gloucestershire just to get off. Winter preparations underway, winter plans, come back next year and refresh themselves and get ready to go again.
Curry comes in, bowls to Charlesworth, who punches that to mid-wicket, fielded by Crocombe, and there is no run. Still the 3 slips in place in a gully. There's a point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Actually, just looking at some of the Gloucestershire bowling figures, you'd have thought for 505 for 7 that you'd be looking down and going, oh, ouch, they're horrible figures. But Matt Taylor, 22 overs, 1 for 62. He went at less than 3 and over. So, highly respectable. Took 5 wickets in the first innings. In comes Curry. Bowls Charlesworth. Let's go outside the off-stump, no run. Josh Shaw, 23 overs, 4 for 82. He was a bit more expensive, 3.5 and over. But then you get to Akhtar, 22 overs, 1 for 123, going at the over 5.5 and over. Zafar, 33 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 38. But he bowled a lot of overs. But certainly there was some respectable bowling figures in there.
I think the openers especially, and it goes back to a point I might have made yesterday.
In comes Curry, bowls wide of the off stump, taken by Carter, no run.
In that those two, and actually potentially in Shaw's case, he didn't play a part in the early stage of the season, really. We played 2 games through the first 7 when Gloucestershire had their full, closer to, I should say, not their full, but had closer to their full complement of bowlers available. And this is the thing, when you have your first change bowlers or your opening bowlers.
In comes Curry, bowls again. Charlesworth sits on the pad. I wonder if we got a little nick on that. It ran to backward point, to backward square leg, fielded by Crocombe, no run.
So when you're asking your change bowlers to be your openers, and then you're asking your second change bowlers who, they're not in the side, are they? They're second change bowlers who are sitting on the bench. You can't expect the same output as if you have your first choice bowlers available, and that is certainly a point that Gloucestershire will make. I think it's hard not to have some sympathy with a side that's missing 5 or 6 bowlers.
Curry in, bowls to Charlesworth. He plays into the offside, and there is no run.
And a side like Surrey can afford to miss 5 or 6 bowlers because they do all the time. They have to. They're missing that many probably to the IPL alone at the start of the season, never mind if anybody were to get injured. But it's got to be, you have to wonder, though, where are all these injuries coming from? How are so many bowlers getting injured? And, I've had people say this, how come other counties can keep their best bowlers on the park? I don't know, because I don't know anything about it at all.
Curry in bowls. Oh, Charlesworth, I thought for a moment he'd played on, and the ball bounces out into the offside. There is no run. End of break. Curry's over a maiden over. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. Gloucestershire are 16 for 1. Charlesworth on 2. Bracey yet to score the man out. Chris Dent, who was LBW 2. Sean Hunt 4-2. A result has come in the first division of the county championship at Essex. Bowled out for 211 earlier on today. That scuppered any chance they had of mounting a challenge to Surrey in the county championship, but then bowled out very cheaply for 119 second time around. So Northampton winning by an innings and 39 runs, but not enough to save Northamptonshire from relegation. They'll be playing both Sussex and Gloucestershire next season. In comes Hunt and bowls. Delivery just short of a length. A good carry again through to Ollie Carter. You were making that point. There has been good carry on this pitch.
Yep, and so whilst there's no implication as far as the title, as you said, there's still games to be won, and Surrey need 185 runs to win to beat Hampshire, having bowled them out for 172. I was talking about Will Jacks.
Yeah,
he's taken 5 for 87. Cameron Steele 4 for 40. So they've basically just bowled all their spinners. So it's not as if they can't bowl spin if they want to.
Hunt comes in, was a full toss. That's horrible delivery down the leg side. That's going to run away for 4 byes, I think. Oh, well, they must have touched the pad. That was a wayward delivery. And umpire Chantry signals those 4 byes, 20 for 1. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Will Jacks doesn't go to India. I think they might.
Well, I think he's definitely going to go. I think it's whether he starts.
Well, I think there's every chance he will. I mean, there's a bit of talk around Hove of whether Jack Carson might be one of the spinners selected. But I think what you get with Jacks as well, you get that batting ability as well, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, you got Jacks coming in at 8.
If you get Jacks and Livingston,
well,
I'm not saying they would both play in the same side.
And they'll definitely take Rian Ahmed as well. I'm sure he'll go.
Yeah.
In comes Hunt and bowls. Up on his toes is Bracey onto the onside. What's the score with Jack Leach at the moment?
Well, I would assume that Leach would be fit.
If he's fit, you get to January and imagine Leach goes. I mean, I think he would still be considered the frontline spinner.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we suddenly saw how much we missed Jack Leach this summer.
Runs away from us. Up the hill, bowls. Bracey defends to mid-off, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. There'll be no mowing, of course, because he has definitely retired. And
we think
Ben Stokes rings him up again and says, "Can you do us a favour, mate?" Yeah, but I don't think that's going to happen.
No, it's not, and I don't think Moeen would say yes either. Coming off the 50 over World Cup coming up as well, so that's going to be a lot of overs.
I mean, actually, someone who never really gets mentioned. In comes Hunter again, bowls and let go outside the off stump, taken by Carter, no run. And someone you were talking about just now is Liam Dawson.
Well,
I mean, it just never gets. There was a bit of talk around the Ashes when Leach was injured.
Well, I think Dawson should have been picked.
You know, I mean, I know you don't pick a spin bowler because he can bat, but he's a pretty useful guy to have coming. You know, you're in the side to take wickets. I get that. But if you're looking for someone who brings a little bit of something else as well, I'd have thought he'd been a great pick.
Yeah, but I say I would have picked him, but there we go.
Hunt. In again, bowls and forward comes Bracey to get his first run. Ali Orr fields at mid-on, loses his sunglasses in so doing, and he can't prevent a single. So Bracey is on his way off the 10th delivery that he's received. And Gloucestershire 21 for 1 here, needing a little matter of another 492 to win. Sean Hunt, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1. I think he's quite bowled quite as well as those figures suggest. Actually, he's at a couple of he's conceded some runs, some leg byes. I think he'll just be a little disappointed that he's hasn't made the batsman play a little more.
I think it's one of those things where he's got the ability to produce a delivery which can get anybody out at any time, but equally there are deliveries that come out which are just absolute meat and drink, and actually it has to be said, Gloucestershire batters should have got bat on ball with several of those that have ended up being byes and leg byes. But anyway, in the context of things, just still being at the crease is the most important thing. I think somebody might have had a few words with James Bracey there because he was staring off towards the slip cordon.
Oh dear.
Here comes Curry and bowls to Bracey, who turns that one towards mid-on. There's no run.
Well, Paul Farbrace spoke in that chat just, didn't he, about discipline, and someone had written in and said, do you feel responsible for discipline? And he said, absolutely. And he said, there has been too many signs of it, so he'll be unhappy if that is the case.
Well, I mean, for all I know, I'm not inferring anything. It could have been a friendly word or something, but I don't know. Bracey did seem to look round. There were certainly enough of them in there. Is that 5? It's a bit difficult to see because they're all in a line.
1, 2... Yes,
it's 5. 5 slips. Here's Curry bowling. Forward goes Bracey and plays to mid-off. Yes, I know the slip cordon are in a line. That's not what I meant. They're in my line.
Jack Pickford's been in touch, Ed, and he says, I just wanted to touch on my point from our last match. Is it acceptable on a day 4 pitch for our spinners to be underperforming to the level which they have been all season? Granted, Coles is a part-time spinner. Caster's been good for Sussex over the past few years. However, I worry when our strike spinner is averaging almost 50 with the ball. Yeah, his wickets have been expensive, Jack, this season.
Curry runs in past the umpire and bowls. It's turned into the onside by Bracey to gasps behind the stumps. It's fielded by Crocombe, who's the only fielder saving the single on the leg side.
Goes on to say, I can't help but feel that Sussex would not be in the position we are if our spinners had the ability to contribute to winning performances on day 4 pitches. That would have been a good question for Paul Farbrace, actually. The club has 2 young, incredibly talented spinners in Foreman and Lenham, who we've barely seen all year. We've got a dodgy connection.
I can hear a crackle. I don't know if you can.
No, I can as well, so we sort that out at the tee. And he goes on to say our inability to bowl sides out has been a downfall this season.
Curry bowls wide of off stump, left by Bracey.
And raises a good point, actually, and that would have been another good question for Paul Farbrace. You know, he's a spin coach. I mean, James Kirtley is the bowling coach. I did ask about Steve Finn, and it seems like Steve Finn is pursuing a media career, but I think Sussex, you sort of got the inference from Paul that maybe they'd like Steve Finn around.
So many people come back and do these consultancy coaching jobs now.
But that's a very good point, Jack. You know, maybe a spin coach, if you were able to get someone who could cut. I mean, maybe Sussex do have that. I know that Graham Swan has been down here on a couple of occasions this season.
I think that's so often my impression of what it tends to be. Curry bowls again, and Bracey has allowed that one to go through to the keeper. In that the bowling coach is nearly always a paceman. Former paceman, and then the spinners have to kind of make do with, well, here's a consultancy session, and they can be, I'm sure they can be magnificent, because you get, I think, possibly even more so as a spinner than a seamer, having that variety of perspectives and little tips and tricks and what works for them is probably even more important as a spinner than it is as a seamer. But you have to kind of make do with consultancy versus, permanent coach. As Bracey, as he nicked off last ball before tee, no, not out, says umpire Bainton. James Bracey standing there looking rather displeased with the
discipline here,
appeal.
Sussex.
I think we're all right. I think it's just the last ball before tee. Neil Bainton is going over for a word. It's a maiden over to finish with from Hunt. Let's just tie that up, and the score is 21 for 1 after 7 overs.
Well, I think Sussex might have got away with that.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Welcome back to Hove for the final session on day 3 of this county championship match between Gloucestershire and Sussex, with Sussex all over Gloucestershire here. For what it's worth, Gloucestershire require 492 runs to win. They've already lost 1 wicket in their second innings. Chris Dent, LBW to Sean Hunt for 2, and it is Sean Hunt to bowl the first ball after tea as he comes in and bowls to Charlesworth, who gets an inside edge really out towards square leg. They'll take 2 out towards the short side, but that was not an especially convincing start, but Charlesworth gets a couple of runs, moves on to 4. Gloucestershire 23 for 1. The extras column at the moment leads the way in this Gloucestershire second innings. 16 extras, 12 leg byes and 4 byes. 4 to Charlesworth, 1 to Bracey, who survived a very loud caught behind shout off the last ball before the break off the bowling of Curry. As in comes Sean Hunt over the wicket and bowls. Charlesworth plays defensively. Hunt scoops up with his left hand. Sussex, having made 505 for 7 declared in their second innings, really just bullying Gloucestershire's attack to all parts towards the end. Decent figures for Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw in particular. Shaw 4 for 82. But spin just was not a factor for Gloucestershire in that second innings. Hunt bowls, Charlesworth drives into the ground, and it's stopped by Hunt. And really now you feel the intrigue in the game remaining is, well, apart from Sussex getting these 9 wickets, what can Gloucestershire muster? Can they manage at least to have something to hang their hat on at the end of a difficult season that looks as if it's going to end with 6 losses from their last 8 championship games. Hunt bowls and forward goes Charlesworth and plays out into the offside. Nice little push will get him a single. 24 for 1. Charlesworth moves on to 5. For Charlesworth, mentioned in the first innings, really, there's a great opportunity here in this innings to really make a statement and nail down a spot in the top order. You'd imagine that Gloucestershire would be after somebody in that top order to come in as an overseas player next season. Hunt bowls, and that's been thick-edged by Bracey. It's going to elude the cordon initially and allow them to get a single. 25 for 1. But yeah, I mean, at Cheltenham, Dale Benkenstein said that the club would like to bring in an overseas seamer for the start of next season, but would like to versus would be able to, I think, is a very different thing. In goes Hunt over the wicket, bowls, and that has been flashed at and caught, brilliantly caught in the slip cordon by Tom Clark. Adrian Harms was talking about the terrific pair of hands that Tom Clark has in that cordon, and that was really travelling. Charlesworth jabbed at it outside the off stump, and it was a thick flying edge. It's another wicket for Sean Hunt. And, well, actually, he's ended up taking that one-handed, because whilst there were 2 hands moving towards the ball, I think it's just, by the looks of things, just stuck in his right hand, and he was reaching up above his head to take that catch. That is an outstanding grab. In close. He's seen that it was flying that high quickly. You've got to pick up the height of that ball. And for Charlesworth, that's... Whilst it took a terrific catch to get rid of him, it was a jab outside the off stump.
Just see it again.
And a catch.
On the big screen. Oh, that's a heck of a catch, isn't it? And he kind of makes nothing of it, does Tom Clark as well. He's very unfussy in there. And I don't know how many catches he's got this season. I need to look it up, actually. But nearly all of those catches would have come in the slip cordon. And that was an absolute belter.
Just looking at it again, I mean, Alsop has mobbed him immediately from first slip. And then Ollie Carter was almost... I mean, he put his hands up in the air and then just put his hands behind his head. He couldn't believe the catch. So both openers dismissed. And, well, I mean, if we do get these 40 overs in tonight, then we might still not be coming back tomorrow. Sean Hunt walking down to Feinler, getting the applause of those near him.
Well, Ollie Price is the new man. Brad Curry is going to come in from the Cromwell. It's getting a bit gloomy. Inham bowls and they're defended by Brace in the offside, and there is no run. But that really was a remarkable catch by... does it say anywhere, you'd know this, how many catches in the Crick Info stats?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it's listed with the bowling averages.
Yeah, so we are. So Tom Clark has taken 16 catches. I'm not sure that's up to date.
Might be 17,
in that case, that will put him, and Tom Alsop's taken 16 as well. Ollie Carter 41, we would expect, because he's the wicket-keeper. But I would say a good few of those catches Tom Clark's taken have been really good slip catches. Curry in bowls to Bracey, plays into the onside, there is no run. Leicestershire was 16 for 2, chasing 499, so it's not quite all over for... But it's a long way to go, and they did have Colin Ackerman.
Tried to give Gloucestershire fans hope at this stage is a forlorn job, Adrian.
Yeah, and they did have Ackerman, who batted beautifully. I'm not saying these aren't class players, but he's a really good player, isn't he, Colin Ackerman?
Yeah, well, Leicestershire are going to really miss him next season.
Oh, hugely. Curry in again, bowls, Bracey defends, down to the offside, there is no run.
You wonder, actually, Durham, does Durham really need him? Where's he going to fit into that Durham side, actually?
Well, I agree. Yeah.
You know, Lees and Jones opening the batting. Ackerman's not going to open, so they're going to stay. Borthwick, Beddingham, Robinson, Clark. I mean, Graham Clark had another century. Before this season, you might have said Graham Clark, but he's had a pretty prolific season. It would be very unfortunate on Clark if he were to miss out.
Comes Curry again. Bowls down the leg side, and it's run away for 4 byes. Not much Ollie Carter can do about that.
4 runs, I think.
Run away for 4 runs. It's 4 runs.
Yeah, yeah, he got a little glance on that, I think, Gracie.
I need to observe the umpire.
But yes, I mean, well, having thought that they were losing Ackerman and Wright, well, who knows on the Chris Wright situation now?
Well, yeah, but he's definitely not coming to Sussex, we know that. So if you missed that announcement, that was Paul Farbrace at lunchtime. If you're around the ground, you didn't hear the Paul Farbrace explaining that Chris Wright, who Sussex thought was signing for next season, for family reasons, is now not coming to Sussex. Which is a blow for Sussex in their recruitment for the next season. In comes Curry bowls. Bracey plays him to the offside and takes a well-judged single because Haynes needs to move to his right at mid-off to field. 30 for 2 are Gloucestershire. Price yet to score. Bracey is on the 7.
And obviously it's very difficult in terms of the fact that some other players who might have been available are now off the board, given that they'll have signed elsewhere. So I mean, you know, it's an unfortunate situation. You have to kind of feel for Sussex really, because it will limit some of the options they might have had if they'd have known to start with that Wright wasn't coming.
Curry in bowls outside the off stump, taken by Carter. There is no run. End of the over. 30 for 2. Price yet to score. Bracey is on 7. Both openers back in the pavilion. Charlesworth for 5. Dent for 2. The former for a brilliant catch by Clark at second set. Yeah, and I think, you know, Sussex have had this move lined up for a couple of months now.
Yeah.
So you're building your recruitment, then all of a sudden, you know, someone, you know, obviously Chris Ryder said, I can't come, it's family reasons, and we don't know what those are, but not for us to know really. But all of a sudden that does, you really think, little crumbs, if we'd only known that, we could have made other plans. So
yeah, no, it's unfortunate.
It is
unfortunate. It's the nature of the partly the nature of the way that the county transfer system is organised, which is that there isn't one. Hunt bowls to Bracey, who comes forward and guides to mid-on. You know, there's no set transfer window. Players very often, although a bit less so of late, I've noticed, are going out on loan to their new counties before they then, then are signed. I mean, there are a few instances of that happening this season. I think, for example, I don't think Pat Brown would have got into Worcestershire's red ball side actually as is currently constituted anyway. So I think they just said, well, you might as well go off to Derby, as this is a full ball and dug out into the offside by Bracey for a single. 31 for 2. And Derbyshire had a vacancy in their bowling attack, so we thought, well, we might as well take him out. It benefits all parties, that. But in the past, there have been instances where I think it's been a case of, well, whilst you can see it being beneficial for both parties, at the same time it's tricky on supporters who were hoping to see that player for the rest of the season, that kind of thing.
And the Leicestershire game here, we kept saying, oh, look at Chris Wright, he's bowling well.
Here's Hunt bowling to Price. That's a leave, getting everything up and out of the way.
I noticed that our light meter is on at the far end of the ground, Ed. That's the light outside of the groundsman hut, the blue garage door. I can see the fluorescent light. I need to ask Ben Gibson if that is activated by the light, but that always it has got gloomy.
It has. I mean, I think at the moment
it's
okay.
All right. Yeah, no floodlights.
You do wonder in an hour's time potentially what it might be like. 4 slips in place. As Hunt bowls to Price. There's by the looks of things, a bit of in movement there for Sean Hunt to the right-handed Price, the first right-hander in Gloucestershire's order. And as I said, really in the first innings, Ollie Price, surely the standout candidate for player of the season for Gloucestershire. Without Price's runs in the one-day cup, I don't think that Gloucestershire would even have a semi-final run. As forward goes Price and plays to backward point. And there's no run. And then 3 centuries in the championship as well. And that was a fantastic moment when he got his first championship ton. at Headingley, definitely one of the highlights of the season, and also because he'd been not out on, I think it was 97 overnight. So he had the whole night to toss and turn and think about his century. The next day, Hunt bowls to Price, who clips that one through, but not past the side field, as Crocombe gets across and stops it. So another tidy over there from Hunt, who, with the exception of a couple of balls down the leg side, which actually didn't go to his figures because they were leg byes, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 6. And he's got some decent pace up as Hunt. He's a tall man, he gets bounce. And I mean, if you were just looking at his output against Gloucestershire this season, you'd think, goodness me. He's having a decent finish to the season, that is for sure. Some wickets up at Derby as well. Here's Curry then, and he's going to be bowling with the keeper up. So they've had enough of Bracey batting outside his crease already by the looks of things. Curry's not slow to keep up to the stumps too, as Curry bowls, and a rising delivery outside the off stumps left alone. Probably that was a part of James Bracey as the fellow wicketkeeper that thought, if I could just leave this ball and force you to take it behind the stumps, and you'll see what a job you've got on your hands. He did come up to the stumps in the first innings, did Carter, and probably cost himself a catch with Ollie Price at the crease. It's not going to be easy for him. Curry bowls to Bracey, who plays late and softly down into the gully. Well fielded. 4th slip. And that's able to prevent any runs at all. So the end would appear to be nigh for Gloucestershire's season, just really a matter of time, and a season in which in 2 out of the 3 competitions for many games they've been thoroughly second best. Curry bowls wide of off stump, and Bracey drives, square drives for 4. That's a pretty typical James Bracey shot, and he sends it flying away towards the short boundary. Wouldn't have mattered if it was the long one. He timed it beautifully. 35 for 2, with Bracey moving on to 12. And I think probably whilst you could understand some of the younger players in the T20 squad, I mean, I think even if they had, really been able to have the funds, I think, boiling down to recruit for the T20, as Bracey clips to mid-wicket, there is no run, then it would still have been an uphill battle for Gloucestershire anyway. It's a very tough group, and they've lost players from the T20 side. They've lost one of the premier all-rounders in the competition in Benny Howell, and what Ryan Higgins brought to the table as well. Ian Cobain, a member of their top order, the all-time leading run scorer in T20 cricket for Gloucestershire. Still holes to fill as Bracey clips for a single down to fine leg. 13 to Bracey, Gloucestershire 36 for 2. So I think they were always up against it there. And I think if you're really demanding results in the T20, then I'm sorry, but I think a dose of realism might have been needed there. But believe me, I understand, having watched almost every ball of Gloucestershire's championship season, the no doubt immense frustration felt by supporters. It didn't feel like a side that was going to go on not to win a game in the championship. Curry bowls to Price, who comes forward, plays to cover point. And there's no run. And that is the end of the over. Curry, 6 overs for 14. There's been very little on offer for Gloucestershire so far. Sussex are bowling with security of knowing that they have a lot of runs to play with, and they have a side who at the moment are not just really on the back foot, but they're basically lying horizontal on the floor. Bracey has the strike on 13, so just the one ball that over for Price to face, and it's Hunt bowling full to Bracey, who is, again, by the looks of things, coming down the pitch to play the bowling of Hunt back to the bowler. I still see a few people in those deck chairs on the far end of the ground. I mean, you can probably watch. I mean, you can watch from Bristol from the deck chairs occasionally when they've got those out in front of the Thatcher's bar, but I don't know too many places in terms of first-class grounds where you can watch from the deck chair. And the nice thing is, as Bracey turns into the leg side, there's hesitation here. It could be a run-out, and it's a shy at the stumps that misses. Price holds up his hand to say, my bad, and they just about make it. Well, I thought there was quite a comfortable single in the end. I thought quite a well-judged run from Bracey, but then both batters stopped in the middle of the pitch and had a bit of a stare before Price went, well, okay, I better, if nothing else, I better give myself up here. Actually, he might have made it in the end. Looking at it again, I thought he might have been a goner live, but actually he would have just about made it. Hunt bowls to Price, who struck on the pad, but immediately Jack Chantry's walking away, not even entertaining the LBW appeal, presumably going down the leg side. And that really would have been absolutely, well, when I said earlier on, if it could go wrong, it has. If Gloucestershire were to lose a wicket via a run out, I think that would about cap it, really. Here comes Hunt. Bowls now to Price. It's down the leg side, and Price can't get a touch on it. Jack Chantry's over to just paw at the ground and work out where Hunt's front foot is landing. He does bowl at the odd no ball, does Sean Hunt. He's certainly got his tail up here. As Hunt turns and runs in once more, he's there now to bowl, and Price with a stride allows that one to go through to the wicketkeeper. So for any sort of, I guess, minor battle, who's going to finish as the leading run scorer for Gloucestershire this season? Miles Hammond has at the moment a 65-run head start on Ollie Price, although Price has had 3 innings fewer. As Hunt bowls and Price head over the ball plays to mid-off, and that completes the over 12 overs bowled. Gloucestershire 37 for 2, Bracey 14, and Price yet to get off the mark. Hammond 806 runs at 38. I suppose you could apply the Wisden method and always round up. I think they always round up in Wisden. It's one of the, well, yeah, obviously it's one of the two, but I can't remember whether they always round down or always round up. Anyway, 38.4. I'll do it to 1 decimal place. Price, 741 runs at 43.5. As Hunt bowls, edged and juggled and caught. Caught at about the 3rd attempt, I think, by Jack Carson in the cordon. It was a thick edge from Bracey. Curry gets his first wicket. Bracey goes for 14, and that will be his last efforts of the season. 14 from 32 deliveries. I thought he dropped that, I must say, Jack Carson. He had at least 2 goes, but he's clung on, and now Brad Curry has struck, and the combination which did for Gloucestershire's top order in the first innings is doing the same here. The catch taken at 4th slip. I mean, it wasn't as difficult to catch as Carson made it look, no, but at the same time he held on, and that's the most important thing. Gloucestershire 37 for 3.
Yeah, and well, still another 35 overs to be bowled tonight. I mean, I will be surprised if we get those overs in, but Sussex will be delighted to have picked up these wickets. And Miles, is it going to be Miles Hammond making his way out now?
It should be.
Yes, it is,
yep.
Miles Hammond. I was looking at the lower order. I mean, in fact, the tail did wag a bit for Gloucester, didn't it? I'm just sort of I mean, they're 476 to win. I mean, that seems miles and miles away, doesn't it? I guess a few people are saying, "Oh, this might all be over tonight." I mean,
yeah.
But Sussex can't think like that because you never know. And I'm sure that Miles Hammond is walking out. It's a first-class game of cricket, and they'll be determined to take this as deep as they can. So, and he batted nicely in the first innings, didn't he, Hammond?
Yes.
48.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he'd be annoyed with the shot that he got out to, hoisting a ball high in the air. It was a good catch from Crocombe, but at the same time, there was a big innings there for the taking. And really, that was, as I mentioned earlier, Gloucestershire have had their chances in this game. They had their chances when Sussex were batting. They had them 113 for 8, let them get to 202, which it still felt like a pretty decent effort from Gloucestershire's bowlers, that innings as a whole. But they dropped both Carson and Haynes, who went on to score most of the runs. Hammond faces up to Curry, and Hammond plays a forward defence out to cover. And then in Gloucestershire's batting innings as well, I mean, you go back to the Hammond-Price partnership at that stage. Gloucestershire were something like, I'll look it up exactly, it was something like 103 for 3.
They were 98 for 3 when Hammond was out. Hang on, that was a drop. 103 for 3, yeah, you're right. Sorry, I was looking at a drop. Because Sussex put down 4 catches, didn't they?
103 for 3 when Hammond was out. Yes, they had lives in the first innings, these two, who are reunited as Hammond plays forward and slightly skew whiff with the defensive shot. He's rehearsing a wristy turn through the leg side. I think he was in two minds a little bit there, was Hammond.
I see, we were talking about Liam Dawson. He's opened the bowling for Hampshire.
Gosh, must be turning square by now, mustn't it?
And he's taken a wicket already. Surrey 25 for 2. I'm sure that the pressure's all off Surrey now, but they don't want to lose.
No.
Against Hampshire.
25 for 2, needing 160 more to win. Sibley gone for 2 and Smith gone for 7. Curry bowls, Hammond drives, a flowing drive through the covers. It's going out towards the boundary and it will just be tipped in. Terrific work on the chase there. That's the kind of commitment that you were talking about earlier in terms of that instance in the first innings when four fielders chased after it. That was, yes, you did. Well, it's not very often you see 4 fielders chase it to the boundary. Some people would say slightly unnecessary, but it shows what they're after. Anyway, nice shot from Hammond to get off the mark. He picks up 3 and Gloucestershire 40 for 3.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucester and Bristol. Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn, Keeper Carter standing up to the stumps for the medium fast pace of Brad Curry. Not sure I'd fancy standing up.
No.
Curry bowls.
Sorry. Curry bowls to Price, and this is going to be his first runs as he gets a thick outer half of the bat on. It's another slide just short of the boundary, which cuts it off. Tom Clark, who just flicks the ball back into James Coles, and that's another 3. So back-to-back 3s, 43 for 3.
I suppose from a Sussex perspective, and we had a couple of people getting in touch this week saying that had Sussex not been deducted those 12 points against Leicestershire, neither the 4 points against Yorkshire for a slow over 8, that they'd have been there or thereabouts this season. And when you get a couple of wins at the end of the season, you think, why couldn't this have happened in July? But there you go, it didn't.
Curry runs in now, bowls, Hammond plays off the front foot to cover point. There's no run, and I think there will be some people who'll just have no sympathy at all with this. But again, if rain hadn't intervened in a couple of Gloucestershire's early matches, they could have won 2 of their first 4 games, as I said earlier. And
absolutely.
And they weren't outplayed in the game against Glamorgan. They were outplayed in the game against Sussex at Hove. That was the one of the first 4 where they were. And if they win 2 of their first 4 games, then right up at the top of the table. And in fact, even now, if you just add those 2 wins in, then all of a sudden you're mid-table rather than looking at finishing bottom.
I think, Ed, that generally speaking, in a season of 14 matches, the best teams get promoted, and there can be no question Durham are the best side. But I think Worcester have won 5 games.
They've forced the results. They've got the wins.
Sean Hunt coming in with 4 slips to bowl to Price, who lets that one go outside the off stump, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's very hard to argue with that. I mean, they've probably had, especially when they've had Tongue available, they've had probably one of the best seam attacks in Division 2 maybe the second best behind Durham's with Potts and Rain, etc., and Cass when they've been available. You know, you've got a Joe Leach, who's had actually one of the best seasons of his career, I think, just continues to run in, take sackfuls of wickets.
Again, bowls paid into the offside by Price. There is no run.
Speaking of Worcestershire, actually, I haven't updated this score very much because once Worcestershire were assured of promotion, it sort of lost its immediate relevance. But it is interesting to note that Yorkshire have declared on 262 for 6, so they've declared behind. They've declared over 100 runs behind, for that matter. So 140 runs is Worcestershire's lead at the moment, but they've lost 2 wickets early in their innings. They're 13 for 2.
Hunted again, bowls taken waist high by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Wow, there we are.
Extraordinary manoeuvre, but
yes.
There you go. Clearly Yorkshire are out for a win at the end of the season, and you know they'd be thinking, well, if we've won 3 games, we've drawn 9, you know, set yourself up for the next season, and look where we would be.
No, absolutely. Well,
in terms of our performances on the field.
I think they will take some beating next year. In comes Hunt, bowls wide of the. Well, actually, I think that cut back a bit to Price. Good delivery, 43 for 3. The score remains.
Yeah, I mean they're not going to sit still either in the winter, are they, Yorkshire? I mean they're going to have funds available for not just overseas signings, but you'd think. Having said that, I mean, there's not a huge amount of domestic signings out there. You know, it's not as though, you know, a lot of people have signed already, and lots of people who've not signed have probably already had negotiations at places, and you know, the answer maybe was no.
Hunting bowls defended down on the offside. There is no run. I was looking at the records for Yorkshire this season in terms of bowling. So here we are. Ben Code has taken 36 wickets, Matt Fisher 28, Jordan Thompson 30. So you've got 3 bowlers there who've taken 100 wickets between them. George Hill's chipped in with 19. Don Better's actually taken 22. In comes Hunt, bowls, plays into the onside, and they've gone through for the single. Had to scamper actually because Carter, had he collected that cleanly, might have fancied a shy at the stumps. There is no run. There's 1 run. What are we talking about? End of the over. 44 for 3. Hammond on 3. Price is on 4.
Some eagle-eyed person has spotted that Sussex's jumpers and shirt sleeves appear to be different from each other, different sponsors or something like that.
That's interesting.
I must admit, from this distance, I hadn't noticed that, but anyway, there we go. I wonder why that is.
I don't know. If someone could tell us, perhaps the lads in the press office can tell us. So it's the sponsorship logo on the jumpers.
Yeah, I think
it's different to that on the shirts.
Something like that.
Well, perhaps the guys might be able to tell us.
Some have a sponsor and some have the logo where the sponsor is. Curry bowling to Price, that's wide of off stump and well taken by Carter. Well, you've got to perform those takes if you're going to stand up to Curry, but it's
well, it's a good take,
less impressive because there is some bounce out there. Actually, this pitch. Whilst we're saying it's flat, I don't think it's really. Oh, sorry, flat. I don't say it's flat. I'm saying it's flattened out. I don't think it's really died, though. There's still life in it, which is good to see, because so often when the pitches flatten out in this country, they do also die in terms of the bounce, and there is still some bounce out there. Curry bowls, and Price turns down to long leg for a single, and moves up to 5, 45 for 3. I mean, maybe if we come back tomorrow, if I can, face it.
I think we'll be back tomorrow.
I think we probably will. But if I can face it, I might look and have a look back at the season and see how many situations and what the scores were when Ollie Price came to the crease. Because I said it when he came out in the first innings. How many times has he come out under pressure and basically been relied upon? Curry bowls wide of off, Hammond leaves. So, again, he's the youngest member of this Gloucestershire middle order.
Yes, I think and thank you, Jamie, who's been in touch, because if you are capped here at Sussex, you are allowed, you wear the martlets, which are,
right.
So that's perhaps what our observer meant. I thought he meant two different sorts of sponsorship. So once you're capped, you can wear the martlets, which is a big honour, and that's what Finn Hudson-Prentice got this week when he was the 157th Sussex player to receive his county cap.
Curry is in, and Hammond thought for a moment was going to get it squared up there, but manages to knock it out onto the onside. So there we go. I think that.
Yeah. So thank you, Jamie.
I think that's a nice thing to.
Yes, indeed.
To have as well. So hopefully that clears that up. There's desperately pressing issues.
Yeah, the overseas, I think, automatically receive a county cap.
Right.
And you can wear the martlets.
Curry bowls always looped up in the air from Hammond. It's gone back at a square. I thought for a moment it was going straight to mid-wicket, but actually it wasn't particularly close to a fielder. Not that it was controlled really by Hammond. He'll get one for it and move on to 46 for 3. I mean, where's that ball come from? I mean, it's not as if there were many balls which were catching the shoulders of bats of Sussex, and I'm afraid I've just seen this too many times this season. It happened in the reverse fixture as well, where it looked as if Nathan McAndrew was bowling on a different pitch from the one Gloucestershire were on. Curry runs in now and he bowls to Price, head over the ball and defends back up the pitch, and that's the end of the over. It's definitely continuing to get gloomier.
No, it is. I mean, but the thing is, we haven't had the lights yet.
So we're still, we are still a little way away from, I think, even the floodlights coming on, but
I don't think
not too far away.
We are certainly not going to get 33 overs in, because, I mean, 16 overs an hour, that's going to take you to 6:30.
That's almost, that's less than, come the floodlights now anyway. Ryan Q.
There's no way we're going to be playing beyond that time. Luke Wells in the runs for Lancashire today. That game at Canterbury's drifting towards a draw. Wells 59 not out Lancs, 112 without loss, trailing Kent by 55, so barring some sort of a disaster. I guess if Lancashire got a lead, they might decide to set Kent 200 to win and see if they can bowl them out. They might do that.
It would be...
spin them out on the last day.
Middlesex would like that to happen, yeah.
They would like it to happen. Well, Lancashire have got nothing to lose. They might do that. I think, hang on, we're going to make you just a bit twitchy here, Kent. You're going to have to... Why not?
See what you want to do, yes.
150 to win the game.
The choice is yours, yeah.
In comes Crocombe over the wicket bowls, and he toyed with that one outside the off-stump, did Hammond. Taken by Cutter. I think actually it was at the last game down at Canterbury, and didn't Kent get themselves in a real pickle. I think it was against Notts, and very nearly lost the game. They lost about 6 wickets.
Oh yes, that's right. Yes, they did, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, they had a chance to win.
Yes, they did.
It looked as if they'd set things up quite well for a
that's
win,
right.
And then they just Patterson, I think especially. Took some wickets.
Yeah, and they were suddenly in real trouble.
Yeah, they're battling to survive.
Crocombe in bowls, taken low down by Carter, and there is no run. It has got really quite gloomy now.
Yeah, and the floodlights will help in a few moments once they...
Yes, they're sort of warming up the floodlights,
yes.
Aren't they? I don't know how much it costs every time the floodlights come on. It's cost a few quid. I mean, I've got one of these smart meters at home. I've got slightly obsessed by it, Ed, I've got to say. And you see the lights on, I'm running around turning the lights off all the time.
Well, maybe it's not such a bad thing in the current climate.
In comes Crocombe bowls, defended by Hammond down the onside of the track, and there is no run. But actually, when you see the smart meter going round, you sort of think, oh, blimey, they do seem to go around it, very quickly. So I'm sure with the lights on, it does cost a few quid every time. But we're still playing, and that's the main thing. I'm sure it's all built into the budgets as Crocombe is in around the wicket bowls. That's a nice shot. Didn't quite get all of it, in fairness. Bertie Foreman's on the field. He does run fast, Bertie Foreman. Look,
he's got quite short strides.
He has,
as well.
but for a short guy, he's got a wonderful throw on him. You know, they went right over the top of the stump.
It's like a cartoon. You know, like the cartoons when you see the legs sort of pumping at such speed that you can't even see them.
I watched him yesterday. I'm sure it was Bertie was doing some laps of the field, and an unnamed Sussex player, I won't say who it was clearly struggling running around the outfield, and Bertie Foreman's like a whippet. So someone's off. I'm not sure who that is. I'll see if I can find out. 48 for 3. Crocombe in bowls. I thought for a minute Bracey was going to play that on, but he goes into the offside. There is no run. I think we're not far off going off here, you know, Ed.
They'll take a reading, won't they? So
it's really got quite gloomy.
See what it's like.
The player off is... Well, it's not Sean Hunt. I wonder if it's not Brad Curry, I think's down at 5. I wonder if it's Finn Hudson-Prentice. Possibly.
That was where Hudson Prentice had been fielding, isn't it?
Crocombe in bowls and defended by Hammond into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 48 for 3. Hammond on 6. Brace. Ollie Price is off. Now the umpires are looking at each other. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we're not a million miles away. Hudson Prentice is coming back onto the field, so we're going to see Bertie Foreman doing another of his sprints. In fact, Hudson Prentice has gone off, presumably to put on his bowling boots, which I think is exactly what has happened. Is Bertie going to go off? No, he's staying on. So someone else must have gone off. I think Ali Orr has just come on. Well, Bertie's warming up now, look. So perhaps someone else has had a bit of a rest. Sean Hunt's still on the field. Anyway, it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice and Gloucestershire 48 for 3. Another update coming up soon, but not for a little while, so you re-rattle on, Ed.
I was just seeing Foreman out there and thinking of young spinners in Sussex. I was going to ask about Archie Lennon because I'd not seen his name on a card for a while.
No, and I think he only played the one championship game this season. Let me double check.
Meanwhile, here comes Hudson Prentice and bowls to Price, who turns that one down to long leg again and just drops through for a single. 6 to Price as well as to Hammond. 49 for 3. I mean, when you think about how many clubs have 3 spinners under the age of, how old's Carson? Is he about 20?
Jack is, if Archie hasn't played the champ, I should have known that. Jack Carson is, I shall tell you, he is 23 in December.
22 at the moment, right. But yeah, how many clubs have 3 spinners under the age of 23 on their books?
Yeah.
Forward goes Hammond to play the ball in defence out into the covers.
I thought Archie Lennon played at Leicester, but that was last year he played at Leicester. So Archie Lennon hasn't played a county championship game this season. He played in the One Day Cup, but certainly didn't make a huge impression.
He didn't play in the game against Gloucestershire. I think
he had some injury issues, Archie. So whether something I should have asked Paul Farbrace actually.
Well, ask him everything. Hudson Prentice bowls. Hammond on the front foot and plays quietly in defence into the covers.
I think he said the 2 who were out of contract this season were, he said it in the interview, didn't I think Brad Curry was one, Harrison Ward the other. But Archie Lennon therefore must still have a contract here, but he barely played, as you say. I'll have a look how many T20s he played. He certainly didn't have as good a season as he has in the past in the 20-over game.
In goes Hudson Prentice, round the wicket bowls. Hammond has been caught behind, has he? No. Umpire Bainton has motioned to his upper arm, saying that that's what it hit. Hammond goes off on a bit of a wander, and Sussex stroll back to their fielding positions. There was clearly something on that because they all went up.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe it was upper arm. So umpire Bainton has signalled, and I think actually Sussex didn't look as aggrieved with that one as they did with the James Bracey one before tea.
No, they clearly felt that was a
been robbed. Hudson Prentice bowls, and that time he's nicked off. We can see that one from here. A good catch by Carter, diving to his left. Hudson Prentice is absolutely pumped up about that wicket. And Hammond, the latest Gloucestershire batter to depart for 6. And Gloucestershire 49 for 4, subsiding quickly. It did feel as if there was every chance that it might happen after what we saw in the field. And it was, as I say, it was a thick edge. It still took some catching from Carter because it was down low. I'm not sure whether it would have carried through to first slip Tom Alsop, but that time, yeah, very, very clearly. Well, yeah, that's been Alsop's quite wide at slip anyway, so Carter had to be on his toes, and he was. And that's the end of Hammond. So a season for Hammond in which he's been consistent. He's scored a bundle of 50s, but no tons. And yes, there are definitely caveats there as well. And actually, for quite a few innings, as much as I've been saying it about Ollie Price, there have been times when Hammond has played really just a lone hand, including in that reverse fixture at Bristol. But he will end the season with a low score. And out comes Gloucestershire's captain, Graham Van Buren, at 49 for 4 after just 16.5 overs.
Yeah, it's been a tough couple of days for Gloucestershire. In fact, Hudson Prentice celebrated like he'd won the Ashes, didn't he?
Wheeling off towards
he did, didn't he?
Where the point fielder would be and roaring in celebration.
Yeah, he was. Well, good for him. He's just having a look at these blast figures for Sussex to answer your question on Archie Lenham. My feeling is if he played in 4 or 5 games, I'd be quite surprised. Good catch as well, actually.
Yeah, it was. So here comes Hudson Prentice in now to bowl to Van Buren, who drives off the back foot. There's a gap in the covers because they had 4 slips in place. And so Van Buren's off the mark to his first ball. The applause is not for the Gloucestershire 50 coming up. The applause is for another over that's contained a wicket. Hudson Prentice now into the wickets.
Archie Lenham played in 1 game. He took 1 for 23 in his 3 overs. And that was all he played in the 20 over cup. So I think that he did have a problem with his, a back injury. I'll stand corrected if that's wrong, Archie. A couple of games in the 50 over, so he's barely played. Oh, there we go.
Update. And the big cricket news this afternoon is Adrian Harm.
Yes, that Surrey are the county champions. They've won the championship for the 2nd time. They didn't have to win their game down at Southampton on the proviso that Essex lost their game at Northamptonshire. That's exactly what happened. The news filtering through to the Surrey players just before lunch today. So Surrey county champions. They are carrying on in their game though down at Hampshire. They're 37 for 2 in their 2nd innings, needing another 148 to win the match and finish the season in style. And Sussex looking to finish their season in style here under the floodlights at a gloomy Hove. Gloucestershire needing 513 to win after a century from James Coles, 72 from Tom Clark and 71 from Finn Hudson-Prentice. And Gloucestershire in a rare pickle here. They're 50 for 4. Finn Hudson-Prentice has just taken the latest wicket and celebrated like he'd won the Ashes. So looks like Sussex are going to win here. Whether we'll get it done tonight, Danny, I doubt. It's quite gloomy and we can't be that far off for going off for bad light.
Yeah, every wicket counts though. And so just sum up Surrey's season and that 2nd county championship in a row.
I think it's a tremendous achievement. I mean, I think defending a title is always harder. And when you consider, Danny, that Surrey have so many international players and some of those players are called up to play in the Ashes, some for other countries as well. Yes, they have depth in their squad, but to go and win it a 2nd time, they get a bit of stick to Surrey for people saying, yes, they've got lots of money, they bring in the overseas players and they can afford to pay the big bills, but they do produce their own players, Surrey. There's been a succession of them this season. Atkinson and Laws, the bowlers, have come from absolutely nowhere, and now Gus Atkinson playing for England in the World Cup. So they're a really well-run club, Surrey, and as Paul Farbrace said to me earlier on today, the Sussex coach, they are the best side in the county championship.
And we'll have more on that win a bit later on. Meantime, the commentary continues on the BBC Sport website and
I don't think this will get done today. I think the light's going to beat us.
I think so. I mean, it's already taken. I mean, they talk about the floodlights taking over from the natural light.
Yeah,
well, I mean, you look at what's going on out there at the moment, and for me, the floodlights are the only thing keeping them out there.
Broken in bowls, defended by Price down the track. There is no run. Just to say, it looks odds on that Middlesex are going to be relegated from the First Division. 367 for 8 they are now, so they actually lead Middlesex by 1 run. I guess tomorrow what you might see is Middlesex got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
I guess they might just go out and just go hell for leather, maybe get a 150 lead and just stick knots in. They might as well.
They have to try and set something up.
In comes Croken Bowl. Short pulled away by Price, doesn't time it, fielded by a tumbling oar at square leg. And there is, well, the umpires have another glance at each other. Umpire Bainton looks distinctly twitchy. Here we go. No.
I was just saying, they've stayed out there in. To be honest, at times we've said we can't believe that they're still out there. So at the moment, it's not a case of, gosh, I really can't see the ball. So at the moment, we're okay to continue.
This is not far off, though, how the light was last night when we went off. I think it's I mean, and well, there was a bit of breeze, actually. I can see the Sussex flag fluttering away. But it's not great conditions to be batting for Gloucestershire, in all fairness.
Have you done at any point at Sussex? No, give me a sec. This isn't that bad. Hudson Prentice bowls. This is played down into the ground by Van Buren out towards backward point. Again, looks as if there was a bit of bounce there, which Van Buren wasn't expecting. Well, I was just thinking in terms of Ali Orr. How many people can you think of who share their names with places in Sussex?
Oh.
How many cricketers
share their name?
Share their name. There's somebody called Hove, but I don't think there is.
No,
Perhaps there was somebody called Hove.
I don't think there's a place called Orr. Or are you going to tell me there is?
Well, there's O-R-E, isn't there?
Oh dear.
Some Prentices in and bowls.
I know you're embarrassing me.
Plays that one up the surface and there's no run. I thought it's along the coast, isn't it?
O-R-E?
Or. Yeah.
Oh, right. Well, okay, well done you. Whereabouts? East Sussex. That sounds like... Is that towards the Kent border?
Near Hastings.
Right, okay. All right, well, there we are. I've failed.
I thought I made that up for a moment.
I failed the test.
I mean, Hastings is another one. That was John Hastings, wasn't there?
Yes, there is.
Aussie all-rounder. Anyway, sorry, I'm just, as you can tell, I'm kind of amusing myself now in other ways. As that's edged by Van Buren and it goes wide of the slip cord and it's running down to the third man boundary and we'll go over it for 4. Not sure if actually it might have fallen short as well as wide of 4th slip. Van Buren gets a fairly streaky boundary and it's 55 for 4, I think. Ball's been very quick today, but it seems to have got stuck.
Well, it says 51 for 4, but that's...
I don't know if they've added... No, they can't have done, because the 50 was brought up by...
Yes, Van Buren is only showing us having 2.
Yeah. Crawley, of course. Both John and Zach.
Oh, that's true. Yes, well done. Well done.
This is testing my geography knowledge. I don't really know this part of the world very well. This is full and driven gorgeously through mid-off by Van Buren for 4. It's a shot he likes. He likes to get one of those away early in his innings. It seems to maybe settle him a bit. And he's got back-to-back boundaries, but in rather differing styles.
Yeah.
59 for 4. I must just remember to, just before I start saying the score, just to make sure I know what it is before sounding like I'm trying to hold my breath for 5 minutes. So what's Hudson Prentice got as a riposte after being drilled through mid-off? He's there and bowls. It's on the pads of Van Buren and touched away to square leg for a single. There's a throw at the stumps, which misses, and Price was home, alertly responding to the call from his captain, and it's 60 for 4, with Van Buren up to 11.
The light has just improved marginally, actually. There's slightly lighter skies drifting in.
I still reckon, unless we see a sudden break in the cloud, which doesn't look as if it's going to happen, I'd be surprised if we play much beyond 5.
No, I agree.
It's Hudson Prentice bowling now to Price, and Price skews that one out into the onside. I thought that one had snuck through then. And it's come off the inside edge out to square leg. And there's no run to end the over, 60 for 4.
So just, we talk about Archie Lenham. So he bowled just the 3 overs in the T20, didn't play a championship match, and in the 50 over he played in 2 games. He bowled 14 overs. He took 2 wickets for 98 runs. Both of those 2 wickets came in 1 game. He took 2 for 61. I need to check who that was against. An average of 49. So clearly he hasn't played a huge amount of cricket. We've got a delay here now because...
Are we going to get some spin?
Something's being brought out. Well, someone's trotting out. They're not running out as fast as Bertie Foreman comes running out. If Bertie Foreman was running out with something, it would be out there by now.
Yeah, no, we're not. It looks as though Hunt has taken off his sweater.
He's putting it back on.
Again.
I wonder whether that is umpire induced, i.e., it's too dark to bowl quick.
I don't know what.
Well, Crocom's going to bowl, so clearly.
Did Crocombe just nip off for 1 over and then came back on?
Maybe he did. Sussex, is that over rate +2 or -2?
I think it's +2 because I think it goes into red when it's minus.
I think you're right, yeah. Here comes Crocombe in and bowls, and Van Buren plays very straight to middle, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run.
Nottinghamshire are 9 down now, so Middlesex have almost at least managed to bowl knots out, and which will allow them the chance maybe at some overs this evening, and then whatever happens tomorrow to try and set a game up. So Notts lead by 9, and Ben Slater was out for 140. Made from 284 deliveries. Brett Hutton, the last man to go, for 26. So it's 10 and 11 in now for Notts.
Crocombe bowls all Van Buren. That was a wild shot. I mean, I guess had he connected Graham Van Buren, it goes racing through the covers for 4. I'd have said, what a great shot. But he was pretty close to getting an edge to that. The ball goes through to the keeper. And there is no run.
So whether it could still fluctuate back towards Middlesex if they could at least make Kent feel a bit nervous that they have to get those wickets, because at the moment they haven't got 1.
And Lancashire may be thinking, I'd put Kent under pressure tomorrow. Why wouldn't you? In comes Crocombe, bowls, Van Buren drives handsomely, not quite as handsomely as I thought, well fielded by Tom Haynes, who fields well, gets in a pretty awful throw, and there's going to be some overthrows, and that was a bit sloppy really. It was a good bit of fielding by Tom Haynes, but the throw was poorly directed. Ali Orr backing up, a combination of Hunt and Orr.
It wasn't helped. That's not the excuse. It wasn't helped by the fact that it skipped off some of those pitch ends.
No, that's true.
It kept a bit low, but then nobody was in a low enough position to stop it. So that's not really an excuse. It didn't help, but bonus runs there for Van Buren.
Crocombe back to his mark, 4 slips in place. I was just nattering away to a couple of guys in the press box, making a cup of coffee a couple of moments ago, as in comes Crocombe and bowls, and forward comes Price, plays into the offside, picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 7, the total to 64 for 4. Let's talk about Durham winning the division this year, but a very, very good bowling attack. Matt Potts, Ben Rain, both over 50 wickets for the season, and that's what you need if you're going to win matches. You've got to have bowlers who can bowl sides out. And so I'm just looking at the Sussex bowling here this season. So Ari Carvelas is the leading wicket taker in the championship with 35 wickets. Nathan McAndrew, who bowled really well at Bristol actually, he took 31 in only 7 games. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Van Buren looks to hook that one away. In fact, it ends up down at fine leg. I'm not quite sure he intended it to go there. Nonetheless, it was safe enough. The skipper goes to 15, 65 for 4. So if you think with McAndrew, if he doubled that haul in 7 matches, he took 31. If you've got an all-rounder who's taking 62 wickets, that's great.
I mean, and you can do it by committee, because it's what Surrey did last year. Nobody took 50 wickets for Surrey to win the championship, but they just had so many take 30s and 40s.
Crocombe in bowls, cut away, an attempted stop at backward point by Hudson Prentice. No, it's Brad Curry. Van Buren, Price comes back for a couple of runs. He goes to 9, the total to 67 for 4 at the end of Henry Crocombe's over. 3 overs, no wicket for 10 for Henry Crocombe. I mean, Jack Carson's taken 29, Hudson Prentice 20. One of the problems would be, I think, if you look at the Sussex stats, that Jack Carson's wickets have come at 41. Henry Crocombe's 20 wickets have come at 36. Finn Hudson-Prentice 20 wickets have come at 47. And when you compare that to Ollie Robinson, who's only played 3 games, he took 20 wickets at 13. So I guess that's...
Well, yes.
Yeah, Ari Corvallis' 35 wickets, to be fair, have come at 22. Nathan McAndrews' 31 wickets came at 24. So the physio has just come running on for something or another. The Sussex physio has now left the field. It's getting a bit brighter, you know, Ed.
Yep. I think it's going to be, again, one of those ones like yesterday where it just fluctuates between, you know, if there's any brightness, then it's fine. But as soon as that goes, in terms of the sun being out, as there's a shout for leg before, which is not entirely convincing.
It sounded like there was an inside edge on that.
Well, it was a strangled one, wasn't it? I don't think Sussex really believed that they were ever getting that one, but just wanted to go up to add a bit of uncertainty to the mind of Graham van Buren. But yeah, no, it's really difficult as a... I really do sympathise for the umpires at this time of year, especially because they have to make these calls on the light, and it changes so much from minute to minute.
Yeah.
And so it really does make their lives a bit of a nightmare. Hudson-Prentice bowls. This is driven down the ground by Van Buren. He's not going to get more than one, and in fact he's only just about, I think, going to get one as the throw goes into the striker's end.
A bit of fielding,
and it was, yeah, because I think Van Buren would have thought that it was going to his end, and then presumably would have to have screamed "your end" to Ollie Price, and the bails were whipped off by Carter, who came up to the stumps, but Price was home. Would have, to have a run out at this stage would just be, would be the. Well, I don't know what I was going to say. It would be sort of, you know, the fish-flavoured icing on the cake.
I think we could have a really interesting day's cricket tomorrow, not necessarily here.
Hudson-Prentice bowls wide and driven by Price, but it'll find the hands of mid-off, but too strong a bottom hand in that shot from Price as he was looking to drive through the covers.
This is relegation scrap, because Lancashire now 125 without loss. They only trail Kent by 42. And I can see Lancashire just getting Kent a bit twitchy there.
But imagine, though, if Kent went on to win that game...
Yes.
How Middlesex supporters might feel if they went on to win and then go, well, are you...
But then on the other hand, if Lancashire were to beat Kent, Middlesex would thank...
Yes, exactly.
Lancashire eternally.
But you know what the supporters will do as Hudson-Prentice bowls to Price, who defends to mid-off.
I guess as it stands, as a Middlesex supporter, Middlesex are going down as it stands. So if... Middlesex are going down, so if Lancashire did set Kent a total and they got it, then Middlesex are going down anyway. So to a certain extent, they've got...
Well, they've taken it out of their own hands,
yes,
of Middlesex.
They have, absolutely.
You know, they had the chance to score more runs and get more batting points and put Kent under pressure to score quicker. Hudson-Prentice in bowls left alone by Hudson-Prentice, and they also had it in their own hands by only getting 2 batting points all season.
Well, absolutely, and that's why. And you know, when you talk to people about county cricket and you say, "Well, it's another point. They need this extra batting point." People go, you know, in April, people go, "Oh, does that matter? 1 extra point." But actually, get to the end of the season, and it suddenly became really important. I think the year that Warwickshire won the title. Didn't Danny Briggs get Warwickshire a batting point somewhere that meant that they...
Yes, I think I'd forgotten about that. It rings. I couldn't tell you the exact situation off the top of my head, but I do. You're right. I do remember Briggs being at the crease.
Yeah.
Here comes Hudson-Prentice and he bowls, and there's a drive which goes into the ground, and it's stopped by Hudson-Prentice. Neil Bainton puts up a hand as if to say, I would have had it, but Hudson-Prentice had stopped it anyway. And a single off the over, 68 for 4, and indeed we are getting some rather watery, well, I was going to say late evening sunshine. I can't really bear myself to think of 10 to 5 as late evening. It'll be dark at 10 to 5 before we know it. Oh no, I'm getting depressed again. Shouldn't do that. But anyway, it is nice to see there's a bit of sunshine out there at the moment. That combination,
yeah, absolutely,
that we're so used to in late September of the sun being out but the floodlights being on, because they have to be.
Henry Crocombe is going to come into bowl to Graham Van Buren, who's playing a bit of a counter-attacking innings here. 16 off 16 balls, he's in on bowls, and as if to make the point, he drills that one away through mid-on for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot. He did this down at Bristol, actually. I think he made 50-odd not out in very quick time, and it just took Sussex wouldn't have won the game anyway because it began to rain, but Van Buren, in scoring quick runs, just made that Sussex, there was just no time left in the game.
It was these two.
Was it these
actually,
two?
At the crease, Price played more defensive for his 22. Yeah, 55 off 70 deliveries with 12 fours. But I think you're right. I think it was a classic Van Buren innings where he was about a run a ball through his first 25, 30 runs.
Yes.
Which so often is the case when Van Buren plays, and then it's almost as if as Crocombe
in bowls.
Pardon me.
That's right, driven by Van Buren to mid off, no rain.
Oh dear, stealing your deliveries now. But I've watched him. Watched him for several years now, and it does so often follow this pattern. It's as if he feels good about himself. He gets a few straight drives away, and then it's as if he dials it back and trusts his defensive technique more.
Crocombe bowls, and Van Buren plays that to backward point fitted by Curry, and there is no run.
And I'm sure, in terms of what's gone on really over the last couple of days, that Van Buren will feel that it's on him to make a statement as captain of the side and say, well, I am standing up here, I am leading by example with the bat.
Crocombe cut away, 4 more. Too much width from Henry Crocombe. Well, he's belted away for 4 runs. That'll make a good photograph, actually, because the floodlights are shining very strongly, but the sun is out as well. So see if we can capture that on camera.
Oh, it's good signs if you're I guess of a Sussex persuasion and you're in the ground this evening. We might have a chance of getting quite a lot of these overs in.
Yes, absolutely. Crocombe in bowls to Van Buren, 4 more. Over pitched and drilled away. And this is something that there'll be 1 or 2 Sussex bowlers who, rightly, I think, will be looking over their shoulders next season, because he's a fine quick bowler, Henry Crocombe, but you can see here in this over he's gone for 12. 4 overs for 22, and no one doubts that he is quick, but I think it's that inconsistency that Henry will feel he needs to work on. Just looking at his statistics before this, 20 wickets at 37. He's in again, bowls to Van Buren, short pulled away, and that's going to be more runs. It won't be 4 this occasion, but it'll probably be 3. They've taken a couple. Will they come back for the 3rd? No, they don't, because Hudson Prentice is round to field. Henry Crocombe wanders away at the end of the over, doesn't look very happy. He's conceded 14 runs in an over, and Gloucestershire are 82 for 4. Van Buren very quickly onto 30 of 22 balls.
Well, we saw from Zaman Akhtar that a bit of pace on the ball, and I don't know, just maybe there's just a right pace to bowl on this pitch, and the likes of Curry, Hunt, Taylor, Shaw, they'd probably be in that late 70s to early 80s type bracket, and maybe just a little bit quicker than that for some reason. Just seems to come on that bit nicer. We're going to have... No, we're not going to have a change of bowling. Hudson Prentice is to continue. I thought from the way that Neil Bainton was motioning that he was signalling that there was a change of bowling, but maybe Price just retook his guard while I wasn't watching. So at the moment, no issues with the light, and maybe you do just feel a little bit better as a pair of batters out there in the middle when the sun comes out. Hudson Prentice bowls now to Price, who drives, and again he's picked out mid-off, and he's not a man to give away a huge amount, is Price, and I think Van Buren's just going down for a bit of a chat, because as I say, he's not a very expressive man, Price, but just after that shot I did sense that there was a bit of annoyance, having picked out that mid-off fielder at least 3 times now. But the good thing is that usually Price's temperament is so good. He so rarely just gives an innings away. I think even in the first innings, yes, he played at a ball he shouldn't have played at, but he so rarely plays a shot that gives the opposition his wicket, as he plays in defence out into the onside for no run. He doesn't really care too much about what pace he bats. He knew in the 50-over competition that his role was maybe to be more of the anchor role, that he was okay to bat for a little bit longer and take a bit of time to get going, knowing that he could make things up later on. He's not somebody who's, and I think it's one of the things which strikes you about his batting. He doesn't look too perturbed by much. Prentice in bowls, and Price lets that one go through behind the stumps. So, yeah, really, I think we're, in terms of the feeling around the club at the moment, Ollie Price is basically top of the list of what has happened. That has been good this season for Gloucestershire, and very much looking forward to seeing how he continues to develop, because it's happened quite quickly, really, as I say, really, in the space of 3 months. Hudson Prentice bowls, there's a nice looking on drive this time by Price, and he picks out the fielder at mid-on. And because you can clearly see there's so much that he can still add to his game, he's added a lot to his game this year, and there's still more to come. So, yeah, I think really excited to see what Price can do next year, and of course his brother Tom, who will hopefully be fit and raring to go for the first game of the season and can get a full season's in. Hudson Prentice bowls is driven in the air, and has he put that down, Hudson Prentice? Or was it just wide of him? Unfortunately, James Coles,
yes, he's in the way.
Gully stood. Yeah, not that he was doing it on purpose. He was standing right in my way, so I couldn't see. I'll try and look at it again. Thank goodness for replays.
Absolutely.
It was probably just wide of him. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It just spooned in the air. And I didn't get the impression he got a hand on it because it travelled quite slowly. I think that his body language would have been different if it had gone down. Hudson Prentice is in and bowls, and it's let go again by Price, and that's Hudson Prentice's first maiden over. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. And Gloucestershire, well, they're just... it's a horrible thing to say, really, playing for pride, but...
Well, sorry, 67 for 4. Needing another 118 to beat Hampshire in his years.
It's obviously turning. Tom Prest has got 2 of the 4 wickets.
Off a bad like Canterbury, Lancashire 126 without loss. Probably Kent are quite pleased about that, I would think, because there'll be no hurry to, if Lancashire could have under pressure, we're going to get Jack Carlson into the attack here.
Tom Prest, just because his name came up, I think there doesn't seem to be a huge amount of people talking about Tom Prest, and he's... I know, for example, I'm not blaming them in any way, but when TMS did their potential Ashes side of 2027, Tom Prest is somebody who I would not be at all surprised to see him not come to the thing. I really do rate him. I don't think he's got bundles of runs so far, but he's another one of those players who just really looks as if the occasion isn't too big for him. And he's captained the England under-19s out in West in the last World Cup, so he's got leadership credentials as well.
Carlson then into the attack, 29 wickets to his name this season. Jack, he'll be keen to take that over the 30 mark as he comes in and bowls, and played firmly by Van Buren to short extra cover. There is no run. They're off a bad light all around the country now, actually. Not everywhere, but off a bad light at Canterbury.
Well, Kevin Howells will be scrambling about.
Off a bad light somewhere bad light at Edgbaston, at Durham, and at Yorkshire, heading the Carlson in bowls. A little bit as placed forward, there is no run, but still playing at Trent Bridge, when Nottinghamshire put up for 384, so Middlesex in arrears by 18. They're going to go for that. They're going to try and get maybe lead 160, 170, declare. They have to do that. In comes Carlson, was a horrible ball, and Paul is rather lucky to get away with just a single. That I think probably Jack Carlson owes Alior a pint there at short leg. Did that hit Alior? I think it did. And he also says he's okay. But it was a long hot, wasn't it?
Well,
and umpire Chantry is just inquiring at Alior is okay. He's under the helmet there at short leg. And I think that hit Alior.
And he was signalling, I think, which part it hit. It almost looked like he was signalling that it was fingertips that it came off. And he sort of turned it sort of turned a little bit. It turned his back on it, managed at least to protect his head, which is the important thing. But yes, he was. Did he not say last night? I just caught the back end of your interview. It'd be nice to grab another one at short leg.
Yes, he did. He took a juggling one, didn't he? Joe Carlson was not very happy with where Brad. Now they want something else brought out. No, come on, fellas.
It's not the helmet.
Yeah. Well, the over 8 is +2, so Sussex are in a situation here whereby they're not under pressure with overs. But I only like this really. I think if you're going to, well, Tom Clark is running on to get the helmet, so we have got a break in play here. I don't know. Should you be allowed? If you're looking at speeding up, this is half the problem in Test matches, isn't it?
Yeah,
With constant changing. But Sussex have been good in this game, in fairness. But
yeah, I mean, I think it's just one of those things where and once you get the helmet,
yes,
and once you put the pads on, you have to keep them on. You don't, that's one regulation which has saved a bit of time because there's not the constant putting them on, taking them off now. So now,
yes,
Clark's going to have to keep. I guess he's got his shin pads on. He's going to have to keep them on for the rest of the session.
Carson in again, bowls and reverse swept by Price. He said he likes a reverse sweep, and he gets a single only down to Brad Curry. He's very quick across the ground. Is Brad Curry and gets in the throw. One more to Price. He goes to 10.84 for 4.
I wondered whether Middlesex might have thought about doing something a bit, out the box, as it were, and they've opened with Stoneman and Robson. I wonder whether they might even have considered just saying to Ryan Higgins,
just go and have a smash.
You've scored 130 already in the match, go out and put the bowling under pressure. But maybe they're just thinking start it off conventionally.
Carson bowls, Van a defensive mid-wicket, and there is no run. The reason we're talking about that game is because it's up for grabs who gets relegated to Division 2 and will play Sussex and Gloucestershire next season. It will either be Kent or Middlesex, but if Middlesex could fashion a win somehow at Trent Bridge, then Kent would need to beat Lancashire at Canterbury. So it could be a really interesting day tomorrow. Carson in bowls, defended by Van Buren, and there is no run. End of the over. It took rather a long time because there was field changes and equipment bought out. 84 for 4, Van Buren 31, Price is on 10. So we'll keep an eye on those games. Yeah, my feeling is, what do I know, that Middlesex will perhaps take it easy, don't want to lose any wickets tonight, but tomorrow morning absolutely put the foot to the floor. And there's, why wouldn't you set Nottinghamshire a total to try and bowl them out?
It's got to be something that Nottinghamshire have to go at.
Oh, sure.
As well. So you've got to make it. You can't just say, well, okay, let's set them 280 in 50 overs.
I would say probably 200 in 50 overs.
Yeah, it's got to be like that. It's got to be 4 and over. I think is a run rate.
And they've got to give them time to. They've got to give themselves time to bowl out Nottinghamshire. And they're going to go down if they don't win that game. So they might as well think, well, let's. Even if it's 170, 180. I think the forecast across the country is good tomorrow, I think.
And it's just they've just called it off for the day at Canterbury.
Right, so Kent may be feeling a little uneasy.
Well, this was always going to be the case, wasn't it? As soon as Middlesex started to get control back in their own hands, whereas Kent now don't have... Well, I mean, of course they've got the ball in their hands, but they can't really control the game with the ball. Here's Hudson Prentice then bowling to Price, and there's another watchful leave. So, Kent obviously been trying to take wickets, but the pitches at Canterbury, they don't tend to do a huge amount. I must say, I really thought they might try and really properly make it turn, but they've sort of, by the looks of things, they've gone, well, we want to make sure we draw first and foremost. If we draw, then we should be safe, or we've got a good chance of being safe. Not should be. As Price punches off the back foot, and
our favourite fielder's on.
by Bertie Foreman at cover underneath the floppy.
We like Bertie. It's reading here, so this is totally unrelated, but I was just looking around to see what the weather's going to be tomorrow, to see if they're going to get full play everywhere. This is a dreadful story about a tree up on Hadrian's Wall. The 16-year-old has been arrested for chopping down this beautiful tree. Why would you do that? At Hadrian's Wall, Sycamore Gap, the tree was called, and someone's gone and chopped it down. Why would you do that?
Hudson Prentice is in, and Bowles. Price plays quietly out into the offside, and fielded again in energetic fashion by Foreman. No, I did read about that.
That's awful, isn't it? Right, I'm just going to see if we can see what the weather's going to be in Nottingham tomorrow, because I think across the country it's pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, so that's great. Final day of the championship, and I think there might be a twist in the tale.
Yeah, well, there so often isn't there? One way or another, whether it's relegation, promotion, or winning the title, there's usually something. Hudson Prentice is in now. He bowls and guided into the covers by Price off the front foot. It looks as if there's supposed to be some quite heavy overnight rain at Nottingham. They've got, look at the forecast here, 80 to 90% chance of rain from 9 o'clock this evening until 2 a.m. But tomorrow it's supposed to be pretty much bright sunshine.
Good. Well, you'd have thought
it could spice up the pitch.
Yeah, a bigger test match ground, you'd have thought the covers are good, so they shouldn't really lose any overs tomorrow.
No, not if that forecast's accurate. So it should hopefully all blow through that night. As Price comes forward and plays out to backward point, there's no run. Hudson Prentice working on another maiden over here.
These two have done pretty well, haven't they? 49 for 4 when Hammond was out. You're thinking, this will be over tonight. But these two have got their heads down and play. They've batted very sensibly. Van Buren has been the aggressor, but Ollie Price looks very determined. 10 off 42 balls. He's taking his time and playing every ball on its merits. And the light now is good. The lights are still on, but it's fine for the time being.
Hudson Prentice is in off the back foot, goes Price and plays a back foot drive but doesn't time it, and it's stopped by Foreman. Maiden over indeed it was from Hudson Prentice. 84 for 4 Gloucestershire. Dave Fletcher and I managed to get on to first class cricketers called Albert, and the question then was, who was the last first class cricketer called Albert? And we were able to come up with, I was able to come up with quite a quick answer to that. Toby Albert for Hampshire. I know it's not what they meant, but that's not what they said.
A few more emails have come in, which I'll endeavour to get through. Jack Carson's over. Oliver's been in touch. He said, "Hi, I'm enjoying the coverage from a sunny North Portugal. Great to see Sussex doing to Gloucestershire what so many teams have done to Sussex in the past few years. A question I have for you is, how did you get into commentary?" Oh dear. In comes Carson, bowls and played into the slips. There is no run. Do you have any tips for me as someone who wants to get into the field one day? For example, do you know if any of the BBC radio commentators offer work experience? Is there anyone you know who I should contact? Many thanks in advance, Oliver. Well, I will reply to your email. I'll drop you a line, Oliver. In comes Carson, bowls, forward comes Van Buren. To the offside, there is no run. Steve Hallam has been in touch. Adrian, please can you ask Ed if we can make a case for Mr. Benkenstein staying on as coach for next season? I personally can't think of anything that makes me think he should stay on after such a disastrous, disappointingly poor season. I think you're interviewing him, aren't you, over the next couple of days? In comes Carson, bowls, and forward comes Van Buren, plays a short leg, no run.
Well, there are that is. I mean, it's a tricky question to answer in terms of the fact that in not so many hours' time, I'm going to be chatting with him about the season. But I will answer.
Carson in bowls, played into the offside by Van Buren, no run. And there's a similar theme from Mark Kidger. Is he a regular contributor?
That's Mark from Madrid.
Okay, Mark from Madrid.
Heard that.
So he says, I have to congratulate you. He says you've managed to get through what's been a pretty miserable second half of the season without sounding too depressed.
Not quite there yet.
Well, he goes on to say, today's the first time you're feeling show. He says, it looks like we'll finish the season with another defeat as Carson comes in, bowls to Van Buren, plays to mid-on, fielded by Hudson Prentice. And there is no run. I'll show you this email and you can perhaps answer it, Ed. I think Mark goes on to say, are you intimidated the coffers are bare? they're unlikely to be new players for next season. So Mark seems pretty depressed.
Yes, I think that's and you know I was going to wait until next over, but they've taken their time a bit here. I was going to wait until the next over to go back to answering the point about Dale Benkenstein.
Carlson in Bowles, nicely swept by Ollie Price. Did that hit Ollie Orr as well? Because it deflected somewhere. I didn't think it would end up. Oh no, that didn't look good. Henry Crocombe, did he grab his side then when he threw that ball in?
He's rubbing it now.
He is, isn't he? He just looked a bit awkward when he threw the ball. I wonder whether he just hurt his side there. Anyway, end of the over. 86 for 4. Van Buren 32, Price on 11. We have got 22 overs to be bowled tonight. I very much doubt we'll get those in, although that being said, there's quite a lot of blue sky around now, so maybe we will get those overs in. We shall have to see. If so, we're going to be here quite late. And it's my wedding anniversary. I don't want to be too late.
Oh gosh, that's not good. Yeah.
So we shall see.
But you know, it's supposedly it's work.
Shh, we don't want anyone to rumble us.
Yeah. Hudson Prentice will bowl. I promise you, I'm not staying silent because of any other reason other than there hasn't been a good time yet. But Hudson Prentice runs in now, bowls. Price plays out into the offside. So a couple of things. One, that, and I know it seems tricky when the players are out there and they look as dejected as they were the other day, but I have had absolutely no reason to believe that the players don't respect Dale Benkenstein as a coach fully. I talk to the players a lot, and actually Ollie Price is somebody in particular who almost every other interview he'll talk about Dale Benkenstein's influence on him as a cricketer. Price plays in defence towards mid-off and there's no run. And whilst, you know, you can point to the championship season and point to the championship results, and yes, at the end of the day, it's a results business. But equally, it's tricky to ignore, you know, just to take... I'm not going to say one aspect, because of course it's not. It's the biggest aspect. Like I say, it is a results business. But at the end of the day, particularly the young players have developed, and they credit, as this is driven by Price. I think he's got a... I thought Hudson Prentice got a boot.
Oh, maybe he did. Your eyes are keener than mine.
No, you're right.
No, you're
Hudson
right.
Prentice booted it off to mid-off. But, you know, I don't think it's just the Price brothers in particular, but I say they're the ones that had mentioned it, had mentioned Benkenstein's influence more than others. And the other thing, so I mean, forget performance, forget the fact that, you know, I from what I hear from the players, they really do respect Benkenstein as a coach. As Price plays out into the onside, there's no run. The other issue which you can't get past is the fact that, as Mark from Madrid even mentioned in that email there, you're talking about the bare coffers. So Dale Benkenstein is under contract for next year. You then have to pay that contract off and then get another coach in on a contract, which means that you're going to have less money to pay potential signings, and you're going to have, as Hudson Prentice bowls and head over the ball from Price, play towards short, straight mid-on, and there's no run. You're going to have a situation where they're already paying off. You know, Steve Snell's contract was terminated halfway through the season. Ian Harvey left the club, and members of backroom staff as well. So you're submitting yourself to another year of that anyway. Hudson Prentice bowls on the back foot, played out into the covers as a quick single here, and it's not been fielded cleanly.
Unusual, actually. That's I think that's Brad Curry there, who's normally very quick to...
I think it was just he knew he had to pick it up and let loose immediately.
I think it was Brad Curry, yeah.
Taking a single, Price up to 12.87 for 4. So it was just to finish.
Sorry.
And tie a knot on that. If you've got a coach who, yes, I say I know it's a results business, but if you've got a coach who the players respect, he's under contract for next year. He wants, as he said to the members at Cheltenham, he wants to follow through, then it's very, very difficult, the position that Gloucestershire are in at the moment, even regardless of what you think should happen, to say we're going to take on even more money here. So I think that's as frank an answer as I can give, to be honest.
Thank you.
To a frank question.
Thank you, Ed. Just a question for the media team here at Sussex. I've had a question to say whether it is free entry tomorrow. In comes Carson over the wicket, bowls, reverse swept, and a dive at leg slip as it became. It was actually in the slips. I think it was Tom Alsop who was diving across there. But it's a single to Price, who goes to 13. So I'll let you know, perhaps the lads can let me know, is it free admittance tomorrow? We'll wait and see. I mean, I think we are going to go into tomorrow. 20 overs to go tonight. Well, the skies are brighter, but Gloucestershire are making a valiant effort here. I don't mean that in any sort of patronising way, but it's an awful long way to go. But these two have at least restored some credibility. Now we've got another delay. James Coles is being bought out. I think a helmet after just one ball of the over. Not sure about that really. And some pads by the looks of it as well, and a box, as we would call it, or protector. Now he's putting the pads on. Yeah, it's not being critical. Well, I suppose it is in a sense, but I just think we need to speed up cricket, and this is an unnecessary delay. There's one ball of the over gone, so why wasn't that sorted out at the end of the previous over? Well, that probably sounds really sort of miserable and mean of me, but it just seems.
Well, the other thing is, you're slowing the game down for those who are trying to concentrate on their innings out in the middle as well. In some ways it is one of those things, but at the same time it does disrupt the rhythm of the batters as well.
Carson in bowls, and Van Buren defends onto the leg side. In fact, it defends, but manages to hit the ball with enough force that it eludes those close fielders on the leg side, and it's a single to deep backwards. Go ahead, Van Buren to 33 off of 33 balls, 89 for 4 are Gloucestershire. The Sussex flag fluttering away on the pavilion. It's not a windy day at all, it's just sort of gently blowing in the breeze. Finn Hudson-Prentice proudly displaying his jumper with the martlets on the front, down in front of us. As Carson is in again, bowls, and swept by Ollie Price. He's a good sweeper. Finds Crocombe, who's about 2/3 of the way back. Gets in the throw, does Henry Crocombe. He looks a bit uncomfortable to me. He's holding that left side. So that's not good news for Sussex. I mean, it's the last game of the season, I know, and maybe feeling a bit weary, but he's got another day to go tomorrow. Carson again, they'd love to break this partnership tonight. There's a slip and a silly mid-off, a short leg and a leg slip. There's all that, a full toss, or it looked like it was going to be a full toss. In the end, it was played by Van Buren on a puff of dust as fielded by Hudson-Prentice here in front of us at mid-on. Carson again juggles the ball from hand to hand. Hudson-Prentice is signalling towards the pavilion. He wants something brought on as well. In comes Carson bowls and worked away by Van Buren down to deep backward point, fielded there by the ever-eager Brad Curry, who gets in at the throw. One more to the total. So 4 singles coming off the over without undue alarm as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. And now for Price. Look at this field. This is an interesting. No, Sussex need to be careful here that they don't get too many men behind square, or else it could be a no ball, because there's a deep backward square. There's a leg slip on the short leg who must stay in front of the line. That's Ali Orr in there at short leg. Comes Carson, bowls and swept away by Price. He likes that reverse sweep and picks up another single. He goes to 15, and Gloucestershire to 92 for 4 at the end of Jack Carson's over that cost 5 runs. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 9 for Jack Carson. Gloucestershire 92 for 4. Van Buren 34. Ollie Price is on 15. And it's a good response from these two. Partnership between the pair of 43. A small matter of 421 needed to win, which, realistically is going to take, when anything's possible in the cricket. That's what makes it such a wonderful game, and I think it's fair to say that seems unlikely. But these two are going to take this game into a a fourth. I see Marnus Labuschagne added to the Australian squad for the World Cup. Travis Head out of the first half of the tournament, apparently with his fractured hand, which is bad luck for Travis Head.
Not much of a surprise to see Labuschagne added after he scored some runs in the recent games. Sean Hunt is back into the attack and bowling to Price, and that's on his hip and turned down to long leg for a single.
Off for the day at Canterbury now. Lancashire 126 without loss, trailing by 41. Surrey 101 for 6, the county champions down at Hampshire, nothing, 84 to win. Middlesex 10 without loss, off a bad light now at Trent Bridge. So you'd think probably this time of day it's unlikely to get back on. So
once you go off. But yeah, I mean, Hampshire are favourites now. The Ageas Bowl. Sean Hunt bowls, driven by Van Buren and well stopped.
Well done, Bertie.
Foreman has, I'm sure, totally intentionally deflected it to mid-off as well.
Yes.
Relay fielding.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't know. I still, you felt at the start of the season that Surrey, nothing had really changed with Surrey's side, that they would still be the favourites. But, the back end of this season, Hunt bowls it short, Van Buren tries to leather a pull shot. He's really not got very much of that at all. It's gone out towards backward square, and he'll get a single for it. But, I still don't think Surrey are invincible. I mean, you look to next season, and they finished the season with what could well be a loss to Hampshire, and they certainly didn't have the better of the play against bottom of the table Northamptonshire. I mean, I think I say 2 years ago that they could barely win a game in the Championship despite the players that they had. Hunt bowls, driven by Price. He's squirted it towards backward point. He fields cleanly and then shies at the stumps and misses them.
That wasn't far.
I'd be curious to see the replay there, because Carson fielded the ball, picked it up cleanly, one-handed, and it was Van Buren's call, so he was the one that was running to the striker's end. If that throw from Carson in the gully had hit, as quick as Van Buren is, he might have been struggling a touch there.
Yeah.
In fact, I think he may well have been a goner looking at it again. There's really no reason to take the single. This is full. Van Buren has just tried to guide that one through the offside, and this time they do well to hold on. Another smart piece of work from Carson, this time to his right-hand side. And again, picking the ball up cleanly and stopping any chance for runs.
Rick Piper has sent an email in, which is an interesting email, which I'll read at the end of the over. Rick, regarding Paul Farbrace, actually.
Here's Sean Hunt, runs in now and bowls, and he's got a thick outside edge on that one as Van Buren. He'll go for 4. He wasn't looking to drive through that area. He was looking to hit that one down the ground again, I think. But this time, fortune favouring the Gloucestershire skipper, who's got 39 from 39 deliveries. Gloucestershire to 99 for 4, and that is the 50 partnership up to rapturous applause.
Yeah, well done. They've come together in a nigh on impossible situation and showing a bit of pride and spirit. Rick's been in touch. He said, I very much enjoyed the interview at lunchtime with Paul Farbrace. He touched on an aspect of the ECB's aim to make cricket the most inclusive sport. Paul mentioned that he grew up in a council house and completed his education at a comprehensive school. Does anyone know when a Sussex capped player who came through the pathway grew up in a council house and completed their education at a comprehensive school? #cricket for all, says Rick Piper. Thank you, Rick. And it's something cricket needs to address. Yeah. It shouldn't be a game that you can only get into if you get educated or are lucky enough to be educated in the private system. And I think that's a really important part of this ECB report, actually.
Yeah.
There's probably a lot of kids out there who'd love to play cricket, but maybe don't get the chance. Carson in bowls, Price reverse sweep. Sussex have got their field set correctly here because they've got Brad Curry down at deep backward square. He's actually on the cover boundary, isn't he? But for the reverse sweep.
I think it goes to the heart of the issue of cricket being, for so long it feels as though cricket's been too much about purely making money, and it costs money. That Yorkshire have made their pathway free, I believe, but that's going to cost huge amounts of money.
Yeah. Carson in and bowls and driven down the ground, followed by Carson of his own bowling. There is no run.
But there should be enough money in the game to do these things anyway. But it's just now that money's been allocated to various things, and it's so easy to allocate money completely to your first team.
I agree. Carson in bowls, Van Buren forward plays into the offside. There is no run. Whereas
in fact, you can actually in the long and it takes time. It can take a long time. Take almost a generation for it to work. But eventually, you'll broaden your player pool, and your first team will get better. But it's just that kind of shorter term thinking where we can spend this money on this player in the here and now, and that can get us another couple of wins.
Carson in bowls to Van Buren plays onto the onside, and there is no run.
And I also thought, actually, as somebody who was in that situation myself, sometimes it does get lost that not everybody that goes to private school can actually afford to go there, from the money, from their background.
No, indeed. On comes Carson Bowles. The howl you heard was because the ball was played down the track by Benbury. Jack Carson misfielded the ball, but he got his hand to it. The ball went onto the stumps, and Sussex players briefly thought that Ollie Price was out of his ground. That would have been the most bizarre running out dismissal, because Carson had actually misfielded the ball. 100 for 4 at Gloucestershire, battling away. Carson in under the lights, bowls, Van Buren just plays defensively into the offside. There is no run. We have got another 18 overs to go tonight. The floodlights are on. There's some darker cloud beginning to drift in from the English Channel. I think there's no chance of getting these 18 overs in. But we may get a few more tonight. Then 96 tomorrow on the last day of the season.
Yeah, well, despite what's happened over the last couple of days, I still got quite sad when you said that just then.
I know,
it's almost as if you when you're here sitting watching cricket, it's easy to forget actually it's all going to be over after tomorrow.
I know. In fact, I was talking to one of our colleagues, I won't say who it was, a few weeks ago, and they said you get quite depressed at the end of the cricket season.
I do as well. I don't mind admitting it. I do. It's especially when you can watch cricket. There's still a lot of cricket. There'll be the World Cup happening. Here's Hunt bowling, back of a length, and Price stands tall but can't beat the offside field. Fielded by Foreman out of the
Although, I would imagine, Ed, that the World Cup's being shown on pay TV. If you haven't got that, I must admit, I haven't. I don't know if there's going to be highlights on the BBC or Channel 4 or anything.
I'd hope there might be, but
that's a big debate, isn't it? About will the World Cup, will it be? If there are highlights, let's hope they're not on at 11:30 at night. I don't know whether the BBC or anyone has got access rights for highlights.
Hunt runs in over the wicket and bowls, and Price again. He's looking to drive, and this time it's Foreman again to his right-hand side that cuts it off. But it's just not the same, is it? You've got the long evenings. You're watching cricket either in the dark, in the evening, or morning, and you're not doing what in our cases, and I'm sure in the cases of a lot of people, it's what really makes them tick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whether it be watching cricket or in our cases talking about cricket. And that you're not going to get the chance to do that for half a year. It's not no time. Yeah. That's a significant chunk of your life. Hunt bowls, strikes, Price on the pad, and not out, says the umpire.
Well, it looked from here, that looked like a good shout, didn't it? It certainly wasn't on height. What if he got a little nick on that?
He's looked to play an on drive, has Price, and that was a shot. A little bit more of impatience from Price, and I think again just the second time in his innings, he's got 18 of 59 balls, so he's really been tied down. But a couple of times that's a close shout. Maybe he has nicked it. I don't know. As in comes Hunt, bowls short and clattered away by Price through mid-wicket, and that is 4 runs, 104 for 4. So Ollie Price on 22 as we welcome those of you listening on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Welcome to what is, unfortunately, you might not be surprised to hear, a fairly gloomy Hove now. We had some sunshine, but unfortunately it's departed for now. But we are still playing. The floodlights are on, and Gloucestershire are trying to battle to salvage something from a game which they were right in. It seems like not that long ago now, as Price drives outside the off stump, flashes and misses. The slip cord and went up, but Hunt rather gave things away by not appealing at all. And another chat between Van Buren and Ollie Price. But for Gloucestershire, well, they 409 runs away from avoiding their just second winless season in the county's history. For Sussex, it's a chance to win and finish third in the county championship, which it's Division 2 of the county championship. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that, but that's a significant achievement.
It is.
Hunt runs in now, bowls and strikes Price on the pad, given out. LBW didn't offer a shot, and Hunt gets 3 wickets, and Sussex cock a hoop as they have been with every wicket. They're enjoying their work out there. Sussex, they've got Gloucestershire right on the ropes, and they've got rid of probably their player of the season. Left arm over the wicket, Hunt getting Price to shoulder arms to a ball that, I mean, I must say, the only thing I wondered about there was it too high? But the umpire's given him, and you're just asking for trouble when you don't offer a shot, and that's a sour way for what has been a tremendous season for Ollie Price to end. LBW to Hunt for 22. Gloucestershire are 104 for 5, and another wicket goes down late in the day.
Yes, indeed. An update to come to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms and Ed Seaborn, your commentary team here at Hove. The floodlights are on. There are some blue patches of sky around, some heavy air cloud drifting in from the English Channel. But the story of the day, Sussex making 505 for 7 in their second innings, a third century of the season for 19-year-old James Coles, who's making quite an impression down here on the south coast. 71 from Finn Hudson-Prentice, coming in just 35 balls with 6 fours and 5 sixes. Gloucestershire set 513 to win, but really from the start they've been in problem.
But let's talk about Surrey first of all, shall we, Adrian?
Yes, indeed. It's been a tremendous season for Surrey. They've won the county championship. It's back-to-back victories for Surrey. They're still playing in their game at Hampshire. They're 112 for 6, but off for bad light down in Southampton. It means that Surrey need 73 more ones to win that game, but it's academic, and it became academic around lunchtime when Essex failed to get maximum points from their game at Northamptonshire. So Surrey are the county champions, I should say. Well done to everybody at the Oval. Meanwhile, down here at Hove, Sussex looking to finish the season with a bang as well, and they might well do that, although perhaps not this evening. Gloucestershire are 104 for 5 in their second innings, need a very unlikely 513 to win the game. 3 wickets here for Sean Hunt, and entertainment earlier on today with James Coles making 128 and Finn Hudson 71 in just 35 balls. So well done to Surrey. They are the county champions, and Sussex could well finish third in Division 2 of the county championship if they win this game, which they ought to against Gloucestershire.
Very good. Yeah, we'll hear from the Surrey assistant coach Jay Dernbach in a couple of minutes' time. Adrian, listen, here's what I want to happen. For the bad light to continue, Surrey not to close out that game tonight. And then when they walk out tomorrow morning, I want it to be like that time when Freddie Flintoff went to Downing Street.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I'd imagine there'll be some celebrations. I'm sure there'll be a beer or two sunk down at the Aegeus Bowl tonight. But Alex Stewart, you know, he's a hard taskmaster. I'm sure they'll wait for those celebrations. They'll get well underway tomorrow night. I'm sure about that.
I want them to be hanging when they walk out tomorrow morning. We will see. So the commentary continues on the BBC.
So that's our update done to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. You're listening to 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucester and Bristol. Adrian Harms and Ed Seaborn here on commentary under the floodlights at Hove. Gloucestershire 110 for 5. Graham Van Buren, the Gloucestershire skipper, leading. And what resistance there's been from Gloucestershire. He's 45 not out. We've still got another 16 overs to be bowled tonight. I think it's highly unlikely we'll get those overs in as the cloud comes in from the channel. In comes Carson and bowls, and Van Buren is forward, plays down the track, fielded by Carson. Of his own bowling, there is no run. He's surrounded here. There's a slip, a silly mid-off, a short leg and a leg slip. A Sussex scenting victory, but I don't think there'll be time tonight. Carson in, bowls forward. Oh, well, I don't know if that came off an inside edge. It hit the pad and ricocheted into the onside. Ali Orr made a diving attempt to catch the ball. The ball went to ground. And there is no run. Van Buren survives. 45 of 49 deliveries. Jack Carson in his 5th over of the innings. 29 wickets for the season. And he's on his way past umpire Shantry, up the hill, bowls, and Van Buren drives to mid-wicket, fielded there by Sean Hunt, who hangs on to the ball. I think he's to bowl the next over from the Cromwell Road end. So Gloucestershire here, 110 for 5, Van Buren 45. Zafar is yet to score. Gloucestershire needing a highly unlikely 403 more runs to win. As the two umpires get together, I can see Neil Bainton has got his light meter out. And we'll just have to see whether we're going to stay on. I think Tom Alsop, the Sussex skipper, is being called over, and that could well be a signal of either we're coming off a bad light or you're going to need to bowl your spinners. Let's see what happens.
I'm going to take a reading. To me, though, this again, it's so tricky for the umpires, because I thought it was worse during that over than it has turned into now. But it's just right on the borderline, clearly, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, the lights are on. There are some blue skies in the distance over the downs here, but away to our left, I can see some really heavy cloud drifting in from the southwest. We'll just have to wait and see what's going to happen. Certainly bad light is prevalent in pretty much every game. If you're just joining us here on 5 Sports Extra, the big news of the day is that Surrey have retained their county championship title, and that after Essex failed to get the 400 runs they needed to get the bonus points necessary to take it to a final day. And indeed, Essex were beaten by an innings and 39 runs at Wantage Road against Northamptonshire. The story tomorrow will be all about who's going to be relegated from Division 1 into Division 2 of the Championship. That is between Kent and Middlesex, and all the drama will unfold here on 5 Sports Extra throughout the day. We are going to get more cricket because James Coles is going to bowl his slow left arm spin from the Cromwell Road end. So we're staying on, Ed, for a little longer.
Yes, I got the impression that it was more of a signal of you have to bowl the spinners rather than we're just going to go straight off. So Sussex, well, I mean, they've got nothing to lose here. They've still got a lot of overs left to take the wickets, so they might as well stay out there. And we've got a usual smattering of spectators, so let's give them something to watch. Is that Sean?
Yes, it is. That's the applause. Sean Hunt, who's taken 3 wickets, and actually he's taken 6 in the match, is going wandering off the Sussex left-arm bowler, 21-year-old Sean Hunt. So he's not going to do any further work for today, and Sussex with a 12th man on, who is, I would imagine, the very speedy Bertie Foreman. Tom Alsop is now running off with a helmet, so quite a lengthy delay here for Sussex, as that sort of ever-increasing dark cloud sort of comes in a bit more from the English Channel.
So we've got Coles staring down Zafar Gohar, who is ready to face his first ball. Coles is in, and Zafar plays a flappy-looking drive back to the bowler. Yeah, it's certainly going to be, I mean, you're talking about that potential relegation battle tomorrow. It's going to be entertaining to see how it unfolds. Middlesex might still be able to put some pressure on Kent. As forward goes, Zafar plays out to backward point, in that, you know, Middlesex have nothing to lose, and everyone have nothing to lose. They've got the Division 1 status to lose, but in terms of the fact that they've got to set something up, that then might put the pressure on Kent to take those wickets, with Lancashire 126 without loss, trailing by 41 runs overnight. So we could still bet a real hands-down finish tomorrow. Forward goes Zafar Gohar and plays to the onside.
Ball on the BBC. The last couple of seasons has been real, well, certainly last year was real drama. It could happen again, Ed.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be tremendous?
if Knott's managed to hold out, Middlesex chasing as James Ford and plays out, and Kent desperately trying to knock off a total late on in the day, or it could be the other way round. You know, it's great. At least, you know, obviously, in an ideal world, the title would come down to the final round every year, but it's not going to be like that. Coles bowls a full toss, and it's attempted to be slammed through the offside by Zafar Gohar. The ball is just going to be cut off before it goes to the cover boundary. There's 2 runs taken to get Zafar off the mark. 112 for 5. I must admit, I know that ball was along the ground, but I did not see it.
No, it's very, very gloomy. And as I say, I think we've probably got another maybe couple of overs here. The blue skies are now drifting away towards the downs in the distance, and those heavier clouds are making their way slowly across the county ground.
Coles over the wicket is in. Zafar squared up a bit by that one and manages to almost French cricket style play it away from himself. And so 2 runs off the over from Coles. Gloucestershire 112 for 5, battling to see tomorrow these two. At the moment, Van Buren and Zafar Gohar. I'm not sure they'll be seeing a huge amount more this evening if it continues this way.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Ed Seaborn just seeing you through the last few overs of the day here under the floodlights at Hove. A couple of emails have come in on sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Ed and I were talking about the World Cup that's coming up and were there any highlights anywhere on terrestrial TV. A couple of people have been in touch. Jason says they'll be showing the highlights on Channel 5 of the Cricket World Cup, and Stephen down in Exeter says exactly the same. So if you don't have any of the pay channels, which I don't, you'll be able to see highlights on terrestrial TV, which is great news. Jack Carson's going to carry on bowling to Graham Van Buren, the Gloucestershire skipper, who's on 45 and plays a risky shot, plays that to slip, and there is, on the bounce, I hasten to add, there is no run. There's a slip, a short leg, a leg slip and a silly mid-off. Van Buren is surrounded here as Carson, back to his mark already, coming in past the tall figure of Jack Chantry, the former Worcestershire bowler. He's in and bowls, and Van Buren just eases that down to Brad Curry, who comes running in from deep backward square to field and gets in the throw. It really is very dark here now. The yellow numbers on the scoreboard are shining brightly. It shows Gloucestershire 113 for 5. Van Buren on 46. If you've only just joined us, the story of the day, Sussex declaring on 505 for 7. James Coles, a 3rd century of the season, the 19-year-old who's making a bit of a name for himself this season, and you'd have thought must be in line for or being talked about for Lions places this summer, or this winter I should say. In comes Carson, bowls down the leg side. There's a loud appeal as the ball is caught in slips by Tom Alsop, but clearly didn't hit any bat. And Zafar remains there on 2. Finn Hudson-Prentice making 71 in just 35 balls with 5 sixes. 5 big sixes as well. Hudson-Prentice, who's finished the leading run scorer for Sussex in this season's county championship. In comes Carson. You want to hear the seagulls in the background as in comes Carson. Bowls. Zafar is forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run.
There wouldn't be Hove and Sussex by the sea without the mellifluous sound of seagulls in the background. And also, it wouldn't be a trip down here if I weren't to have fish and chips, which I think will have to happen tonight.
I've had an email from Duncan Evans. I'll read your email in a moment, Duncan, as in comes Carson and bowls, and that turns away from the left-hander taken well by Carter. There is no run. Duncan says, hello Adrian and colleagues. Whilst I agree with you about the sadness at the end of the cricket season, I understand that Channel 5 have the rights for highlights for the World Cup. He says, as well as that, I know that Cricket Society talks will happen as well. And he says, thank you to all the BBC commentary teams for the commentary this season. Duncan, a Glamorgan supporter who lives in Kent. So thank you, Duncan, for getting in touch. In comes Carson, bowls and played out into the offside by Zafar. There is no run. The umpires are going to have another natter here, I think. I mean, it really is very gloomy. Jack Chantry and Neil Bainton having a little natter, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised if that's it for the day. We have got another 14 overs scheduled to be bowled. We've done pretty well in this match. I think the umpires, you sometimes get a bit of stick, don't they, for taking players off? Have done everything they can here, Ed, to keep the players out there.
I think they've done everything and more. There is no question that we would be off, and we would have been off quite a while ago were it not for the floodlights. And so,
yes,
you know, in strict letter of the law, I think it still stands that it's to do with natural light being overtaken. So there's no question that we would have been off
and we are going off.
And unfortunately, I fear that may be curtains as far as our cricket goes today.
Yes, I don't think there'll be any more play here at Hove. The floodlights are on. The umpires will wait a little longer, but it really is very gloomy, and the lights on the scoreboard, the numbers are standing out very brightly. Gloucestershire 113 for 5. Graham Van Buren holding the Gloucestershire innings together. The skipper is 46 not out, but play is suspended. Gloucestershire will need another 400 to win tomorrow. Sussex needing 5 more wickets. And just to confirm, a message from the Sussex media team, half-price entry for anybody coming to Hove tomorrow. So we'll hand back the listeners on 5 Sports Extra to Kevin Howells, or I'm sure we'll wrap up things as they've been happening around the country. And don't forget, potentially very exciting tomorrow as the battle for relegation between Kent and Middlesex. The players make their way off of the ground. So thank you all for listening. Thank you to Ed. We'll leave the effects mic bubbling away here just in case there is more play here at Hove, but I very much doubt that will be the case. But Ed and I will be back with you tomorrow morning at 10:30. In fact, I'll just come back on briefly for those who are listening, because there were a couple of other emails that came in. Ariane sent an email through. He says, "Hi guys, I'm not sure if it's been mentioned already during this conversation about private schools, but it does warrant mentioning that a significant portion of the Sussex First 11 and Academy are private school graduates, notably Hurst and Brighton College. I do think this really limits how well the county does, and it tends to limited opportunities for accomplished club cricketers who represent the county in terms of demographics far more accurately. What do you think is causing the Sussex leadership to rely so heavily on private schools?" Well, I think, to be fair, John Philby spoke about that this morning. Ariana was talking about how Sussex are really trying to get out into the community, and Paul Farbrace as well, getting children and young adults from different backgrounds and different education establishments into cricket. So I think a lot is being done around the county. So, I think certainly here at Sussex, and I'm not just saying this because I commentate on the county all the time, I think there's a lot of good work going on. And as Ed was saying, it does take a while, Ariane, for these things to come to fruition. And Bob Pook has been in touch. He says, "Hello again, Adrian. If Glamorgan win their game, they will sneak into 3rd place. Let's hope Derbyshire won't give them a sniff." Thank you, Bob, over in Hastings. So thank you, everybody. It really is gloomy here. I don't think there's any prospect of play or further play as the umpires make their way off the field. The ground staff are staying out there, but I think it's reasonably academic. 113 for 5. So thank you, everybody, for your messages. Ed and I will be back. There will be a final day of the season here at Hove, and if we don't get any more play, thanks everybody for listening, and we'll speak to you a final time in the season tomorrow.